Good morning and welcome back to the finals for the ACRA National Championships. This is the final day of racing and it's all finals all the time. We actually have joining you with our first final coming down the water. Gorgeous overhead shot here from our friends who are providing just actually some of the most amazing video footage of rowing available to you in the United States. Glad you've joined us today. I'm Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog.
And Christian Yu.
And we're here to bring you all the fire. What we're starting here is a C final in the men's double. As you look at it from above left to right, we have Chicago in lane 1, UMass in lane 2, Connecticut in lane 3, the Jaguars, who are
Indianapolis
University, or Indiana University in Indianapolis, sorry. Middlebury in lane 5 and Rice in lane 6. So crews from across the nation, and we're looking probably about
750 meters in. This race got off to start the day. Beautiful weather here this morning. Just a really thin mist over the water, no fog. Our volunteers, our officials, and honestly our head coaches and a lot of the coaching staff showed up around 4 in the morning to make sure that they could clear as much debris as possible, since that plagued us a little bit on day one, or a lot on day one, a little bit yesterday. So hoping to have as clear of water as possible. So again, this is the C level final of this event. This is one of the bigger events that we had here this weekend. It was about 31 to 35 crews that were in this event. They did a time trial on Friday, moved to semifinals yesterday. So this is the athletes looking for spots 13 through 18 in the country. And out with a pretty commanding lead is the Aggies from UMass Amherst. This is Smith and Shamali, who are putting on a really good piece today. They're rowing in the John O'Gray boat dedicated to a teammate from UMass who rowed for the team his freshman year, 2011, and passed away from congenital issues later that year. So the Gray Foundation, the family, raised a lot of money and stayed dedicated to the team for a couple years. In turn, the team went out to as many events for awareness that they could, and they had the John O'Gray in action here. It looks like the race has been called to stop and restart around the 1,000 meter mark. Interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw there, Eddie, on the right side of your picture with that drone overhead shot, there was, I saw quite a lot of things sticking out over the water. Must have been some more debris that was unfortunately not cleared. So it was definitely present in the Jaguars lane 4. So hopefully their equipment is all right, but definitely presenting a hazard on this opening race.
Well, it's a little unfortunate, I guess.
Yeah,
one of the most amazing things that we've seen at this regatta was a huge number of the head coaches coming off the water this morning, having been up
all 3
since
days.
about 5, all 3 days. But, I believe John Miller had his entire coaching staff
from
out
Vanderbilt.
The Virginia head coach, the Minnesota head coaches, the Michigan coaches, the
Virginia
coaches,
State.
all sorts of people out there making sure that this was pulled up as well as it could. I'm sure the referees have thought through all the different possibilities, and we'll pull it back. And
I'm hearing from the tower that someone's lost his gag. So I think they're cutting us off to play it safe. So we're just gonna take a look here to see what is going to happen next. If they're going to run the pair D level final that will follow, or if they're going to restart this crew just top of the order to go ahead and restart that race. In the meantime, we're seeing lots of crews making their way down the warm-up lane of the course, launching out of the lagoon. It is all finals all day today, starting with C/D level finals. Soon after this, we'll have 4s, we'll have novice 8s, we'll have varsity events, we'll go back to singles, and then the day will cap off with the second varsity 8s, novice 8s, the varsity 8s in the men's and women's categories to end the day as the premier event. So if you have not watched enough ACRA rowing yet, you are welcome to head to YouTube. Here now has all the live streams posted from Friday morning time trials, Friday morning heats, Friday afternoon racing, which was a little bit off schedule just because we had a delay yesterday morning's heats and semis, and then yesterday's semis and finals. So you can find that all on YouTube from here now. It's great live stream, drone action, video from the tower. We also had a really special day yesterday. We had the first Hall of Fame inductees arrive at Oak Ridge to be honored for their support and their impact on the American Collegiate Rowing Association League.
We were able to have one of those, Sarah, formerly Zelenka, now Mackle Huff, I think the last name is. I apologize, Sarah, if you're listening in. She came down and sat and read with us, talked with us for a little bit, and today we'll have a return from Brian Volpenheim, former U.S. Olympic gold medalist, stroke of the men's 8 in Athens, that won a gold, and an Ohio State alum. And he's going to come down and sit with us and chat a little bit. So if you have any questions for Brian, put them up in the chat, and we can get back to you at that point. Today it looks like we're going to have these conditions all day. We're forecasted 2 and 3 mile per hour winds, sort of max. So hopefully we're going to get some good true times on here on Melton Lake. A little slow as a course, but yesterday with a slight tailwind, we had like second freshman.
Going
at
6:08.
6 minutes. Yeah,
maybe some teams stacking their freshman boats. Maybe not. We had a nothing so dangerous or so affected that it really made it a hard row for anyone. But the wind swirled around. It was ahead for a little bit. It was a cross that was really chopping up, especially around the singles, the adaptive single. Some of the doubles really making it the race where you had to be as technically perfect as you are capable of being. And then for the 8s, that tail is also tough sometimes, right? It's a little bit better to not have the wind on your back, but sometimes it's kind of hard to find that front end push and shove if the tailwind's moving you along just a little quicker than you're feeling. So some crews love it, some crews don't. Pretty flat water this morning, no wind at the moment, so nothing to look at now. As we get this great drone shot again from here now, moving down the course, down back to the start, looking right at the buoy lanes. We'll be able to shift this around from overhead to side-by-side shots all day, so you get a lot of great video. You can also find herenow.com for the schedule for the day if you're looking to find out when your club, when your alma mater is racing, or if you have kids, grandkids, friends who are racing today. You can find that at Here Now. You can find lineups on Regatta Central if you don't already know. And we have the next race underway. We are going to say this is the pair men's D final. This is from the left to the right side of your screen, lane 5 over to lane 1. Gresh and Worstern from URI. Polderman and Willoughby from Michigan State. Powell and Ryan from Pittsburgh. Patel and Moser from Cincinnati. Shripsama and Vicini from Colorado State. Looks like right now, lane 5, that URI shell is a little bit in the lead right now. About half a deck overlap with the crews next to it. Michigan State, Pittsburgh, who are working to stay in their lanes. And then Colorado State also hanging on a little bit.
Yeah, so we have lane 5 out there. If the URI, if this comes through, they will be the 19th place finisher.
Yes, that's right.
As I do my calculation quickly, you can see some nice rowing here. The no crew up really sort of way high yet. I think in a pair sometimes you have a recognition that it's a longer race, and they're not trying to go just under 6 minutes. It's going to be more like 8 or so. So they're using base speed here, just this nice sort of long rowing. As much as anything, what I love about this pair is just that their blades are their blade work is gorgeous. It's matching out together, clear off the water. They're balanced well. just hanging on those outboard arms. And right now, that's moving them well enough out to be in front. On the other two crews next to them, a little bit more sense of urgency, just a little bit, because they're right next to each other. So,
right, I think they wish they had that tailwind today to make it a little bit quicker of a race. But really great lock and send from the Rams out of URI. Really like the way the stroke man is hanging off that handle. Really great twist and rotation. They are getting a little bit of a challenge from that Pittsburgh crew a couple lanes over, so they got to keep an eye on that. Maybe don't need to react and overstep it, but that crew's trying to pick up the pace a little bit as they come to the 1K mark.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic between this URI pair and the Pittsburgh pair. They were in the same semifinal yesterday, and that Pittsburgh pair actually beat the URI pair head-to-head by 17 seconds. So as they approach the halfway point, should be well past the halfway point, actually, of this race. It looks like Pittsburgh's starting to walk on URI, maybe taking over the lead now.
Yeah, that's going to be a really great one to watch as we come down the stretch. Colorado State on the other side was hanging with Pittsburgh for just a minute. We'll see if they were able to keep up with Pittsburgh as they made that move up and out.
yeah, so the thing about the pair we've mentioned a number of times, as you see Vanderbilt making a nice move there, is they're doing exactly what I've talked about before, which is that you're able to suddenly make a move, suddenly affect your boat speed, and they've just taken the rating up, and they're starting to moving away from lane 5 in the Middlebury crew.
Yeah, that's a real walk right there.
That is, and they're doing it very quickly, and you can see a little bit of an attempt now to respond from Middlebury.
Right. Yeah, that walk right there, what we're talking about is you can make this pickup in pace and rate to get your whole shell to move through the length of another crew. Something that a lot of coaches teach is that if you start walking through another crew, you better pass them, right? Because you're getting this advantage, this momentum. Because on the flip side, if you walk and you only get halfway through, that other crew can just sit, absorb it, wait it out, and then make the same thing, and then you lose on any of that ground that you tried to pick up and gain. So Pittsburgh doing a great job of holding on to it. I think there's still about a quarter of a boat overlap and length here, but they have walked away from the rest of the field. Michigan State a little bit behind the pace, Cincinnati and Colorado State a little bit behind.
And you can just see now the rowing we were seeing earlier was a little bit more sedate, shall we call it?
Guarded.
Just sort of, and here as they're coming into with 500 to go, it's time to lay down some smack on the other crew, time to sort of actually unleash the lions a little bit, whatever bad imagery you want to use to just say go hard.
Yeah, but they're moving really wonderfully into that last 500 and those two lead crews. Not to be left behind, I believe that is Cincinnati is just a little bit up and ahead of that Michigan State crew, so they're saying, like, this is our time to walk too. Being a couple lanes away is hard to have another crew do that to you because you can't really keep an eye on them right now. They're just out of that bowman's periphery unless he starts looking over his shoulder.
And so there's that tension. Do we just put our heads forward and go, or do we sort of try and look at it and see what's going on? If they are going to look, and there was just a little look, you'll notice it's coming on the drive.
Right.
While the boat is stable, he's just peeking over when the boat's in its best port.
And I think I read the blades wrong. That's actually the Colorado State crew who's moving up into the third place spot, up and away from Michigan Spartans. Moser and Patel from Cincinnati
Michigan
are
State Spartans
back here in the fifth place spot. The Michigan Spartans are Michigan State Spartans, Polderman and Willoughby are in the fourth place spot. Strumsema and Vicini from Colorado State in the third. And until, here we go, last 250 meters, I think Pittsburgh Panthers.
A little bit of flirting with the buoy line there.
Yeah,
but
Powell
it's better
and
to be
Ryan
over it than right on top of it.
Going to squeeze their way into the first place spot of this D final, notching that would be, what did we say, spot number 19.
Yep,
in
he's
the country.
made a correction there, probably steer towing in the bow. Yeah, you can see the use of the rudder there. Now they're on the other side. A little bit actually of oversteering, and that might create a little bit of
Bowman's also, I think, trying to outpull.
Yeah.
Just trying to get everyone to the finish line, but you really got to work together here. Every boat, besides the single, there's no benefit to trying to outpull your teammates because we do need these boats to move down the course, straight and narrow. So
and
you're really
that's
just trying to.
That's what the pair selects for. I mean,
Yes.
That's what this boat, like, can you match? Can you stay matched as you go? Ideally, they would take the toe steer out and just do it.
Great work by the
yeah.
Pittsburgh Panthers moving
Awesome.
through. We'll see the crew from URI finishing in just a moment. Yeah, a lot of programs that row the pair enough to select for it is a really good wake-up call if they can make it happen for guys who are really big and have maybe the strongest erg score or maybe lift the most weights. And that's the fastest guy in the boat. And then you put them in one that doesn't automatically set up and move, and they can't just put their pedal to the metal. They have to be really technically skilled, or just see like, oh, every time I take this stroke, I actually push the boat back the wrong way before I gain any ground on it. So it's a really good moment to realize how much more you can finesse and have nuance in these boats.
One of the best pair rowers I ever coached used to say he won our pair matrix 3 years in a row from sophomore senior year, which is pretty amazing. He was asked what his advice was, and he says you got to go 98% power and 102% focus on matching.
Right.
And that's the thing about the pair there. Unlike the single, you actually have someone you have to talk to besides your inner demons.
Yes.
And yet there is no coxswain, so you've got to be able to figure it out just between the two of you there. It's great, great learning opportunity.
We'll see the next level up final coming up for that now. That'll be the C level final for the men's pair. 6 crews in this race, and we'll see the AB final a little bit later today. So it's going to be a packed house, a lot more. Oh, wait, it's already on the course with us. So what you're going to see is coming into the last 600 meters or so out in the lead, that is the Nebraska-Lincoln crew. That is the Long Beach State crew. Trailing them is the Nebraska-Lincoln crew. On the outside is Connecticut, a little bit ahead of Nebraska. To the right side of your screen, Illinois is the next closest crew to Long Beach State, followed by Middlebury, who is tied with the Connecticut crew, and then in the second half of the second tier of that, Middlebury and Wichita State are fighting.
Yeah, this Long Beach State crew, if you remember on Friday, they had a agonizing flip in the last 200 meters of the race. They were on their way to qualifying for the AB semifinal, but unfortunately had an unfortunate capsize. So it's been great to see them rebound in the semifinal yesterday. They dominated their CD semifinal yesterday by like at least 20 seconds of victory. So no confidence lost. So it's great to see these guys attacking their rhythm, trying to prove that they belong in the top 2 finals.
Yep, along with, so they're out there, you can see nice hang, very sort of, again, direct application of power, and they're into a sprint. It's the finals, last race, so let's go for it, right? Second, I think, is the Illinois crew.
Is the Illinois crew, yeah.
Yeah, Pickerel and Slattery. And they're also very solid technical crew. 2 guys with good heads on their shoulders having a great race.
Yeah, well coached. Really, the whole Illinois crew showed up well this weekend. Great shot there as Long Beach State is cutting through. That's not debris. It's just a little bit of dust, a little bit of sediment that's sitting on the top of the river. But a great line. You can see that they've been straight down the course. There's no extra steering, oversteering. So really adept row from that crew. Well done. We are going to see them hit through this finish line in just a few moments here. Long Beach State, a couple lengths up on the rest of the field. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to the LB Sharks from Long Beach.
Long Beach State secures that is 13th overall in the nation here in the men's pair, followed by Illinois, Ficalora and Slattery taking 14th place. And a very big fight across the line. It looks like it's just going to be the University of Connecticut edging out Middlebury by just a hair to take 3rd and 4th respectively, and Wichita State's going to round out the pack. Nebraska-Lincoln first, then Wichita State is going to round out the pack. And for those of you, as we see these times pop on your screen, again, you can find all results and schedules on herenow.com. For those of you wondering when the men's double C final is going to be, that has been rescheduled to 9/27. That will be that was the first race of the day, but unfortunately some debris on the course that interfered with that. So that race has been rescheduled to 9:27, and we'll be looking forward to that.
So next up, we're going to be moving from pairs to fours, novice women's D final between Georgia Tech and Central Florida. Two Southeast crews going after it here. These novice crews, again, first year of college rowing. For many of them, their first year rowing ever, because in the ACRA League, there's still a lot of walk-on novices.
Yeah, and I think both of these programs have a pretty solid culture of walk-ons. I think a lot of the southern schools that I've talked to, it's like, yep, this is mostly people who they walked on. They're from the region. There's some really good rowing programs at the junior level, mostly clubs, some schools too, in both of these states. But it's not the only thing. So we have them. They're gonna duel this out. I've really loved all of the novice racing I've watched this weekend. There's so much excitement in it. Again, first year of collegiate rowing. This is their first year at the ACRA National Championship. I imagine, just given the region these crews are from, not their first time on Oak Ridge's course, but first time going down. Not quite for a medal, but still trying to assert themselves as the winner of the D final. So
absolutely, and it's great to have this sort of little dual race too. Hopefully it turns into a good race between the two crews, and they can really stick in there rather than sort of row down by themselves. But it
see
looks
them
like they're
around
in
that
contact.
1K mark. Yeah, they look neck and neck, moving together right here. Got to talk to Central Florida's coaches, Coach Ray and Adonis, leading the way there with the men's and women's club sport. Seems like they're overcoming some good odds to make sure that this program can get more time on the water, get more students from campus out and with the club, and looks great as their Central Florida shell is pushing along at a really great pace. I love that swing up and into the catch. It's really controlled and fluid, and I think that's why they're helping themselves get a couple inches away from Georgia Tech on every stroke. Now about half a boat length of open water between them and Georgia Tech's Novice 4.
Yeah, but still some sense and some contact. So it's still a race for them, which is
absolutely
great, and that's what you want, is to come off the water feeling like you've been involved in some sort of thing. Maybe a little bit moving back up here.
Yep, from the Yellow Jackets.
From the Yellow Jackets, to see what they can do. So once you take a move, you can't just stop. As if Central Florida is starting to come back a little bit. As it looks, they just might be. If you take those big 10s or 20s, you're a little vulnerable in some boat speed sometimes afterwards. So as they go by us, nice long rowing from both fours.
Yeah, good pickup of Sen. And now that I can see him from side to side, not just that aerial angle, that Central Florida crew, really great kick and send away. Bodies are pushing and swinging together, having as much effect on the handle as they can. That's really great. Not to be undone, this Georgia Tech crew just stepped it up. They are clearly making a move as they enter the last 500 of their race, hoping to use
2 or 3 more seats in the last 10 strokes.
Yeah, hoping to close in as much of that gap between them and Central Florida. So hopefully the coxswain in that bow loader facing the Georgia of the Central Florida crew directly is giving them the margins, telling them how close they are to actually overlapping and making this a race they could take over.
Yeah, so you see the bodies mostly swinging together, the blades mostly lined up and parallel. Those are skills that, as they go into a varsity several years, will become automatic to them. As novices walk on, still, learning how to race at this highest level. This is their first national championship, and it's a different level of racing to have done. It's not quite the Sierra. It's not quite early racing down in Florida or in Gainesville, Georgia, and they've been sorted into, they've had a couple of races to get here. So Central Florida there, you can also see the bodies hanging together, arms getting stretched out, blades going in fairly nicely. Bow could swing out just a little bit more.
I've had it backwards. Central Florida, Georgia Tech has been in the lead the whole time.
Yes.
Central Florida, 2 yellow boats had me a
Pushing
little
them.
bit mixed up.
Yeah.
So great work by the Georgia Tech crew. Great technique, great kick and send off the catch. Love to see that working well from the Central Florida coxswain, trying to catch your crew up to the boat ahead of you. I think they also made a move as they made their way into the last 250 meters. So I think Georgia Tech will be making their way through the finish, long, strong, and up and ahead. Sorry to the Yellow Jackets listening for me calling that wrong. You were not crazy. You were looking at the right boat, saw your teammates in there, rowing a great piece.
Little cognitive dissonance early in the morning. We need some more coffee. So here the finish line, and that will be Georgia Tech coming across.
Nice work. Following through just under 9 minutes and some pretty calm water. Congratulations, wrapping up the D final. The next boat race that's coming up will be the women's novice 4. This is going to be the C level final, and it's going to be a packed house. So it's going to be 6 crews coming down, all of whom worked their way through the semifinals to earn their spot in the C final. So very excited to see that make its way down the course. I believe they've already started. They should be just under halfway, so we'll be picking them up in a second. As they start coming up,
we can see.
Yeah, there's the lead crew here is Penn State out with a couple lengths ahead of the rest of the field. Really great step and pickup from the novice women here. From the left to the right side of your screen should be VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University, Tulane, Penn State, Florida, William & Mary, and Colorado State on the right side of your screen. But Penn State, pretty commanding lead after the halfway
point. And then
point.
a heck of a race right behind them.
Yeah. Second place is not figured out here. Everybody has contact with each other, right? But what we mean, boats aren't actually touching. This means to us, the boats are overlapping in placement in all of their lanes. So nobody has established themselves so far ahead that they're clearly in a second place spot.
But playing in that game are Virginia Commonwealth, Florida, William & Mary maybe a little bit, Colorado State still in there, Tulane trailing a little bit, but 3 seats back.
3 seats back, yeah. I think for a little bit it was that Florida crew who were leading Balboa a little bit ahead, but I think VCU, who should be hearing their supporters on the sideline soon cheering for them, are getting the edge just a little bit. They're coming up to our line of sight pretty soon. Really wonderful rowing, taking advantage of this flat water here. This Penn State crew out of the Happy Valley. Lock, send.
And with 500 meters to go, they're going.
They're
for
moving, and I think they're just going to open this up and try and push as hard. I'm sure they're going to push as hard as they can. I think they're going to open it up and spin it and try and hit the fastest finish time they can muster out. And so coming through the line, it's actually that lane 1 Colorado State crew just barely ahead of VCU, and then Florida just ahead of Tulane. Tulane actually might be slightly ahead of Florida. I think their bow deck is a little longer.
3 seats right there.
Okay, what's that?
5 boats within 3 seats.
Yeah, really great race. They're going to remember this one as really worth making their first trip to the ACRA National Championship. It's anybody's game here. They're in
Colorado
the last
State
500 meters.
A move there.
Yeah, Colorado State trying to open it up, walk away from the rest of the field. But these coxswains all are in, except for the Tulane crew, in bow loaders, right? So that's that person laying down, steering the boat, looking head on to the course. So they will be able to see that Colorado State has made a move very soon, and they're going to respond.
Checking her script there that she seems to have in her left hand, steering with the right hand, and the mouth is working. Definitely getting her crews lined up and moving. I'm sure she's excited as the rowing looks very strong. They're out in front from Penn State.
Yeah, really strong rowing from Penn State. They had a much faster time than the rest of their competitors yesterday in the CD semifinals, so they would have come out here with the expectation that they would have been well out in front and would have been trying to set down a competitive time, execute the perfect race plan to see maybe if they could have squeaked into the B final, had some other strategical changes have been made earlier on, but it's been a great performance and looks like a little bit of a crab there from Colorado State on the outside. Let's see if they can regain, but VCU has taken the imperative.
And now we have 3 all of a sudden.
Yeah, wow. So that's going to come with novice racing. Everyone is new, and sometimes you get so excited. So that is Penn State finishing first, and it's going to be it's going to come down absolutely to the wire for these next 3 crews to see who's going to notch in that second place spot. I think that VCU Club 4 is going to possibly stay in the lead here unless Colorado State can get all of that leeway back. But here comes Colorado State first on our screen, and I think third through the line after VCU, closely followed by William and Mary, then Tulane, and then our Florida Gators here. VCU at 841.883. And we're going to see that Colorado State
dominant victory by Penn State there.
1/10 of a second.
Yeah.
Really, probably a couple hundredths of a second. Really impressive race. It's hard mentally to hold on, right, and be late in a race and say we're giving it everything and we can't walk away from that crew. They moved up on us again. We got to go again. It's exciting afterwards, after the fact, but in the meantime, you're hoping that your best can really push along and drop crews off. So great way to stay locked in from all of those women in the
really
nice
final there between Virginia Commonwealth, Colorado State, William and Mary, all within a second half, and VCU and Colorado State 1/10 apart. Tulane pushing up on that too as well. So a very nice middle of the race where everyone is together, and I think we're going to see a lot of that today. Now that we're sorted into finals, there's no more sort of
the disparity.
The strategy in finals is a lot easier than trying to figure out your semifinal and do you shut down, do you not, how do you go, when do you go, etc. Here it's just go.
Yeah, it's time to get everything, and also there's not disparity in the semifinals or heats before, but they might shake out where all of a sudden the fastest crew is in the event with someone who's going to be second in the D final, and it looks like a much larger gap before they all line up into the finals. That should be very similar speed. So we're going to move to another C final. This is the men's novice 4 C-level final. All of the men's novice 4 racing has been just as exciting and close as that women's 4 we saw. Oh, it looks like we are moving ahead.
We have an 8 in the blocks there.
Okay, we'll find out as soon as we can when the men's novice 4 C finals happening, because I don't see them on the course from my point of view. So ahead of that will be the men's novice 8 C final. A lot of great racing out of the 8s this weekend. From the left to the right side of your screen, you're going to see lane 1 Chicago, Michigan in lane 2, Notre Dame in lane 3, Bucknell, Northwestern, and Florida. As I say that, I feel like I'm reading the 4. From the left side of your screen to the right side, Virginia Commonwealth U, Bowdoin, UC Irvine, Delaware, UC Santa Barbara, and then Penn State. That lines up much better with the color of the blades I'm looking at. I've seen these yellows and bright blues, and I'm like, what? Wait a minute. I know those clubs.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting progression that we saw yesterday. The novice 8, the men's novice 8, I should say, one of the crews one of the events affected by the debris on Friday. So the progression yesterday, there were several crews in a single C semifinal, which eliminated the bottom 2 crews, which were the University of Georgia and the University of Rhode Island. And furthermore, other crews that progressed down to the C final finished 7th in the AB semifinal. So unusual.
Irvine and Delaware.
Yes, that was UC Santa Barbara and Bowdoin, actually.
Oh.
Were the 2 men's novice 8s that qualified to the C final
that
were progressed to the AB semifinal. Yeah, so a bit of an interesting progression there due to some debris that we experienced on Friday. So that kind of shows you how much that debris on the course can affect the events going so far into the future.
And they're off. You get to see a start from above here, just sort of see how quickly they blast out of there. A lot of 19-year-old energy going on here.
Great lock and send. Big puddles moving away. If we had any sound down there, you'd hear a lot of shouting, a lot of grunting, and the oarlocks bending and thumping as they get those oars in, through, feathered, back into for the next stroke. Delaware moving really well off the start with really good speed. Looks like Penn State having a little bit of trouble keeping their bow straight as they overpower each other a little bit. Virginia Commonwealth also on the course, but looks like right now it is Delaware's lead to lose, with them flanked by 2 UC crews. I think UC Irvine just slightly ahead of UC Santa Barbara. But I don't think, from this perspective, I doubt the coxswains can tell that much right now. It would just be something like, this is an even race. We're neck and neck with everybody. Nothing is earned yet.
I think the Delaware guys know that they're a few seats up, and they can see it, they can sense it. The question is, can they stay internal, because that can change very quickly. We still see them in their high sequence, and more will be known as they shift down. Hopefully we'll see that from this Delaware crew actually right about there. We just saw it in those last 2 strokes. They went from being about 43 or so, 44, and now they're down in the 30s. Maybe they're doing what we call a mid-shift. I think there's another level to found. And as UCSB has come into its base, they've actually moved back up a little bit on Delaware. So starts can be deceiving. It's nice to get out front emotionally, but the possible downside of that is, now they're coming, because this is where the work is doing, and we can see that Bowdoin, which was back a little bit, weren't really thinking of it, is now
a little bit
hitting a very nice stride and is starting to move back up into this. So boat speed's about the same from all 4 of these. Maybe Delaware moving away just a little bit every stroke, and they have a slightly better base speed. They're a little bit higher, maybe a beat higher than the rest of the field here. UC Santa Barbara standing very nicely with them, sticking into it. Those 2 crews now starting to move, but another great race then going on between Irvine and Bowdoin there. So that race will also push those 2 crews through the base of the race here. Delaware now almost about astern with UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara about 4 or 5 seats up on both Bowdoin and Irvine. These 4 crews sort of locked into a nice race going. If I'm the Delaware coxswain, I'm trying to get my crew to get me open water right now.
It's going to be interesting to see how that develops. These 4 crews yesterday by time were only separated by 3 or 4 seconds across all 4 of these crews. So I can tell you that the center 2 crews, Delaware in the blue with the blue blades, and UC Irvine, were separated by less than a second. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Delaware can hold on to this pace. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a fade into the second half of this race, or UC Irvine maybe with the sprint. But it's going to be interesting to see if Delaware can hold on to this pace. But a big battle going on for the next 3 places.
That Delaware crew is rowing really quite nicely here, very authoritatively. I think
it's really impressive rowing.
We're seeing their final speed now.
Absolutely, yeah. And this event, year after year after year, everyone is improving their club, and the depth of rowing is just remarkable to see. There's no sense of this C final is sort of the have-nots. This is speed, and this is really great rowing with this crew. And despite my alma mater, I really love the blue and yellow blades, and I think it just makes the rowing look a little better like this. And the UCLA crews I've seen, and some of the GW crews, is like, just from those overhead views, like, wow, I can see the blade work so clearly, but also all these oars pop. USC SBs back in, what did you call them, those damn yellow tanks?
Those damn yellow tanks. The men definitely still wear them.
Classic look, very owning their club
and
history.
UCSB is moving back
They
up
are.
there.
They're walking
That's a really nice move there.
Oh, wow. I can see from the bow 4, the swing is electric. It's like a mousetrap snapping over. And they're looking to get the cheese. Bowdoin has established themselves a little bit ahead of UC Irvine. They're a little bit out of our line of sight for a perfect margin, but I think they're just a little bit behind UCSB Gauchos. Yeah, but the bow ball's moving up. They're fighting for it right now. So really good work out of the guys from Maine.
mean, this is the end of the year for a lot of these guys. Finding rowing has been a huge transformation in their life. And there's a lot of energy, a lot of emotional energy that gets connected into this, even though they have so much more to learn as they go into varsity stuff. This is a really formational part of their college experience right now. And so they're laying it all out. It's a lot of fun to put that together with your crewmate. It looks like UCSB is actually moving back up into Delaware a little bit. I don't think they have enough water to do
I was
it,
gonna say
but they're charging, and that's gonna put more energy in. They definitely have broken away from Bowdoin, although still slight overlap.
Yeah,
so.
they're charging. They look great. This is UC Irvine, hot on Bowdoin's tail, but I think Bowdoin is trying to separate, keep as much water between them and the Philippi out of Irvine. Great looking row by the guys here. And Delaware has charged in. Everyone has charged in to the yellow, the red buoys, and I think they are coming up quick.
Delaware's been able to respond there to UCSB.
Yeah.
But Bowdoin is making
a huge
response. I don't
response.
think it's going to be enough, but it's still going to be a
I
great
think it
finish.
might.
Let's see.
And we got the blue hens through the line first, and we
have
no, you're going to call it, yeah.
UCSB, but barely. So
impressive row.
Bowdoin made a heck of a sprint move there in the last 300
Impressive
meters.
row by all three of those crews, certainly, that we got to see all the way down the line. Impressive row by UC Irvine. Great speed. And here we go. We have the VCU club following through. I'm sorry, Penn State following through, and VCU on the other side. Great work by all the men's novice eights. We're looking to find out if so we are going back to the men's novice 4C final, unsure of what kept them behind. No need for me to speculate. So we're going to see 6 crews in the men's novice level C final.
Yeah, in lane 1 we have Chicago, lane 2 Michigan, lane 3 Notre Dame, lane 4 Bucknell, lane 5 Northwestern, and lane 6 Florida.
And again, so you're seeing a mixture of
levels
first
of crews.
boats. So Florida and Chicago. Does Florida have a novice 8 here today, Christian?
No, these are our, this novice 4 is the only men's novice boat that we've brought here this year. And all 4 of these guys in the boat right now are true novices, so this is their first year of rowing ever. They learned how to row with us here at the University of Florida, contrary to some other novice-eligible rowers that may have rowed, in high school and maybe freshmen starting their careers out in college, but not these 4 guys on the orange.
As we look over the top of the race here, we can see Chicago up in an outside lane there.
And it's a bit of a Chicago area duel with Chicago and Northwestern. I think are up.
Northwestern up there. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, you're right. Chicago has about up a little bit on lane 1, but Northwestern's up and contending with them. The men's novice 4 from Northwestern have only been able to practice together 3 times since ACRA. There's some sicknesses going around between athletes and some infections in the hand. Hopefully their blisters are clean now. And they've had
some COVID on their team too.
Yeah. So really great that they're back together, pulling hard to secure the highest level finish they can get for their team and for their program. I think they're going to see a lot of Northwestern crews, so I think they're going to really make a push for overall team points.
Notre Dame pushing up into 3rd place there, but a great race going between Michigan and Bucknell, 2 programs who have a lot of racing experience. And a lot of respect for each other, but also each want to win as a result.
Yeah, these Bucknell and Michigan guys, maybe they don't know it yet. They're going to see each other a lot over the next 4 years. As they pass by, I think it's still just barely a Chicago crew ahead, but Northwestern is making a charge. Notre Dame is coming up and trying to take a couple seats on them. And Michigan and Bucknell have overlap with Notre Dame's stern deck. So barely a boat length apart from first to fifth.
Notre Dame boat is moving up, too.
And I think Florida has a little bit of overlap with the Bucknell crew, so almost less than 2 boat lengths between first to 6th. So, wow, Northwestern and Chicago are trading bow balls at this point. Every other stroke, a different crew is in the lead. Too close to call. Great pickup and send. These novice guys are locked in.
Absolutely. I think Notre Dame is, you can see making a huge push up there. They still have time to come through this.
They do.
And I think they're going to. And they're bringing Michigan with them. I don't think Michigan will get into the top 3. I think you're going to have this fantastic race to the finish line. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, but
3
Chicago's starting to
volleyball
assert a
with-
little bit more. Oh, wow, Chicago. Yeah, they're
and
going
there's
to
the
be
first red
passing
buoy,
through.
So 250 to go. Let's see what happens.
Look at this. They're passing through the buoys just about the same time. It's going to be about 100th of a second to separate these crews out. But here comes the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, pushing their bow ahead. Northwestern going right with them,
Notre
not
Dame
to be
through.
outdone.
Notre Dame into the front now.
Impressive, and they are charging. This sprint is getting them everything they expected. They've been working on this all year. They are going and taking about a seat every 2 or 3 strokes. That is really impressive out of these guys as they close out one less red buoy after another.
The stroke from Notre Dame looked over for 2 or 3 strokes, then just put his head right
Put
back
his head
down.
right down and said, I got work to do.
We're going to do this now.
And it's working, so we're going to see,
That's
I
a
believe,
great move.
the
Great
guys
race
out of
here.
South Bend.
Our mystery shot. There we
There
go.
it
Notre
is.
Dame
Wow, what a
almost
charge.
a full length now.
Northwestern taking that second spot.
Yep.
Chicago taking the third.
Michigan having moved up length over a length on Bucknell.
And Florida, just a little bit of overlap down to Stern there. What a great race that was. A lot of Midwest speed.
So I'm glad they could reset that, whatever the issue was, and come back. So we'll be moving on to another 4 here in the women's varsity 4, also a C final. 6 crews straight across UC Davis, UNH, Oklahoma State, Virginia Commonwealth, Virginia Tech, and Michigan State. So the 2 in-state crews right next to each other. I've got to imagine they've been seeing each other.
Seeing
most
each
of the
other a
spring.
lot.
And it looks like Michigan State out in front there.
Yep, so from the left to the right side of your screen is just how Charlie read it out. UC Davis on the left, UNH, University of New Hampshire, holding their own with Oklahoma State. VCU, a little bit off the speed of those first 4 crews, not dropped yet. They still have half a length overlap. And then that is the Hokies, Virginia Tech, and Michigan State leading the pack here. But just like that last race we saw, this is 5 boats with overlap. And I don't think VCU has, I don't think UC Davis, okay, I think a little bit of overwater off of the
And they're
VCU
just through the
club now.
1,000 there. So there's still the second half of the race to go. And, in fact, it's whoever wins this third 500 tends to win the race, although we just saw those Notre Dame freshmen novice crew sort of do it in the last 500, really put a slow on. We have
And yeah, as
lane
you say
5 pushing up here a little bit.
yeah, the Hokies made a big move coming into the third 500. As you said, the winners of the third 500, on average, tend to cross the line first. And yeah, looks like the Hokies are taking the initiative at the moment.
So you can just see, an inch a stroke, 2
Yeah.
inches a stroke. It's not like some big sudden step on the accelerator.
No, and it's
go.
never, it's a lot of novice got into this. I'm sorry, this isn't novice
This
anymore.
is a
Never mind.
varsity
A lot of
sport,
athletes
yeah.
get into this sport and they think like, it's just going to be one big stroke. No, it's 240 strokes and all of them as hard as you can go. It's 2 just slightly distinct difference of rowing styles in that Virginia Tech crew and the Michigan State crew, who Michigan State really hunkering down, squeezing a little bit more on their front end, bodies hanging over as the knees drive down. Virginia pretty upright, so as soon as those oars press in, they are kicking off, and it's a pretty dynamic stroke, and it's really you pick your style, make sure that everybody in the crew knows how to do it, and see what works for you. A couple years ago, or even 10 years ago, everybody was trying to do everything that was coming out of Australia, a very distinct rowing style. So many different types work, so long as you are driving the legs down. Because I think Virginia Tech made a move, but the Michigan State Spartans are still holding on. Yeah, they absorbed it. So these crews, I think I'd say just half a stir bow deck.
Even more. Michigan State putting a nice long attack. They're 2 beats lower or so than VCU. I think VCU getting the blades in a little bit more often, but that means Michigan State has somewhere to go.
And the Cowpokes from Oklahoma State, Stillwater runs deep. They are pushing themselves into that third spot there, ahead of VCU, ahead of University of New Hampshire. They are putting down, great work. So this is that. It's a little bit more upright. It's definitely that stroke seat. That's a long, tall person, and they are stepping and swinging, leading their crew between the buoys down the line. Just about half a length. I think they're trying to take a seat per stroke if they can here. Seat every 2 strokes. So now the 3
You
seat.
can see the difference in the stroke ratings just sort of looking at the two next to each other. Looks like Michigan State is realizing that they need to answer now.
They got to go because 3 seat is now aligned or can look directly at the bow ball of the Michigan State crew, and I think they want to put that way back in the rear view mirror.
I do wish that 2 woman was getting a little bit more forward and getting over, but in this sprint sequence, she's sort of just making sure she's getting up and getting her blade in.
Yeah, and it's effective, but you drill for every day, every season, early mornings, long afternoons, hopping on the workouts on your own time. So whatever you've trained yourself to do, that's what you got to base on right now, because there's no tricks that you can pull. You are in this spot, pain cave, working your hardest. Everything on 100%.
And Virginia Tech, that crew is going.
They're gone.
The blades are matched up nicely. The power is matched up nicely, pushing the blade off the water nicely, and it's working on Michigan State. In fact, it looks like we have another crew on the other side starting to come up.
Yeah, that Oklahoma crew in the yellow shell. Oklahoma State crew, sorry, in that yellow shell. But we are just about to cross through the line. Virginia Tech in the first place spot, followed by the Michigan State Spartans. Followed just barely open water, Cowpokes from Oklahoma State, and the club from VCU. Followed by,
Davis.
Yeah, followed by New Hampshire, followed by Davis.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all those athletes. Well rowed.
Great end of the season, and this is what you're going to see all day is crews just, they're emptying the tank at the end of these races now. There's nothing to hold back, no second race to worry about. Our next race is almost down, and this is the men's varsity 4
C level final.
So you'll see a little bit of contrast in styles, but not of intensity and not of effort for sure.
No.
So in lane 1, we'll see Florida State, lane 2, Michigan State, lane 3, Vanderbilt, lane 4, Western Washington, lane 5, Texas Christian, and lane 6, Bucknell. And they're just past 1,000. Hopefully they'll come up on the monitor soon.
I think the middle crews are a little bit up and ahead from where I'm seeing it, so I think it is the yellow-orange blades.
Yeah, that's Vanderbilt. Actually, it looks like we only have 5 crews out there unless there's some overlap.
There's one crew further back.
So out front, I think is Western Washington.
Yeah, that's right. That's orange blades there. My first time seeing Western Washington here. Maybe I just haven't been around for a while. Texas Christian, also great to see them here too. I think this is their only entry here, so they're trying to make the most of it. Western Wash guys out of Belleville, a lot of strong rowing history, women's D2 program, one of the better ones in the country. Got the matching neon green hats. Very Seattle area. So they're punching their way up, closing in on
Texas
this last.
Christian is starting to put a move right here, coming right back up into them, or trying, and actually it's working.
And Bucknell's trying to do the same thing, but Bucknell is also contending with those crews 4 lanes away from them, MSU and Florida State, who are still fighting. They haven't quite dropped them.
Texas Christian, they're making an impressive move into Western Washington. Closing some water there, moving the bow ball up. I'm sure the coxswain's calling for them. You know that the crew next to them is seeing them. Just a little bit more directness in their blades coming down to the water, little bit more ability to move. But now the advantage of being out in front is that you can absorb that a little bit and respond, which it seems like they're doing. But it's turned into a much more fun race here.
It's a really impressive race. So, still Western Washington holding on to the lead by a seat or 2. Texas Christian trying to fight that and make it a uncertainty when they hit the red buoys who is going to hold that top spot. Michigan State in 3rd place right now. I just got to say, really great work by the Michigan State program this year. I've seen nothing but great rowing from all the crews that you've all brought. Really impressive to see. Just every level that you guys have.
Michigan State and Bucknell in quite a race
as
well.
A little bit off the screen. We'll get back to them in a second.
Although here we have a little charge out
of
Texas
here comes
Christian.
Texas Christian. They are making the same move that Notre Dame made in that novice 4 a little bit earlier. They are trying to take a seat every 2 strokes. They're cutting through the debris. It's a good line from the coxswain. Not the debris so much, just some leaves on the course. And they are a little bit ahead now.
Barely. Is it? We can't quite tell because
Oh,
of the angle. We're not
I
sure.
think it's super even the way those buoys are coming
and
through.
They're almost on.
No, they're ahead.
Who is?
Texas Christian. Look at that. They're
Christian.
charging.
Gotcha. Just by a little bit, and you can see the different surge in those 2 different bows. It's still going to be who's on the surge.
It's coming down to it. It's
Texas
TCU.
Christian just by a little bit.
Horned Frogs, and then Michigan State in that 3rd spot. Bucknell here in that 4th spot, followed by Florida State.
And so we have Vanderbilt coming down the
course, essentially paddling.
So perhaps they were excluded for a reason. Again, not speculating.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Not speculating, but that is likely. If you are late to your start, you can be excluded from your final, and they will run the race after. So best of luck to those guys as they make their way down the course. But great race here. Sub-7 scores for these events, varsity 4s and C finals, so it's going to be really exciting to see what happens in the AB finals for these events if the weather holds and the water stays the same. 6:56, 0.3 of a second separating TCU and Dub. Really well raced from that all crews. Following this, we're moving back to the sculls. We're moving back to the sculls singles for a bit. We're going to have B final and then grand final for the women's scull and single scull, and then the men's petite and grand final. B final as the simple nomenclature, grand final, petite final, and the classic version of the sport. So this B final, go ahead.
That's all we have left for the day is B finals and A finals.
Yes.
Except for the one thing in the varsity 8s, you get a full flight of the race. So the men's and women's varsity 8s, the men will go from an E final.
That men's C final for the double that started on the course this morning and then stopped midway through the race.
But in terms of the schedule of the regatta now, we keep moving up. And so it's A and B finals for all the events. In the 2 varsity 8 events, you'll get the full flight of finals at the end of the day.
Yes.
Just because those are the big events, and those are, in theory, the 8 best athletes on in those programs, and everyone gets to be celebrated at that level.
Right. It is just past the top of the hour. We got started about an hour ago with the early morning racing. Thank you for joining us. There is so much great college rowing going on this weekend, some high-level junior rowing going on this weekend, except for a couple event cancellations.
We know you have choices when
we
you
know
fly.
You have choices. I appreciate you joining us. Hopefully it's not only because we're not behind a paywall. Hopefully it's because of the quality of the stream, or you have athletes here you care about, or you like what we're talking about. So top of the hour, here we are.
This is Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog.
And Christian Yu.
So hit us up in the chat there to let us know where you're watching from.
Let's
look
be great.
To see who's the furthest away. Almost certainly there's a parent in New Zealand or something like that watching someone row, and we want to know that.
So these crews are lined up. They're locked in. We pointed it out yesterday. So the part of the dock that is holding them, there's a person there. Yes, the finger. Stake boat holder, volunteer, sitting out there all day, hopefully with sunscreen on, to hold the crews and align them so there's perfect alignment to start for a fair race. So those are extended all the way out towards the course because it's a single. It's a pretty small shell all in all. When we get back here for the 8s later today, those fingers are going to be pulled all the way back because if you started the 8s this far up, it'd only be like a 1,900-meter course. Exaggerate a little bit, but it would be really far down the course to start. So they'll pull those all the way back so the crews are lined up for 2,000 meters. Really great that we are being hosted by Oak Ridge Rowing Association on Melton Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee for a wonderful course for a great day of racing. These crews are aligned. From the left to the right side of your screen, we have K.U. Chen from Rice University, Natalie Staley from Orange Coast, Qingwen Shi from Clarkson, Katrina Schneider from University of Cincinnati, and Eva Kirschner from Georgia Tech. Yes, I believe she's moved in actually to lane 5. Hey, looks like Alexa Miller has made it out here. So Alexa Miller, lane 5, Eva Kirschner from Georgia Tech in lane 6.
Yeah, as we await the start here. Again, this is the B final, so places 7 through 12 in the country in this women's single. The favorites here out of the middle lanes are She out of Clarkson and Schneider out of Cincinnati. Those are your top two qualifiers. Based off of the times here, we had particularly gusty conditions yesterday, so I would take this with a grain of salt if you're trying to compare times. But Katrina Schneider out of the University of Cincinnati looks to be well out in front according to these times. 27 seconds to the nearest competitor yesterday out of these semifinals. But as we have a start, it's going to none of that matters now. It's just who crosses the line first today.
Yep, they got to prove it now. Early start. Qingwen Shi from Clarkson is out. Probably the straightest line down the course so far to start the morning. Great work. They are being closely contended by Katrina Schneider from the University of Cincinnati, the Bearcats, and Alexa Miller from Florida, with the crew from Georgia Tech slightly behind the pace, having a little bit of trouble with their steering, and the crews in lane 1 and 2, Chen and Staley from Rice and Orange Coast, respectively, holding on. But a really great line here. Not open water on anyone yet. Overlap between all three crews, so they're going to keep pushing it down the line. They're still in their starting strokes, their starting speeds. And we'll see them in about another minute make that shift down to base pace and see what that does. Does that help them extend their pace out, or does that help other crews come back and catch up on them a little bit?
Yeah, it looks like that athlete out of lane. I think that's She out of Clarkson at the moment, currently with the momentum half a length over Schneider out of Cincinnati. Those are going to be your two leaders contending for 7th and 8th, respectively, in the country. As we come down to the second 500, I believe that's the 500-meter buoy coming up on the left side with that a little bit of a larger yellow buoy on the yellow side. Those indicate 500-meter intervals. It looks like perhaps Schneider may be gaining a little bit of momentum.
We are actually looking at the grand final of the women's single, which is what I was pausing there for a second about.
Yeah,
I see the purple from St. Thomas, Julia Rodrigue, who set a great time on the course, and Raquel Bennett from Long Beach State. So sorry about that. If you were waiting for this, here we are. Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State is in lane 1. Sophia Segura from Virginia Rowing Association is lane 2. Former coxswain for the Wahoos, Julia Rodrigue from St. Thomas out of Minnesota, is up in the lead right now, followed by Raquel Bennett, followed by Kaylani Doring from Colorado State, and Abigail Danielle was the one who's having a little bit of trouble a little bit earlier. So this is the grand final. This is it. This is for medals. Julia Rodrigue has put down great pacing in all races she's put on the course so far this weekend, and that is the same case here. She's keeping Raquel Bennett slightly in her sights, but this is a very internal race. I would compare it more to marathon running, where you have so much you need to worry about for yourself. You don't need to strategize too closely until the very end of the race about what the other people are doing around you. You just need to set base speed and attack, and she's now opened water on Raquel Bennett out of Long Beach State.
Yeah, this is for national championship and medals on the line here with the A final now. And did you mention that Rodrigue was a former coxswain?
That's the lane 2 from Virginia.
Oh, Sophia Segura. Gotcha. Still impressive nonetheless for the singles, a very, very deep event. And here we have the pleasure of seeing such a large entry pool year in and year out in the singles, especially.
It's
so
only
really great
expanded.
to see.
We're lucky to see that we have 3-4 levels of finals in the single on the men's and the women's side. Raquel Bennett putting down a really commanding pace, trying to hold herself within a close margin of Julia Rodrigue in case as she picks up a sprint, she can close in on that a little bit. Kaylani Doring also asserting herself way ahead of the second, third of the pack there. I believe Sophia Segura out of Virginia slightly ahead of Sophia Whitman out of Northwestern State. Abigail Danielle a little bit further back. She was having some steering trouble earlier in the race. Hopefully that doesn't plague her all the way through.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Rodrigue and Bennett as they come into the second half of this race. Now, Rodrigue and Bennett were the two winners of their respective semifinals, and both of them won by pretty comfortable margins here.
Right.
So this is the first time they're going to be seeing pretty close competition with one another. And yeah, it looks like Rodrigue is currently taking a little bit of an open water, now about half a length of an open water margin. She's putting down a middle move to try and secure her title of national champion.
So yeah, and they've done the same to the rest of the field, but not so much to each other. The margins here is going to be really hard for Raquel Bennett to work her way back up and overlapping with Julia, but it's still a remarkable push and press out and away. They're a little bit past the 1,000 meter mark, coming up to our line of sight. The rowing looks great, calm water, so you can see some technical expertise. This rower from St. Thomas, I've seen a lot of small boat specialty out of actually both these clubs, but specifically St. Thomas and some of the small sculls. Really long. She has this great bow-loaded shell, I think a carbon fiber rigger. So a lot of that force is sending its way into the bow on every stroke she has. And I'm sure the heart is pumping really hard. Lungs are burning, but she looks calm as ever. Great look from Raquel Bennett here. Maybe 1 or 2 beats down on the stroke rate, but really effective meters per stroke.
Yeah, like you said, today we got some beautiful, beautiful conditions for these single scullers, just to worry about going fast and not about negotiating the conditions.
Correct,
as opposed
yeah.
to yesterday. So beautiful conditions for finals day here at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, at Melton Lake.
We got a great zoom in on Kehlani Doring out of the Colorado State Club. We saw a couple of their fours coming through with a lot of speed. She is also long, strong, and powerful, holding on to the third spot. She, I think, has a pretty strong lead over the next 3 crews, although Sophia Segura from Virginia is making a charge up. So this is for medals. They are really trying to secure the end of their year, a long year of academics, and chosen sports on top of that. A lot of these, these are all clubs, so not a lot of the breaks come their way that varsity sports get. They need to schedule their own practices, second sessions on top of their class. They don't really get the select scheduling. So a lot of hard work, the metaphorical blood, sweat, and tears going into this. Kehlani Doring out of Colorado State, still strong in that third spot, but I got to imagine she's keeping an eye on Sophia Segura, making sure that she doesn't close in any closer to overlap so she doesn't lose that near certainty for a third place medal. Raquel Bennett's also making a move here now on the St. Thomas single sculler, and it's just about 1 set of buoys separating them now. So this is some really interesting closing speed that we haven't had to see Raquel Bennett need to put on because she's been so far in the lead in all these other races. So let's see what this does. It's a really good pin up at that front end. She puts herself in a spot where really wide reach out. Those sculls can get a really strong length to the bow, but all that power comes through the middle in a very effective way.
As the buoys changed red, that signifies the last 250 meters between separating Rodrigue and a national championship. If Bennett wants to do anything to challenge for a national championship, she needs to do it now, because Rodrigue continues to have an open water advantage, and it's coming down to the line now.
Yep, you can see the tower in the background. They're keeping an eye on them. They'll take these official times, but I think Rodrigue, she responded with her own move, and it's now about 1.5 sets of buoys, maybe 2 sets of buoys worth of distance between their 2 crews, and the sprint comes, trying to notch the fastest time they can to secure their medals. First medals for their clubs to take home all weekend. St. Thomas just shy of first place.
The single sculler is notorious for being one of the mentally and physically hardest, most difficult boat classes to row, and Rodrigue out of St. Thomas is going to be the top of them all. She wins the national championship here at the ACRA National Championships in the women's single. Raquel Bennett, very good fight to hold on to silver, and the fight for bronze is not over yet.
Not over yet. Congratulations to the first 2 crews. Great closing speed there from Raquel Bennett. Well rowed. And we are going to see just a moment if that was Kehlani Doring is holding on and opening up her third place spot, or if she's being challenged by Sophia Segura out of Virginia, out of Charlottesville. They will be coming up soon. I think closely followed from Virginia will be that crew from Northwestern State out of Louisiana, and then the Illinois crew. And it's a charge.
Ooh,
It's
here we
going to
go.
be come right down to the wire, and I think Kailani is going to hold on to that bronze
Just.
spot. Great row, great pickup in speed from Sophia, and great work closing it out from Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State. Race number 2, or I should say the B final for this event, is following us. I think they one of the rowers was unable to make it to the line this morning. They might have held to wait for them and move through protocol as a late start. But we are about 600 meters to go left in the B final. It looks like it is the crew out of Cincinnati up in the lead. Yes, that's going to be Katrina Schneider up in the lead of the B final. Yep. In this entire event for the B final, which will be on your screen in a second, will be Keiyu Chen from Rice University, Natalie Staley from Orange Coast, Qingwen Shi from Clarkson, Katrina Schneider from Cincinnati, Eva Kushner from Georgia Tech. And yes, that is a commanding lead from Katrina Schneider, who's been doing it all weekend, rowing very well. Qingwen Shi, I'm surprised to see just a little bit behind. That is Natalie Staley from Orange Coast. Qingwen Shi had a lot of great rows early this weekend. And just missed out on that A final, but looks like that crew, that rower from Orange Coast, is doing a great job to establish herself in the second place spot. So these crews are fighting for the 7th through 12th spots overall in the country at the event this weekend.
Yeah, and Qingwen she put a lot of energy out yesterday to get that. And sometimes
Truly.
you come back the next day and it's a little bit harder to sort of rouse yourself up. You really can only go to the well once in the weekend fully. You can put yourself on the edge, but it's very hard to really go deep, and I think she did yesterday. So you can see now image coming
Great shot.
from the head side of the course. And hard to read. It's sometimes hard to read with this much depth, but as they've gone past us, pretty clear separation. Maybe a race in there at third and fourth. It looks like to me that Keiyu Chen from Rice is trying to make a move up in there. A lot of energy on her blades.
Yeah, I think she's trying to make a move up on the single sculler from Clarkson, but the crew from Orange Coast is still firmly in that second place spot in this B final.
Absolutely. And now you can see from the side, by the time we get to the end of these singles races, sometimes there's a fair amount of separation. The smaller the crew, the less averaging you get to do about speed. So when you have 8 people in a boat, all of their stuff, all their forces average together or add together, but then average out to be much tighter variation between crews. Than in a single, it can just be exactly what you have. So you get these, even at the international level, you can get more spread out races. Although the tightest Olympic final is was still between Mahi Drysdale and
Manson?
And no, Mahi Drysdale
Demir.
And Demir Martin.
Right.
So
through the line, we have Katrina Schneider with the commanding victory in that B final, followed by Natalie Staley, followed by Qingwen Shi from Clarkson, followed by Keiyu Chen from Rice, and Eva Kushner will be holding on. Pretty soon on your screen, you're going to see the men's B final as well underway. They're closing in on the last 500 of their race, and that should be the crew from New St. Andrews out and ahead, closely contested by, I believe, if I'm reading that right, is that Ben Pollock from Suwannee? Hard to see. So it's that time of morning where the blades all seem to look the same color. The sun's on all the shelves back. A little bit of tough differentiation.
That's Torsai up front.
That's Torsai up front.
And then I think it's Ben Pollock from,
I think it's Josh Gabrinsky up front from New St. Andrews in lane 2.
Gotcha.
No, Malloy's a little bit better. Oh, yeah, that's right. It is Malloy. Lane 3, yeah. So lane 1 is Lucas Root from Kansas. Lane 2 is Josh Gabrinsky from New St. Andrews, who we see in the middle of our screen right there. And that should be, yes, Joey Malloy from Loyola Marymount University up in the lead. Torsai Kiernan fighting for that third place spot. Benjamin Pollock, that is correct, from Suwannee University of the South in the second place spot. Samuel Mallon from Michigan State just a little bit behind the pace. So this is tight. This is a tight race.
Up in there again, you've seen a crew out in front pushing up. And then the other three behind, there's still some overlap. Again, as we said, with these small boats, you can pick the boat speed up and make a big move, have some pretty dramatic sprints in some ways. We'll see whether that happens or not. And as you look at it from up top, you can see really the only overlap here, and it's not or almost overlap, is between second and third.
Yeah, but tight contest there. Not overlap yet, but the crew from Chicago is hoping to change that as soon as possible. Joey Malloy looks like he's picking it up into a sprint. Those handles moving in, out, and he's trying to touch.
Metronome there.
Yep, tap that shell up.
Doing a little presto
Ben
work.
Pollock from Sewanee, he's back again after a good row here last year.
He has
University
taken
of
that
South.
rating up pretty high. You can just see that it's quite interesting.
And they're going stroke for stroke. Torsai Kiernan trying to hold on in the middle there for the third spot. This B final. Here comes LMU. They had a lot of supporters on shore cheering loud and proud for Joey coming in for the first spot, helping propel him to the finish line. Ben Pollock from Sewanee, Torsai Kiernan from Chicago taking the top 3 spots in the B final for the men's single scull.
And so we'll move on with the sort of movement of a few heats here and there, a few finals here and there. With some equipment issues, the referees have now gotten everything back
on
schedule by pushing those 3 singles fairly close together, and that B final just went off exactly on schedule. So we should be seeing a start here for the men's single grand final. It's going to be looking forward to this. We think we have 2 pretty amazing scullers out there in Ethan Penny from High Point in lane 3 and Ryan Muldoon in lane 4 from Clarkson. But, some of these other guys,
not to be
Oscar
left behind,
Agostini,
Maxwell Dwalkwood from George Mason has also put down some great pieces so far this weekend. Brandon Lelu and Oscar Agostini from UC Santa Barbara, not to forget Jonathan Evers from Wake Forest, are all they're going to be hungry.
They are. It's, I think we're already seeing it from the overhead shot there. We're already seeing Ethan laying down some smack.
Way out ahead, but 4 crews in the fight for second. This is medals on the line here. First, some of these crews might be the first medals their programs will be taking home this weekend. So, yes, from left to right, that will be Brandon Lelu from St. Thomas. His teammate Julia Rodrigue just took home the gold in the women's single scull. Oscar Agostini in UC Santa Barbara. Ethan Penny out ahead. Ryan Muldoon in the green shell from Clarkson. Maxwell Dwutkin in the red shell from George Mason. Jonathan Evers just a little bit off the pace, and I think Maxwell
is pushing up there a little bit.
Yeah,
in lane
he's
5. Yeah.
It's just inches ahead of Ryan. I think Ryan's base pace is going to stretch him out to at least reclaim that even pace. And Oscar, great work there. 3/4 of a shell overlap with Ryan out of Clarkson.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how much Ethan he's had some. That's a pretty aggressive cadence he has going. I think he's trying to put down as good a performance as he can here, and
I think so.
Been dominating his races so far. We were hoping that Ryan would really get up there in there, and it's a much closer race than he's seen so far.
Yes, I think the whole field in this A final is even closer than what I remember from seeing last year, which was well rowed. But I know Ethan Penny was out and ahead of the group. A single sculler from Cincinnati was doing a great job. I think he either graduated or transferred in the single scull. Big guy. And then another rower from Michigan took the top 3 spots. But I know that Michigan rower, as good as he was in single, also just popped in after some 8s, and 4s rowing. So I think all 5 of these crews looks like people who've dedicated a lot of time to the single this spring.
So what is happening here is that Maxwell from George Mason and Ryan from Clarkson are racing each other pretty hard and pushing each other back up.
Here's Ryan. I don't think it's base pace. I think he's up a little bit higher than that, but he has established about half a length of a lead over Maxwell. We'll see if he can hold that if Maxwell doesn't respond or can stretch out his base to match Ryan Muldoon out of Clarkson.
Yeah, so tighter racing than we've seen in a great race here for silver. And Ethan's not that far up, but here we see Ethan from on top, very, very controlled, shoulders down, very nice motion. That's base pace rowing there. That's just, I'm going. I'm not right on the edge. I don't have to be up on my sprint on the edge of my sprint work. Looking around, making sure he's seeing the entire field behind him and knowing where he is. Just very, very efficient. No extra motion in there anywhere.
Yeah, Ethan Penny is the defending ACRA national champion, and he would have come here expecting to pull off another victory, but not to be outdone is Muldoon out of Clarkson putting in
Who's closing on him?
a base pace. He is the current. He is the current. Last week he was able to win the Dadvale Championship in the men's singles. So, and we had a little bit of a similar case here in the women's single. The two singles scullers out of the middle were largely uncontested for the majority of the weekend. So, the top two seeds, Penny and Muldoon. There's Muldoon in your screen now. Finally being able to race each other, and the Clarkson sculler starting to move.
Yeah, I think Ethan is responding. You can see his rating has gone up just in the last 15 strokes or so.
Yeah, because he still has the command over this
they're
race.
Also about 750 meters from the finish now.
They do have command over this race, but Ryan has opened up. So, again, I think he's a little bit higher than base pace here, but he has dropped Maxwell Dwelkin, who's still
definitely made the jump off to the other level, which is a really hard thing to do mentally, emotionally in a singles race, to jump from being against one guy and get yourself up there. But Ethan responding here, and really sort of now I think we're starting to see a sprint row.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight for the national championship down to the line as they are approaching the final 500 meters. Muldoon in the second half of this race has begun to close, but we'll see if Ethan Penny, he's got a wealth of experience in the single, even going up against some of the elite scullers in the national team system in the past few years. So we'll see if he has enough experience.
Just gave a little there
yeah, he
in
has.
The middle of his,
we'll see if he has.
He's going.
We'll
but
see.
He also that also though lets Ryan know that he's right there.
But yeah, Ryan is. This will be. With all due respect to Ryan, this will be a tremendous upset if he's going to be able to pull this off, and he continues to move here. Will Ethan Penny have the experience?
Some upset fever, possibly.
Will Ethan Penny have the experience to fight off this charge? I don't think he would have come in expecting to be challenged for this national championship, but Muldoon really putting in a charge.
If he didn't expect it, then he's vulnerable, right? You have to not script your race, particularly in a single, and it's just you and just the other guy there. What I do see is nice tight puddles out of Ethan.
Right.
He's still more efficient, and he's starting to go, but they're at the same boat speed. So the question is, how much energy did Ryan have to spend to make
He's
that
spending
jump?
a lot. That is a long stroke, one that he is putting everything on. The leg drive is sending a lot of force back.
Continuing to eke in there a little bit. It's going to be a
great
full
shot. These guys
sprint
are going
into the
stroke for
finish
stroke,
here,
blades
absolutely.
matching.
And they're coming in to the red buoys pretty soon.
Yeah, if Muldoon wants to shock the
There's the
ACRA
red buoys
world,
right
he's
there.
going to have to make the move now, and he looks like he's going.
Look at the
rate. Look at the rate for Muldoon in second place. He's now closed the lead to only half a length over Ethan Penny now. Ethan Penny trying everything he can to defend.
That higher rating is not efficient for Muldoon. He went up and he just dropped.
And that's the experience being shown by Penny, as there's the overhead view. There's still nip and tuck at the moment. Penny trying to defend his national championship title and in position to do so, but Muldoon trying to upset the reigning national champion. We'll see as we come down to the line.
Muldoon has gone back up. He's going back up there. It's not going to be enough, but
Penny's
boy, did
hold
he make
on.
this a race, man.
What a race here. Penny wins the national championship for the second year in a row. Muldoon across the line, very, very well sculled there from the Dadvale champion to take the silver medal. A little bit of a splash there from Penny. Very, very exciting race. That's a great charge. And sub 7:30 for Ethan Penny as well. And the sculler from George Maceman, Maxwell Dwelkin, will be able to hold on to round out the podium for bronze. So congratulations to our medalists. Ethan Penny retaining his national championship.
So one way to read those results is that Ryan went from going at about a 7:45 pace to going up to a 7:30 pace. Got 15 seconds faster in the last 1,000.
Yeah, really impressive. Great work. Maxwell Dwelkin working his tail off to secure that third place spot, that bronze medal. Here you are, your medalists from the men's single. Brandon Lelou from St. Thomas, 7:52. Fourth place, Oscar Agostini from UC Santa Barbara, 7:54. And we'll see Jonathan Evers through the line very soon. Congratulations to all those men in the single scull. Keeping with the scull, we're going to move on to the women's double petite final in just about a minute. They should be on the course soon if they have not already started.
Yeah, some of the small boats serving up some of the most exciting racing we've seen so far today. So great, well done by those single scullers on the men's side there for putting on a show. Everybody needs to take a breath here, I think, in the commentary booth for a second. As
we're all looking at each other saying, "You talk, no, you talk, no, you talk."
We all got to mentally recover here as we go on to the next event. Still awaiting a start at the moment. That is, like Eddie said, the women's double B final. So moving back into some of the placement finals now. Again, this is for 7th through 13th in the country. 7th through 12th, sorry, in the country. And it looks like on here now we do have a start. Again, you can find all results and the remaining scheduled events on here now. They do a great job of updating everything in live time. So, and you can also see which events are underway thanks to some of the times that are running in some of these events. And you can see if you're on herenow.com right now, the women's double B final, you can see that time ticking on the right-hand corner of the banner, and that means that event is underway, so we'll get the drone picture to you momentarily. Catching back up to the start of this one. In Lane 1, we have Pittsburgh. Lane 2, University of Rhode Island. Lane 3, Vanderbilt. Lane 4, Chicago. Lane 5, Wichita State. And Lane 6, Nebraska-Lincoln.
So on the course now, again, from lane 1 through 6, you're going to see once it comes on your screen the crews from the women's petite final in the double. Pittsburgh, Gray and Kleckner, Luongo and Wyman from URI. In the lead is the Vanderbilt crew. And second
Still
right now.
nameless.
Nameless, mysterious crew. Barboriak and Wren out of Chicago. Tightly contested by the crew from Wichita State, Nickel and Graber. And then Nebraska-Lincoln, Arnold and Klingler in lane 6. So I think we are about right around the 500-meter mark. They're not in our eyesight yet. And there we go. Still see the road. Great work in this opening speed from the Vanderbilt crew. They've been impressive in all boats so far this weekend.
Absolutely, and again, by this time, what we've seen and what you can see here is 3 crews sort of, again, still in connection up in the front of this race as we sorted people down. Lane 2 there, Wichita State making a little move. Nice to move up into Barboriak and Wren from Chicago. And that, again, as we've seen before, bringing them a little bit back into touch with Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt responding, but those 3 crews, all within a length of each other, rowing about the same rating, rowing about the same base speed. It's how much more can you get out of each stroke a little bit? How much more efficient?
Yeah, how efficient can you be?
Or how much more are you willing to sort of go and lay it on the line at that point, which may or may not work over the course of the entire 2,000
Yeah, we just
meters.
saw a great race in the A final of the men's single in which this was around, crews overlapping with each other, and then one crew hit out of that first 500 on base speed a little bit more and said, I'm going to go. And we'll see if anybody here is willing to do that.
But Nickel and Graber making a move there from Wichita State. Shockers moving up. And you can see Vanderbilt responding to it. Everyone says, okay, we all got to sort of pay a little bit more here to get down the course.
Yeah. Wichita State trying to shock the world with this. Now just slightly in second place, but I think they're going to trade bow balls with the crew out of Chicago. Vanderbilt, long, strong again.
Vanderbilt has responded. There's a different level of speed going on here, a little bit more intent on sometimes you get out in front and sort of settle a little bit too much. You're still comfortable. Everything's still fine. You don't need to be there, but you see the move happening, and they clearly have the ability in this Vanderbilt double
Yes.
to pick the boat up and go at that point and say, okay, like, it's real. Let's go. This is the B final. Let's be seventh in the nation. And that's some gorgeous rowing.
It is, and it's fitting with everything we've seen out of the rowers out of John Miller's program in Vanderbilt from Nashville, Tennessee, which has a huge coaching staff. I think about 8 coaches in total at least, which I think if it doesn't rival the largest coaching staff here at ACRA, because I think it exceeds most other full-time, maybe not full-time, but coaching staff, about a coach per boat. So I'm sure these athletes have had a lot of attention on the water. Those coaches are actually out here first thing in the morning every day this week at 4 a.m. to clear the debris off the course that was accumulated overnight from the storms and other points of entry. So shout out to them for making this course available, ready to go for everybody.
And as we come into this, we can see that there was also another crew on the far outside that we couldn't see before.
Outside heat.
That's Pittsburgh, maybe, all the way over there. Gray and Kleckner.
Yes.
It's hard to tell in this shot from in the shadow.
It's just where the sun is. Everything.
Where the sun is, but as we can actually see them now with our eyes from where we're sitting, they're also up in that as well. So there's quite a fascinating race.
You mean I shouldn't just stare at the screen the whole time?
Hey, I know it's your generation.
I should look up and use my eyes to see the rest of the world. What a concept.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Vanderbilt is still holding on a lead, but yes, it is that Wichita State crew who are going to come, and they're going to contend, and they're going to challenge to see if Vanderbilt has the same closing speed that they had to open the race. Great work. They're looking out. They're looking at the competition around them, but hopefully they are still locked in on what they need to do to get to the line.
And Pittsburgh fans, you should be excited here. You're definitely in third and pushing up into second here. Against Wichita State, there's some real speed being generated here as we come to about 650 meters to go. So they're winding up into this finish, but just long enough that they can't just completely lay things down.
Right, and that Pittsburgh crew is really coming up to challenge Wichita State, and what we say a lot of times is when some crews are really neck and neck and having to outpush each other, it brings them up to the crew that's ahead of them, or it pushes them away, really brings them along. So I think Wichita State, maybe it's a little bit of my perspective, looks like they've established a bit more of a lead over Pittsburgh, but not a lot. Pittsburgh crew.
I think so, but that Shocker crew is already clearly in their sprint mode. Their blade work has gotten a little rough as a result. Still long over there in that Pittsburgh crew, so they still have, theoretically at least, if they have it, another gear or two to go hit.
Right.
But they've got to start going now because we also have the Chicago crew deciding to play in this game as well.
Yep. Yeah, they still are not out of the mix. They still have something to give going into the last 500. The crews from Rhode Island and Nebraska-Lincoln fighting each other pretty hard at the back of the heat here. They're about neck and neck there. But that Vanderbilt crew looks like they're taking very clean, very effective strokes. You can see, if we had a little bit lower angle from the drone, it would look like a mirror image. It would look like a single skull because the way those oars are going in
just on
perfect
the
time together.
outsides of your image right now, to go back to looking at the screen, you actually can see that's turned into quite a race here between Wichita State and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, neither one is going to cede any ground without having to give something away. Really great work, really long strokes from this crew out of Pittsburgh, the Three Rivers area. A little bit of extra steering there to stay in their lane. And let's see if that, those side-to-side movements, if they add up over time to pull away from Wichita.
To me, that looks a little bit still comfortable, but you could see the stroke talking to the bow and saying for something. And now they're starting to move a little bit.
Because,
picking it up.
I'm wrong about that. So a little bit splash there, but they are still pretty effective stroke over the next 250 meters. Wichita State has bumped it up, though. They're up 2 beats higher than the Pittsburgh crew, trying to regain that ground they lost a little bit. And now I think they're going all out. I think they need to empty the tank, and they're going to choose to do that, see if they can out-row that live
we'll see what
crew.
Happens, but that Pittsburgh crew is more efficient right now.
They are.
Just holding it together a little bit more.
Vanderbilt through the line first in the B final, and I think it's going to be Ooh, I think Pittsburgh.
I think it was Pittsburgh, but just
barely.
Yeah, boop,
Great
boop
race.
is what we heard.
Chicago running
Something's
through the
happened
line.
in that
Yeah,
crew.
it's too bad. Maybe something popped open in the oarlock. Strokesi's having trouble getting through. 858.475 in the Pittsburgh shell. 858. Ooh,
0.549.
Wow.
So, less than a tenth of a second.
incredible. And that is Nebraska Lincoln through the line. Incredible. Great work by Vanderbilt. Great work by Gray and Kleckner from Pittsburgh. Nickel and Graber from Wichita. Barboriak and Wren from Chicago. And here we go. This is the URI Ram through the line. And pretty soon we're going to see the A final coming down the course. They are past the 1,000-meter mark, past the halfway mark. They're
almost into the 1,500-meter mark, and we have the crew from Gordon College out in front. Really some gorgeous sculling. Now, the Michigan State crew is half a boat length open behind them, maybe.
Right.
But this Gordon College crew has been looking gorgeous all weekend, and actually so has this Michigan State crew.
Yeah, Michigan. Michigan State's is hanging on there. Oregon in the third spot, I think, pretty long and strong ahead of the rest of the field. So they're going to row their way.
Headley and Metcalf.
Yes, up to the bronze medal. But I think Michigan State is going to really challenge Gordon College here. Gordon Colleges have had a great recent history of phenomenal sculling. Coach Hopkins has instilled everything they learned as a sculler and as I believe, Division I rower into their athletes. They had come from a great tradition of sculling out of the Augustine Classical Academy, upstate New York. And there's also some siblings rowing in this program. So what we have right now, Gordon College in the lead by just a little bit of open water, not a boat length yet. Michigan State still hanging on there, nice and strong. We've only seen great rows out of Gordon College small boats the last few years.
And that Michigan State boat, Davis and Van E. In Dutch, I think it's Van A, but I don't know for sure. If anyone can give us the pronunciation, that would be awesome. Not surprising to see Dutch names in the west of
sculling
Michigan.
events. Oh, in the
west
west
of Michigan. Very, very solid. They've moved themselves out, and the third place crew right now from Oregon is just sort of again rowing, sort of in no woman's land there, right? Not up in the race for silver, and clearly
ahead of the rest of the pack. So they're going to take that Vespoli and they're going to put it to good use, earning themselves a medal. Gordon is starting to open it up. You can just see huge distance between their puddles as they take these strokes and try to walk away from Michigan State. Thanks for hanging on, but we are here to take the gold. Michigan State, a similarly great stroke and huge gap between their puddles, but I don't think they're going to have the same closing pace as this Gordon College Club double. Yeah, the drone has to work overtime to keep up with them. They're moving so quick. Oh, a little bit of an issue with that Gordon College stroke seats. That was finish line. Great work by Gordon College. Sorry, I couldn't see the.
Congratulations, national champions.
Congrats, national champions. Sorry, I couldn't see the buoys. And there we go.
Second place to Michigan State.
Third place to Oregon. Then coming through the line in that fourth place spot is the Washington State crew.
So 4.5 seconds between the crew from Gordon College, the crew from Michigan State. Again, Gordon just able to get out in front and control that race the whole way. But a nice gutsy row out of Michigan State there to
truly
keep pressing and keep pressing, not just let it say, oh, they're gone, so we'll just finish out.
Yeah, we'll back off now. They're not here to back off. Lafayette, I believe, through the line. And here comes Sewanee University of the South holding down the 6th spot overall in the country in the women's double. Coming up next on the course, not quite to the 1,000-meter mark, is the men's double B final, petite final. When we catch up to them in a second, I'll let you know. They're in lanes 1 through 6. Everything's going to be packed house the rest of the way home. Virginia, Liberty, Lafayette, Michigan State again, University of Georgia, and URI fighting in this B-level final. I believe that is going to be Georgia and Lafayette up fighting for the 1 and 2 spot. Close behind Lafayette is the crew out of Liberty. Second level of the event is the URI crew, Michigan State crew, and then I believe the Virginia boat just a little bit further behind.
It's hard to read these overhead shots. You have to try and read the lanes without having anything that shows you what the lane is. So we're sitting here counting 6 crews, from the left or from the right as we go across.
But the 2 crews up in the lead, again, believing that is Georgia and Lafayette, look like they are
3 and 5.
Just a little bit of open water, but not really. I think Lafayette is charging back. Here they are through the 1,000-meter mark and going to take the second half of their race to establish whether they want to take the win or if they want to try and let the other crew close the gap on them. Well,
yeah, that Georgia crew out in front and looking pretty comfortable, actually. Again, in both of these boats here, you can see some strokemen with some pretty good height in their upper bodies. So nice long leverage to be able to get out, create a solid long stroke through. Not unusual way to put the tall guy in the stroke seat and the shorter guy in the bow seat. It depends on all sorts of things.
And the good thing is I think their leg lengths are really the same. It's just a little bit different torso from the bowman. I got to talk to the Georgia coaches yesterday. Really impressive rowing by their crews this weekend. More crews than I think I've ever seen them enter here in this double. One of the faster entries they have. Great work, well coached by these guys. The legs, as they press down, they really squeeze down as the bodies swing back and back forward. There's not this rush to get up into the next stroke. There's this patience that the shell can run out as you transfer your weight back forward.
That's a very nice power-based stroke. If we're able to see the Lafayette crew, we can see them here. If they come into you'll see a different rowing style. And what happens is that, the body that you have, I know some people don't like that we talk about the rowers' bodies, but it changes the way that rowers have to approach the stroke. You can see here where you see both of them, you see a sort of shorter, quicker, strikier stroke coming out of the Lafayette crew, while that Georgia crew is optimized to take advantage of the length that they have.
So Lafayette, these guys out of Easton, Pennsylvania, came a long way looking for the 7th place spot in the country. I think this race between them, or this race trying to catch that Georgia crew, has pulled them up and ahead pretty far away from the Liberty shell that was close to them nearby in the early row. So I think they're going to take this and just try and close as much ground as they can on the UGA crew as they are now in that last 250 meters. We'll see the final times in a moment.
And so here is the Lafayette crew from the side. You can just see a different type of rhythm, a different approach to getting the blade in the water, really sort of spinning the boat along, which is often what lightweights do, get up and get going. And what we were seeing earlier was more of a power-based approach. But we're also they're in the red buoys there, so they're in their sprint, and everyone sort of goes up at that point.
Yeah, looking very even in the loads here between the lower and upper body, which is quite key to maintain efficient power to speed dynamics. So great to see that Lafayette crew, Georgia crew, I should say, across the line in first, followed by that Lafayette crew. We just followed that boat across the line in second place. So that was the top 2 in the B final, so securing 7th and 8th respectively in the country here in the men's double. One of the larger entry pools that required time trials and such. Yep. So to be 7th and 8th in such a large pool, very, very well accomplished by these crews. Liberty and URI falling behind in 3rd and 4th. And Michigan State and Virginia will be rounding out the pack. So congratulations to those gentlemen for a well-rowed race.
Congratulations to Werlin and Smith there for a really nice race, and for White and Marlin from Lafayette for really pushing. Great to see now these doubles really up at speed in the finals. So we'll be going to the grand final for a national championship here in any moment now. They should 2 minutes to their start time. We should see Avis and Wallace from Virginia Commonwealth in lane 1, Coburn and Keel from Sac State in lane 2, Johnson and Dool from William & Mary in lane 3, Lewis and Urch from Auburn in lane 4, Chernak and Dolcino from Clarkson in lane 5, and Tucker and Sawyer from Colorado State in lane 6. We have gotten some clarification from Michigan State mother that is Von A, which is what I thought. See, this is what you get for spending way too many years looking at Dutch documents for your academic life.
We are on the course. Oh, wait, am I wrong? We are on the. Yeah, we are on the course on the A final. Should be picking up on your screen very soon. It is in the first 500 meters here. It is a very interesting spread here. Kind of every other crew, one ahead, one behind, one ahead, one behind. Not the classic chevron that we expect from the way we are seated. So what we are going to see, Avis and Wilds out of Virginia Commonwealth, Coburn and Keel out of Sacramento State, Johnson and Dwell from William & Mary, Lewis and Urch from Auburn. I think they're their only shell here. Cernjak and Dolcino from Clarkson, who are out in the lead early, and Tucker and Sawyer from Colorado State. So I believe I see
that Clarkson crew
Clarkson
out in front
crew
right there,
out
very nicely,
early, and then second
water
place
at 1:30 in.
is, I believe, the Sac State crew, Sacramento State guys out of Northern Cal.
Coburn and Keel, leading their own little sort of mini chevron there.
Yeah.
Because you have Virginia Commonwealth and William & Mary. And then a little bit behind them, Auburn. So they're all pushing up on Sac State. We'll see what happens.
That third place
sort
spot
of means
is
Colorado State in 6 is sort of out in their own world a little bit, but they're totally in touch with what's going on. Second place right now, Sac State opening up a little bit, but it is the crew from Clarkson, Chernak and Dolcino, who are out and just really working. Again, we would appreciate help on pronouncing Chernak, if that's correct.
That third place spot is anybody's game right now. So the William & Mary crew is so slightly ahead of the VCU program and the Colorado State. But we watched, if you weren't with us already, for the men's single scull, something a little bit like this, and then a crew that wanted to come up and they wanted to take that medal walked up ahead into the field and challenge the number 1 crew. So we can move a little bit faster in these shells, right, with 4 sculls or 4 blades.
Absolutely,
so
they're about the speed off the line. They're about the speed of a 4.
Yeah. It is a lot of speed that these boats can produce, and then it settles out because it's only 2 rowers.
The difference here is that Clarkson crew is not settling into a pace.
No, they are.
They're settling into a racing pace.
Yeah.
And really sort of getting up there and going every
I think
stroke.
it's a character you can see. We saw in Ryan Muldoon's row in the single at this Clarkson double has as well. You open up, you have that base, and then click, go. So they have done that, and they've established the lead wide and ahead, and I don't think they're going to let anybody move back into that space that they've created
I don't
for
think
themselves.
so, because this is assertive, but it's comfortable. It's aggressive, but it's smooth, and that is something that they, I'm sure, have trained, done the work sort of 6 and 8 beats below this to be able to have all of the techniques stay in place, and also done their speed work to maintain it. So that you can see they're just continuing to walk away there.
I'd love to hear from the Clarkson crews, any of the athletes here, what body of water they train on up in New York. I'm not familiar with Potsdam, but whatever body of water it is great for sculling. They've had a lot of small boat success here. The guys from Sacramento State who were here last year, I believe in the same lineup, are in that second place spot, but William & Mary is trying to make a move up to close any of the open water, any of the margin, and put themselves in a spot where in that last 750 meters they can slingshot, walk their way up, and the guys from William & Mary just a little bit further ahead of the pace in the VCU, and the who was that Colorado State crews that were even with them early.
So in the crew that you're seeing on the screen, which I think is Sac State, right? You can see a slight difference in the shoulders and bow, just a little tight, a little up, and in the stroke seat, nice and low. Part of that is an adaptation to the difference in height because between the 2 rowers.
Yeah.
Because they want the oar handles to move at the same height. And this, as they come through in front of us,
that's the
Clarkson
Clarkson
is just
guys
moving away. But there's a great little move coming up here from William & Mary to try and get back on terms, as the English would say, with Sac State. Coburn and
Sac
Keel.
State long through the bow. I can see those elbows swinging through, cranking the oars as far to the body as they can. William Mary just a little bit more patient out of the bow, hopefully picking it up on that front end like a very Australian-style stroke. So they're moving themselves ahead into but a near certain second or third place. But I think William Mary has one more gear to go up.
Yeah, and in the 4th and 5th place, we have Colorado State in 5th, but making a really nice move here.
Yep, they're going to come up and
against
try and
Virginia
take things
Commonwealth
away from
trying to
VCU.
go. And they really can't see each other, not only because they're apart, but because the referee's launch is sort of up almost in the way, getting as far
almost
up
in the
as
way. They got to watch. They got to look at the cruise ahead to make sure.
They've got to follow the front of the race
steering is
without doing that, but a little bit of blocking the view. So it does look like in that little bit of time, Virginia Commonwealth has decided to go up into their sprint and solidify the 4th, just out of medals. But
yeah, here comes a huge sprint from the Sacramento State guys who are trying to open it up. The William and Mary guys well rode here. They're also picking it up and going. I don't think they're going to have what they need to close in, but this is a great pickup and send in speed.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, as we'll be coming into the finish line pretty soon here, you can see the crew out in front. That's just been Cherniak and Dolcino from Clarkson, who have been leading the whole way. You can see the race coming in behind them, though, in the left of that earlier shot. And they're going to come across the line first, winning a national championship. Congratulations to the rowers from Clarkson.
Yeah, congratulations.
Silver here, going to Sac State. And then William and Mary in 3rd. VCU in 4th, Colorado State in 5th, and Auburn 6th in the national final.
Congratulations to all those crews earning medals, I believe. Yes, so Clarkson, their second medal of the day, Sacramento State and William and Mary, their first medals of the weekend.
And a 7-minute row in that double, which is
really impressive. Club rowing sets up a lot of athletes for a great post-collegiate career of rowing. And even Brian Volpenheim, one of America's best Olympic rowers of the 2000s, ever, but especially the 2000s, a club rower himself, started at Ohio State. And something I love about it is, a lot of rowers pick it up and they walk on to their programs in college, whether they didn't have the chance to do it in high school or they didn't have the opportunity. So picking it up when you're 18, 19 years old, you finish in 4 years and you're like, oh my gosh, there's so much more I want to do with this sport. And I know so many rowers who have continued rowing, whether at a club sweep level to a high level, trying to go out and race at Masters Nationals, or really like Henley and Head of the Charles and Canadian Henley, or just getting in the single and staying out there and doing as much as they can to stay in touch with the sport, or continue to coach. I think if we look at the coaching trees of a lot of programs, a lot of them stretch back to crews that do well and come to ACRA year in, year out. So congratulations. Excited to see what happens to those double scholars, single scholars in the next couple of years who've made a really great splash in the program.
Absolutely. Staying in the small boat genre, I think we have the last 4 small boat races coming up here. Just double checking to make sure I'm saying something correct. Yes. Are the pairs. So we are done with sculling for right now, and we're all sweep from here on out. And we're going to be going to the women's pairs, and then the men's pairs, and then we'll be up into the 4s and the 8s for the rest of the day. So the women's pair B final, again, full B final, 6 crews across will be Callahan and Neidert from Pittsburgh in lane 1, Lowry and Schucht from Lafayette in lane 2, Jefferson and Becker from Swanee in lane 3, Shu and Hannum from Georgia Tech in lane 4, Mosier and Mosier. Again, we're assuming that they are sisters, but don't know for sure. Cincinnati in lane 5. Sisters, na 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 sisters. and Simonson and Foreman from Florida State. I'm glad I've gotten you off onto this sort of random singing bit here,
Sure.
Eddie.
You can thank my mom for Rosemary Clooney knowledge. All right, great race so far in the B final.
Back to rowing.
Tight spread. Almost no open water from any of these crews.
We have Pittsburgh
really
and Lafayette
good
out in front
pickup.
right now, but then right behind them, within inches, are the other three. My lineups have just been taken away from me, so I can't give you names or who's who. But I think we have. You can hear the referee steering Lafayette a little bit, trying to keep them in their space, and that those third, fourth, and fifth crews were Swanee, Georgia Tech, and Cincinnati. Still contact with all those five, and Florida State, who is not that far off. So we actually have 6 crews with some fairly good contact here. Still Pittsburgh in lane 1 on the far side of the course from us, out in front a little bit, but you can also see Georgia Tech with their bow up in there as well. 5 crews with overlap and 700 meters to go is
Yeah, this is a great race shaping up here. You got 5 boats in contention for the win. Florida State seems to be the only one with a little bit of a gap to make up to try and get into this lead bat. But yeah, it continues to be Pittsburgh. There is Lafayette in your screen now. Current holders is second place, but Lafayette is actually seems to be the fastest boat moving on the course.
They're
tracking
right
down
now,
Pittsburgh as they enter the last 500
and
meters.
Georgia Tech is going with them. So right as we're saying this, Lafayette is moving up into Pittsburgh and past Pittsburgh, which you'll see when you come on this. And so there's now almost 3 crews there, bow for bow, Pittsburgh, Lafayette, and Georgia Tech. And then still in contact bow to stern behind them are Lafayette and Cincinnati. So this is a heck of a race here if we get a shot that pulls it back out. The Lafayette crew, solid workwomanly rowing there going on. And as you can see, these three crews right across from each other, that being Pittsburgh, Lafayette, and Georgia Tech there. Looks like Pittsburgh still now eking out, half a seat. Their rating is up a little bit.
They're picking it up, and they're going just like their teammates did earlier in their racing this morning. This is going to be great. All 3 of these bow balls are closing in on the buoys at the same time. I think Pittsburgh just barely ahead, but I think pairs are a fast enough shell where you can close this gap in a matter of strokes, a matter of seconds, milliseconds, hundredths of a second.
And that's what Georgia Tech is doing.
That's what
right
they're
there.
doing.
You just saw right as we went, they were moving there. We can
really
see
composed.
Shu in the stroke seat and Hannum in the bow there. Very, very nice rowing. Hannum looking over and saying, "Yeah, we're moving. Let's go." Shu just staying focused and gritting her teeth and pushing to get in front. Still Pittsburgh in front there, but a little extra energy on those oars.
Good bend in that Pittsburgh stroke seat. You can go to work by bow, and they're not getting turned around. They're staying in there, mostly in their lane.
And here comes Lafayette.
Here they go.
So it's going to be a heck of a race. It's only the B final, so not like there are medals on the line here, but this is a great
There's pride
race.
on the line, though. 2 of these shells being the Hudson with the shark fin, and it's going to be down to the wire. Oh, I think it's just barely Georgia Tech.
I believe it's Georgia Tech.
Wow.
Through. I think you can see Shu lying down in the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. But I think they did it. There we are, Georgia Tech. Great move
844.3. Whoa, 7/100ths of a second separating.
Of a second in front of Pittsburgh. I'm sure they'll be checking that. And then 8:45.0,
wow.
just another
7/10 of a second separating Lafayette from
yep.
that. What a remarkable row. Moser following through Cincinnati's club rowing with 8:47.
2 seconds
That's
back.
a great pick. Wow, what an incredible fit. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the final. These crews I wish it could have been a 12-boat final.
Yeah, it would have been fun. I wish we had the lanes for that. Technically, you could do it at Ford Lake in Ypsilanti, Michigan, where we're going to have the big mega event for the summer in July. But I think they're only set up for 8 lanes there, actually.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from that B final. 7th in the country, earned by Georgia Tech there throughout the race. So congratulations to them. As we have a start already for the women's pair grand final, national championship, and medals on the line here for all the pride and the glory. In lane 1, we have Grand Valley. Lane 2, Michigan State. Lane 3, Virginia. Lane 4, Gordon College. Lane 5, Nebraska Lincoln, and Lane 6, WashU, and you have to expect another small boat out of Gordon College.
They were rolling pretty nicely there, and I do think they come in here as the first seed, having won their races. That said, the Virginia pair has been looking pretty strong too as well. We do know that Virginia, Frank Biller likes to get his crews out and moving early. So we'll see what kind of dynamic comes off the line. And we'll get that established as soon as we have some imagery. And here we are. Hello, and here comes our trusty drone turning around, and in fact, indeed, what we do have right now is Virginia out in front there, very nicely up and running. And so that's Freisinger and Anderson from Virginia, some open water. In second, actually, out here in lane 6 is WashU, who have had some really assertive small boat rowing, and then 4 boats, I kid you not, at a bow ball. So the shots you just saw of those 3 bows diving together, but with another one added, and they're overlapped and moving back up into WashU. But that Virginia crew just moving away with authority here, so much so that the referee has moved into that lane to sort of follow the race.
Yeah,
which is where they would anyway, but allows them to be a little bit closer.
They just crossed into the second 500 here. Signature marker from Oak Ridge is that little bit of a highway that it comes right down to the course.
750
yeah,
is where that
right
comes in.
after the first 500 buoy. So great pictures here of the course right now. But back to the race. WashU getting tracked down for that second place spot by, it looks like right next to them,
Nebraska
Lincoln
has made
the
that
move
up. And what you're starting to see here is that those 3 crews, Gordon, Nebraska, and WashU, are pulling each other up a little bit. Michigan State, Grand Valley sort of in lockstep with each other and perhaps keying on each other right now in the race and not necessarily seeing what's happening
and a little bit
all
steering,
the way on the over side.
And a little bit of steering from Nebraska Lincoln. It looks like they were very close to clashing there, Nebraska Lincoln. Both of those crews are actually very close to the buoy line that separates them, so not impeding one another. There's not one crew impeding the other. It's just a good, hard racing.
No, but you can see Nebraska Lincoln making their move, and as they do, it just looks like the bow woman is pulling port around.
They're getting really tight there.
That is close. That's overlapping oars. I'm sure there's some clacking going on there. So that may, in fact, since this is a grand final, right, you might see protest at the end if there was some
yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't know personally. You would have a lot more experience with this than me, Charlie. But I wouldn't fault either of those crews or put the pin on one crew or the other.
No,
if that were to affect. But it looked like they came away cleanly.
No, I disagree there. I think that the Nebraska crew was not in control of its
You think
course.
So?
Yeah, there was encroachment. They had been steering away and then they oversteered back. So they're the ones whose course was changing and coming back into the other crew.
I see.
So
I'll trust
now
you
I'm
on that
not
one.
the referee, and I don't know what the referee saw or didn't see. The way that works is if there is a protest, the referee hears it on the water at the end of the race. Not saying that there will be, but if there were, the boat will raise their hand and register that they have a protest. The referee hears it on the water. You could possibly get 2 protests, one from each, because each crew is going to have their own vision of what happened, right? Then the referee makes a decision on the water. which stands but is appealable on land.
Yeah, it looks like Nebraska Lincoln came away with that and is now taking a clear second place. And WashU being tracked down by now Gordon, and there on the outside is also Grand Valley in contention for the third place spot. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of that. But it continues to be the University of Virginia.
Cleanly out in front, gorgeous rowing, absolutely quiet blades going in, no splash,
Yeah.
just popping right in, and then they're pushing together. They figured out how to do this. There's some height differential between the two of them, and they're still figuring out how to make it work together. That's what I love about this boat. It shows that you can row very well in a whole range of heights that are in play, which is great. So they're out in front, and now Nebraska Lincoln, having gotten clear of the challenges there, is putting on quite a nice display of rowing themselves. Giving themselves some open water. Gordon pushing back up, really going after it to try and get up in third. They are in third, but still overlap there with Grand Valley, who's moved their way up on the outside. The WashU crew isn't out of it, and they are now in fifth, but still in contact with the third place crew. So if they can get back up into Gordon, it's going to be quite a race here, I think, for the bronze medal.
Yeah, absolutely here. It's going to be tight all the way down. Still less than 500 meters to go, but still quite a lot of water left to be rowed as there's a good shot of Gordon on the left. Nebraska Lincoln, your current silver medal placed crew out in front there, but it's all about the University of Virginia pair. They've been the class of the field this whole weekend and looking to put a stamp on a national championship as they come down approaching the red buoys.
This is the Nebraska Lincoln crew. Very nice, powerful connection to the water. Nice, those bodies hanging very nice. So you can see the arms getting stretched out. Very good connection to the water there. The leg press going right down together. That's why they're able to be efficient. But I could see, even here, you can see that they are hugging the left side of their lane. I think that bow woman is pulling,
and look at that. Here comes
the boat around a bit.
Here comes Grand Valley. You could just see on the side drone picture there as we get another overhead shot of Lincoln, Nebraska Lincoln. Grand Valley was starting to creep up on the big red, so we'll see if there's a defense. But Nebraska Lincoln answering the call there now.
Yeah, they're clear, I think. The question more is about that third place, which is going to be between
Grand Valley and Michigan.
Grand Valley and
Gordon. Yeah, good push there from Grand Valley to try and challenge for the silver medal. And here they go again, actually, now. Grand Valley, as the angle just changed there, we'll see. But coming across the line is the new national champions out of the University of Virginia. The Who's will get the win in the women's pair across the line there. Their domination out of the University of Virginia all throughout the weekend, and finally cap it off with the national championship.
Is quite a good little speed.
Nebraska
there.
Across the line with the silver medal, and Grand Valley a little bit off the course, but still across the line in
that still counts
bronze
in
medal.
rowing.
It does count. Yes, it does. Didn't interfere with anyone there, so it's all good.
So we'll see
Grand
if there's
Valley pair.
we'll see if there's a protest. I don't know if there will be or not, but it was close enough that and it sort of seems to have put WashU off of their game there a little bit because they were up and pushing quite strongly.
There's a shot of your new national champions in the women's pair, the University of Virginia. Congratulations to those ladies. Very, very well rowed. You've dominated all weekend, and glad to see you finish the job here. Congratulations on a great season. And
Reisinger and Anderson giving a wave to their competitors over there. That's another thing that's really nice. This and many regattas is that we come off the race and you look over. It used to be that you would then pull over and hand your shirt over on the water back in the day. But very nice, sportsmanship is really important to us in our sport. And there's a lot of respect here between all the club athletes. They know that they're all going through the same thing in the same way. They're all doing not only the training, not only the schoolwork, but all of the fundraising and the rent-a-rowers and the making plans for do we have enough vans, and hearing that, oh no, the vans got given out to the Taekwondo club who have to go 5 blocks, but you're going all the way to Tennessee. So there's a lot of pre-planning that's happening, and all of these a lot of problems to be solved, things that varsity programs have entire staffs to deal with, that the students learn as they run basically their own small businesses in partnership with their coaches and their boards.
Yeah, absolutely here. Great to see ACRA as a whole. I believe this is the biggest ACRA as a whole in terms of the amount of entries and the amount of teams attending. So great to see club rowing as a whole.
I think so. It's just slightly larger than last year, but it's nice to have seen people bounce back from COVID, which was a particular challenge to the clubs.
As we move on to the next event, already on the course, it's the men's pair B final. Already into the third 500 there on your screens now. In lane 1, we have VCU. Lane 2, George Mason. Lane 3, Kansas State. Lane 4, Michigan. Lane 5, Chattanooga State. And lane 6, UMass.
And it looks to me Eddie had to step away, which is too bad, because it looks like his UMass pair against my Michigan pair. So we could be having a knockdown drag out here.
As well as George Mason on the far side.
Mason on the far side. Looks to me like Michigan is up about astern, maybe. That crew really pushing along very nicely. All the Michigan crews here today realizing that every point that they can get is something to do. They're trying to regain the points trophy, which we haven't talked about yet today, from Purdue last year.
Crab from George Mason.
George Mason just almost caught a crab, so they're not gonna. They're still gonna be maybe in third, but
yeah, that opens the door.
That push isn't gonna work. So Michigan now clearly in control, and now actually a pretty interesting, awesome race for second and third here between UMass and George Mason. I think George Mason had moved into second at that point, and Chattanooga State also playing in that game a little bit.
Yeah,
but you can see the Michigan crew out in front. Greg Hartz uses a lot of pair work in the fall, pairs matrices and pairs tournament in the fall, because he wants every guy in the program to be able to control a pair well. So by the time they come and throw this pair together, a couple of weeks ago, they still moved the boat pretty well. Not quite making the A final, but really showing a nice dominant performance here in the B final. Still a great race going on for second. It looks like UMass
at the moment.
It looks like UMass, but it does look like George Mason has gotten themselves back into that. In fact, here they come up on UMass, just about to maybe retake the lead. That little jolt of adrenaline, or a major jolt of adrenaline,
for sure,
playing out to their advantage, maybe.
And yeah, dead even now as George Mason trying to recover from a small mistake around 250 meters to go, I should say. UMass trying to defend that, but it's still bow ball to bow ball. Doesn't look like one crew or the other seems to be moving particularly faster than the others, so it's going to come down to the line.
Well, we have George Mason up higher.
Yes.
And more strokes per minute. Whether that's effective for them or not, this UMass crew is tall and lanky, so they may be equally effective, beat or two lower, and in fact they are matching. Neither crew was looking at the other, so they know that they're there, but they don't know exactly where they are. And this is Michigan coming across to take the B final. And very tight here.
Coming down to the line. I think UMass just about gets it.
Over that.
Great sprint from UMass there to solidify second place and 8th overall in the men's pair. George Mason, unfortunately, unable to recover from that mistake, but they still hold on to a third-place finish.
You saw the boy's hand go up in the air and a fist go up in the air for "we did it." So even though they were 5-6 lanes apart, they knew that they'd gotten it, and it's pretty tight because we're just talking under a second there, 9/10 of a second. So a great little race. Congratulations to Jacob and Tracy from Michigan for putting down a nice race. Let's look at that 7:23, see where it might have put them in the final. But that's all just speculation because they're not in the final. Eddie walks back up to say hello. Eddie, you just missed a fascinating race with UMass.
I saw him come by. I saw
Mason.
Coach Bigelow biking by. I wish I was here in the booth to watch.
But it was Michigan that actually sort of won that one. I'll just gently say.
You don't have to be gentle. It's a 7-second spread from them to second, but it looks like a great race from the Aggies out of Amherst, edging out the George Mason crew. Is Bob Spausta still coaching there?
Bob Spausta is still definitely in the program. He's here at the regatta, and he's sort of taken on the role of director of rowing, which he's had,
Great.
and has brought in some other younger coaches to
So-
take over a lot of the day-to-day coaching. But he has something to say about their small boats.
Yeah, and I was going to say my freshman year in Camden, Connecticut, he introduced himself because I think he has a connection to UMass as well, whether he coached former head coach Tony Cronin or just knew him well.
Well, he's a very good friend of Jim Dietz.
Jim Dietz. There we go. That's the other one. So I was 19, didn't catch the perspective, and that was one of those first times. I think everyone who's watching the sport or is now in the sport in college, you'll remark to yourself every day for the rest of your lives, wow, what a small world this sport is. So we are in the A final, the grand final for all the money, chalk, and marbles.
The B final here of the women's novice 4 is coming down.
What? Men's fair A final.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A
I
final.
crossed it out in advance.
In
Thank you very much.
advance.
And those are pairs. I'm getting ahead of myself here. So
Two
take it away, Eddie.
oars, not fours. So on the left or right side of your screen
Counting is hard.
is Vanderbilt, unnamed crew, mysterious guys. In lane 6, Loyola Marymount, LLMU. That is Kachoa and Ramirez, O'Connor and Thyler from Wash U, St. Louis. Yeager and Trends from Georgia. Lee and Kasicki from Southern Cal, and Chubb and Harada from Sacramento State. And I think early on this is the Southern Cal guys in the lead, closely followed by the Georgia pair. But that is right now I'm going to say a dead heat for second place right now, which is creeping up to be a 4-boat race for first place.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this Southern Cal strategy plays out. They finished second to Wash U in their semifinal yesterday, so not one of the top seeds, but we've seen time and time again some of the lower-seeded crews from yesterday kind of pop out and show up for the finals. So we'll see if this Southern Cal strategy is going to pay off, but meanwhile, behind them, Wash U, Georgia, and I believe that is Loyola Marymount.
Yeah, they're also up in the mix.
Tightly packed.
Outside lanes are a little bit off the pace, and I think out of the medal contention row right here, that would be Vanderbilt and your guys from Sacramento State. Anything's possible. The guys from the Sacramento State double, Coburn and Keel, had a great race earlier. Maybe these brothers have the second gear to come up and close the gap. But
and
now,
here
go ahead.
comes Wash U now, starting to track down the early fast starters from Southern Cal. Wash U and Southern Cal familiar with each other, seeing each other yesterday. But Southern Cal with the response now, as I say
Southern
that.
Cal's clicked it up a couple gears. Let's see if they can hold on to this, because they're only just past the 1K, so they're going to have to settle at some point. Unless they want to hold themselves on the line. But you can only redline for so long, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to trust both yourself and your pair partner, your fitness there to carry you through. It's a long race. They call it sprint racing, but especially in these smaller boats, it's definitely a battle.
It's a grind. It's over a mile.
Time.
Almost not a mile and a half quite. But Wash U is asserting themselves closer to that second place spot. LMU and Georgia
dogs
still fighting for third.
I
think that's that Georgia crew just slightly ahead.
It's too close to call to my eye.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I think I'm looking at the perspective wrong. Going through the buoys, it's just barely that Georgia crew in that third place spot. That anything can change there. And Wash U, this move is working their way up and cutting into the Southern Cal Trojans' lead.
It is nip and tuck right now for those top two spots. Every so often, Wash U starts to move, and Southern Cal able to respond and fight back, but it continues to be Southern Cal half a length over Wash U. Bow to stern to Wash U is deadlocked even for the third place spot, Georgia and LMU, as they come down to the final 500. Wash U taking a decisive move now as they crossed into the 500. I think they might have just taken the lead as their bows hit the final 500. Wash U now in control over Southern Cal, but Southern
So
Cal has been
just a
fighting
little bit
all
back.
day.
Southern Cal is now. So I think they settled, but I think they are back up
They're back
now.
up now, yeah.
This doesn't look like it's showing any fatigue from having to make a move, 1K in. But whatever it takes, right? It's all about the medal here. So whatever it takes to get ahead and stay ahead. Georgia climbing up into WashU's attack for second.
This is going to be a cracker of a sprint here, coming down to the final few 100 meters now. Southern Cal has been with a bold strategy out of the semifinals, not one of the top seeds, but here comes WashU again. They've been nip and tuck. We'll see if Southern Cal is going to be able to hold on, but WashU from this angle now starting to make a move, and here comes Georgia as well in between them. It's going to be so tight here for those top 3 spots. Georgia starting to separate themselves away from LMU to secure the top 3 spots.
But the Georgia Dogs are coming in, and they're actually going to make a charge for the first place spot. They have enough real estate in this sprint to make it happen. Not running out of the buoys quite so much yet, but it's got to go, it's got to go, it's got to go.
Southern Cal and WashU have been fighting this whole piece, but Georgia sticking their nose in, coming down to the line. Oh, my goodness. I did not expect Georgia to come back this quickly.
Yep, here they come. That bow ball is charging. It's trying to break through the threshold.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to come down
Southern
to the line
Cal
here.
holding
Georgia.
off. WashU fading a little bit.
Southern Cal holding on.
Georgia
changing,
not changing lanes quite, but getting a little bit cheeky with the steering there. And I think that extra steering is going to cost them. Oh, they're changing lanes. Yeah, I think it's going to cost them the ability to cross through the line first.
Coming down to the line, Southern Cal wins the national championship. They've seen off the challengers. What a race. Georgia, great sprint to finish second. WashU relegated down to the bronze, but still a medal to come away with.
Congratulations to all 3 of those crews, and this will be LMU coming through, followed by Vanderbilt, who've made up a lot of ground for the 5th place spot, followed by Sacramento State in the 6th place spot. Wow. Georgia 7:10.24. Let's see. I think it's just over a second from WashU. Yeah, just about 1.7 seconds up and off of Washington University, St. Louis's 3rd place spot. Congratulations to all those crews. What an exciting race, guys. Hope you remember that one forever.
Yeah, what a race there. I was a little bit skeptical, I'm not going to lie, coming into the first 500 to see Southern Cal so far up, but they were able to answer the call and fend off the charges from initially WashU and then UGA in the sprint. That was some very strong rowing out of that Southern Cal pair. Thoroughly deserved for the national championship. So congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, and great use of their race plan there, or whatever race plan was left, because once you just see where everyone's at the 1K mark, everything can throw out the window. You probably know what to do when you're in that situation, but it's also time to go.
Now moving on, we have a start. This is the rescheduled men's double C final. They were supposed to be the first event of the day, but there was an issue with something that we don't know of. But now they're here on the course. They have times running on herenow.com. Again, if you'd like to view all of the live results and schedules updating live, you can find that on herenow.com. And now here's the drone picture here, catching up to the race. Almost halfway for the men's double C final. In lane 1,
we are back at it. Lane 1 is on the right side of your screen, so we'll start from the left. Lane 6, Ween and Lynn from Rice. Next to them, Shorting and Turner from Middlebury. Johnston and Davis from Jaguars at Indiana University, Purdue University of Indianapolis. Lane 3, Lawler and Puckhaber from University of Connecticut. Lane 2, Smith and Shamali from UMass. And Lane 1, Phillips and Neistat. And I think very similar to this morning, that UMass crew is out and ahead. Not quite the lead they had earlier, but I think they were about 850 meters into the race and holding on to a long lead. I think they want to get that back here. And then who's that crew closest contestant? Middlebury. Interesting shell there. Got the green and yellow, perhaps, there's context clues borrowed from Vermont, just given the colors. But they are up and working for it. I think middle of the pack, that's going to be that crew from Chicago pushing against the Jaguars out of Indiana, and Middlebury in the middle of the spot. Ween and Lynn from Rice just a little bit behind the pace. So what are you seeing here in the strokes?
Yeah, really strong rhythm being struck by that UMass crew out in front. But it's going to be a battle for that third and fourth place and fifth place spot. Frankly, this is the C final, so places 19 through 24, if my math is correct. So great to see these crews putting their pride on the line as they come down, approaching the last 500. Continues to be UMass in control, but these three crews in the center of your screen, being University of Connecticut, Jaguars, and Chicago on the outside, are going to have to sort it out in this final quarter to see who will be third. And all three of those crews starting to track down Middlebury as well on the outside.
I think we're going to expect a move from the Middlebury guys in lane 5. I think they're closing in on UMass a little bit more than can tell just from the separation of lanes, whereas the Yukon crew is asserting themselves just slightly ahead of the Jaguars crew, but the Jags are up at a higher rate here, so I think they're trying to make a move or just trying to assert themselves up into that third place spot. We are past the 1250. We are into the 1500s, so these guys, again, they had their race stop midway through earlier this morning. Hopefully this race is going to row to completion. It looks like the Yukon and the Jaguars crews are catching, not quite overlap yet, but nearing and
Yeah,
putting the work in.
That gap has definitely closed between Yukon and Middlebury, so the Huskies trying to overtake in the final quarter of this race, but it continues to be UMass out in front with open water. We'll see if these three crews fighting can maybe bring them up and challenge UMass for the win. Again, they're fighting for 19th overall in the men's double. Again, being one of the larger entry pools here. I believe we had 31 entries total.
Yep, this is one of the ones that time trialed start. Great look here from these guys. Still long, still strong. They've been picking up. Again, rowing the John O'Gray shell dedicated to the memory of one of the teammates from 2011 class who passed away during his sophomore year. The Gray Foundation, founded by the family, was a huge supporter of UMass in the 2010s, and in exchange, the UMass program was very supportive of all of their efforts raising awareness for heart disease. So here we go, Middlebury with the cow print oars hanging on. I'm going to say a little shaken by that Jaguars crews coming up and making
something happened
contention.
Something happened to the Connecticut crew, I think.
Yeah, they fell off the pace a little bit. But here come the Jaguars out of Indiana.
So, the IUPUI, Indiana University in Indianapolis, Purdue University joint campus there.
Really great charge here. These guys are big. They're setting up. They're swinging on it. UMass is going to take the first place spot in the C final, and Jaguars are going to hold on that sprint to take the second. Middlebury coming through in the third, and here is Yukon. They just fell off the pace just a little bit. Great work for the fourth place spot. We'll be seeing Chicago coming through the line right now. Rice following to wrap up, and that'll conclude all of the double racing. I think all of the sculling events for the weekend.
Put you two in the middle here in between. Hi, Mom. So we're really happy to have each other, to have some guests here, and if you'll introduce yourselves, and then we're going to ask you about this fantastic race you all just had.
I'm Ethan Penny from High Point University.
Hi, I'm Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson University.
And you two had a knockdown, drag 'em out fight drag race in the single. Played out, Ethan. You sort of got out early and have both of you have been having, we'll just say, as they say in England, you've been winning easily through the regatta. Were you aware of each other before you got here? Did you know the other guy was there and you were going to have to eventually line up, or was one of you flying stealth?
Yeah, so I had seen Ryan last weekend win Dadville. Of course, he won relatively easily, it looked like, over the guy that won last year from Dominican. So I knew Ryan had some pretty serious speed, and I saw that he won the double at ACRA last year, because I was like, where was this guy last year if he just showed up out of nowhere and won Dadville? But then I saw he won the double, so I figured he'd be pretty good, and I saw that he's been rowing since high school. So
Yeah, I did some scouting before my spring races, and I saw who won Dadville and ACRA, and I kind of had them in the back of my mind for spring training. Like, all right, when I need to push myself, who do I need to think of, for that extra second of motivation?
So both of you have been focusing then on the single for this whole year. You were in the double last year. What was your choice to go down for single? And Ethan, you were in the single last year. So what's it like at an ACRA level, the collegiate level, to be focusing on a single? There are very few guys in the country who actually do that.
Yeah, so about late last summer, I decided I wanted to make a shot to try the lightweight U23 single at trials to see if I go to Worlds. And so I decided that I wanted all my races this spring to definitely be in the single so that I could focus on that and get better and get prepared for it. So that was kind of my decision to try out the single and stay in it. So.
yeah, and at High Point University, we have a really small club team there. The only year that I've rowed in a team boat was my freshman year, and I competed at Sierra. We got second in the novice men's four at Sierra. I did not race ACRA that year. High Point does not typically race at ACRA. And after that year, I knew that I wanted to take rowing seriously. I started rowing in college, and I just got hooked immediately. And I knew I wanted to take it seriously. And to do that, and I figured that I needed to race the single. And fortunately, the coach at High Point has been super supportive of me the last 3 years pursuing the single. So pretty much all of my races for the last 3 years have been in the single, which has been great. I love that ACRA gives a platform for smaller programs like High Point University, so that guys like me can race the single and still compete at a high level.
So how big, or how small, I should say, is the program at High Point? How many athletes do you have, and are you still the only one coming, or are other crews going to come as well, even, say, to row a pair or something like that if it's a small group?
So I'm the only athlete at ACRA here this year. I think on the team this year we had about 10 guys, and High Point just started a new women's Division I program, an NCAA program, this year. So we lost a lot of the women on the team and their walk-ons at for the D1 team. So it's mainly guys now, and I'm the only one here at ACRA this year.
And so that must be interesting. So some friends of yours from the club are now racing on the varsity level. Are you hearing about differences from them? Is it just they're getting more clothing, or is it pretty much? I mean, because they do get more clothing. Let's be clear. What's that done to the dynamic within the club itself? And it's funding. It's you now have half the sort of population base to work with.
Well, I honestly think it's really good for rowing at High Point because it puts more eyes on rowing in general. I think they're going to build a boathouse here in the next few years, and that'll be shared with the club team, which will be great. In High Point, we have a great body of water to row on, so hopefully more people will be interested in starting. Because the team is smaller, we focus more on sculling in the last year or two, which has been good. So we've bought some singles and doubles so that we can do smaller boats. So hopefully in the next few years we have more boats racing at ACRA.
And since some folks may not know, where is High Point University?
High Point University is in North Carolina, near Greensboro, North Carolina. That's probably
the closest one to do.
Yeah.
Sure.
And Clarkson is
Clarkson is in northern New York, up in Potsdam.
So what body of water do you guys row on? I know downstate New York pretty well, but I don't know that area.
So we actually row on a dammed portion of the Racket River. It's called Norwood Lake.
Very interesting. And do you find that it's really helpful for sculling and small boat rowing? Because you guys seem to excel in those shells when you're down here at ACRA.
So our course, our lake is actually, it tends to be a bit windy and choppy.
Imagine that in northern New York. Those Finger Lakes do like to claim the wind gods.
And it also, we get out a little bit later because of the ice and the cold. But since we have a smaller team as well, we kind of have been focusing mainly on the smaller boats and sculling. We'd try and do like pairs or fours, and our team right now just prefers sculling over sweeps, so that's what we've been focusing on.
And that's one of the things that ACRA can offer is it doesn't have to be cookie cutter. Different strokes for different folks, as it were, actually.
Yeah.
So are you going on to trials later?
Yeah, so June 12th through I think 14th is when it is, and so I'm
And
basically
have you scoped out the competition online already?
Yes,
Like, okay,
yeah.
so what's the report?
So I know of a kid from the Yale lightweight team, Timothy Parsons, I think, and so that's gonna be, I think, pretty much he's either gonna like take it or like be my main competition. So, and then basically the time standard too. So I'm gonna try and race for that.
And what is that time standard that you need to hit?
I believe it's 7:14.
And what did you pull today?
Today I think it was a 7:30.
So no, I mean not too far off. And are you at weight? Do you have weight? Do you have to cut still a little bit, or
no? I'm at weight right now.
just naturally?
Yeah.
Which is the best way to do it, so you can eat your full meals and be
Yeah.
content. The Yale lightweight crew is probably racing within the next 10 or 15 minutes up there in Worcester. So you're both putting in the work today.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And do you have any national team aspirations or World University Games or something like that?
So this summer will actually be the first summer that I'll be training at home in High Point. The last 2 summers I was in Vermont and Philadelphia training with some U23 development teams. This summer my focus is going to be on Canadian Henley. This is my last year as a U23, so I will race the U23 single at Canadian Henley in August. And then after that I am going down to Jacksonville University to row with their men's team, which is an IRA school. So that'll be technically a Division I team versus High Point, which is a club team.
And is that are you graduating? Is that grad school that you're going to?
Correct.
And what was your undergraduate major, and what are you going to be studying in grad school?
So at High Point, I got a dual degree in exercise science and music, and at Jacksonville University, I will be getting a master's degree in business.
Your mom seemed to tell me that you're a piano performance major. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, okay. How do you balance the hand conditions required for playing Tchaikovsky and the hand conditions required for sculling?
There have certainly been days where I get off the water and my hands hurt so bad that I need to put off a practice session.
I'm sure that your coach in piano loves that.
Oh yeah. But fortunately at High Point they're super forgiving and flexible. That's one of the reasons why I was able to get a dual degree. The High Point University music department is incredible, and they are so supportive of everything that I've done, so they're totally understanding.
I'm actually a singer, and I sing for a guy in New York City who went to High Point and was a cross-country runner and a choral conducting guy at the same time, and he chose High Point precisely for that. So you're going on a very well-run path. Good luck to both of you as you continue. Thank you for sitting down.
Congratulations.
What is the best thing you have to say about this guy who's sitting next to you?
I would say that he put in the work, and he ended up first, and he deserves it. So yeah, good job.
Yeah, I think Ryan has a ton of potential. He's super young. I think he's only 20, so he's got 2 more years rowing here at ACRA and Dadvale. So I'm sure he's gonna have a lot more success, in the years to come. So,
well, we hope you'll both come back. One of you to race, one of you to cheer him on as he goes to try and control the next 2 years. Good luck this summer. Good luck with grad school. And
congratulations, guys,
congratulations to both of you. It was really
gold, silver at
a
ACRA.
great moment here in this regatta. So thank you for entertaining us so well this weekend. And congratulations, parents, on graduation and all that sort of stuff. Congrats, and thanks for stopping by.
thank you. For our
We'll be having a couple other crews who've earned their medals this weekend or earned their medals this morning coming by the tent, but we'll be taking a slight break here. Not changing live streams, but a slight break as we move from the morning grand finals in the small boats to the 4s and 8s around 10:06. We have another set of medalists here with us at the tent. We have the men's pair from Southern Cal, who just notched a gold medal here at ACRA National Championship. Guys, welcome. Thanks for coming by. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Jaden Lee, and yeah, I'm a freshman at USC.
Hi, I'm Ethan Kosicki. I am a sophomore, and I'm the bowman of this boat.
So freshman and sophomore, and USC sort of rebuilding itself a little bit as a program. New coach this year. How's that been? Well, for you, it's totally new anyway. Knows nothing else.
So yeah, I've been here for 2 years. I started my freshman year, and that was our last year with our old coach. So definitely a lot of transition. We really liked our old coach, so there was a little bit of a difficult period of transition, especially in the beginning. Had a lot of mechanical issues. Our launches were all broken. Our boats were a little broken. So the first couple months were really difficult, but I would say going into the second semester, things just started to click, and that's when we started to make progress.
And you all row on one of the more interesting bodies of water in this country. You want to tell us a little bit about what you have to deal with on a daily basis?
Yeah, so we row on the port of Long Beach, sorry, and we have to deal with the really big shipping containers passing by. So
and that's the largest port in the United States, if I'm not mistaken.
It's the largest
huge.
one. Right.
So to go a little bit sort of current issues, have you seen a drop down in the last couple of weeks in the number of containers going in and out of that port?
I would say maybe, especially the month of February was ridiculously busy.
As everyone was trying to get things in before,
maybe.
before tariffs.
So I mean, February we had we had practices cut short, or especially on Saturdays that's get really busy, because you've also got people's regular boats. There's cruise ships out there, so it's a lot of hard work to just stay out of the way. We've had boats get washed out before, but
and you're out there rowing a pair. It's not like you're out there in an 8 or maybe even a quad. Why the choice of the pair? And if you're a freshman, had you been rowing before in high school then?
Yeah, so I rowed 4 years in high school, and I've rowed pairs mostly in my senior year, and yeah, so it's been great.
So where did you row in high school?
Yeah, I rowed at Forces Northern in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Oh, okay. So you're a Midwest guy there,
Yeah.
Forest Hills. You know, and that's some interesting water as well. That river just rolls like crazy.
Yeah.
Home of the ACRA and the 9-minute freshman fours and stuff like that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So what took you out to USC, both of you? Why did you choose that? Was rowing a part of that choice? If so, what else is? I mean, it's a pretty famous school. Very Hollywood in some ways. That's at least its reputation. What have you all? What is it that took you to USC, and what are you studying, and how is that mixing up with rowing?
Yeah, so I'm currently studying intelligence and cyber operations at USC, and so
He's a spy.
no, cybersecurity, and yeah, the academics are really great, and I just wanted to get out to the city and.
And it's not Western Michigan winters.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, yeah, I'm a Midwestern guy too. I lived in Park Ridge. I never rowed before last year, so it's my second year rowing. And I lived right next to O'Hare, but I just needed to get out of the Midwest. I wanted to try something completely different, and I mean, there's not many schools better than USC, I have to say.
There you go. So
you guys had a real tight race down to the finish line to secure the gold medal here this weekend. What was it? It was WashU and University of Georgia, holding you guys accountable at the end. What was that race like for you guys? What was going on through your mind? Do you feel like you executed a race plan that you set out to do, or did you just have to figure it out on the fly?
So we've had really strong starts throughout the entirety of the competition. Our first race together was also at Weira's in a pair. So we'd been practicing for a week before that. We've all had very strong starts. Our high rates have been excellent. So we knew that we wanted to get a jump and then just be able to see people behind us and then race them down. And I would say previously at Weira's and for the first 2 races here, our problem was that we would kind of fizzle out. We'd get walked on. And then at Weir's we got 4th because we just kind of flew and died. And then at the sprint we just had nothing left, and then we got walked on to lose a couple spots. But I would say coming into this race, we really wanted to, after that good start, really find a better base rate so we can fight harder. And I think we had our best sprint ever to kind of lock back that first place, because both WashU and UGA were getting real close.
So as that was happening, what was your response? What had you trained yourself to? How had you trained yourself to react if someone was coming there? I know it's only been since the Wira, but that's still you had to have something in your mind about how you were going to handle these other crews coming up into a final if that was happening.
Yeah, so I mean, we saw them in our like peripheral vision, and we just really pushed for it. And previously, like last year, the USC men's crew actually got gold in the pair, so we were just really motivated, and yeah, we were really motivated.
Yeah, there's that, and then I would say towards the last 500, I make a couple calls in the bow seat to try to like, keep us on track. So I was really stressing our length and our finish pop so that we could just be really efficient and try to hold on as long as possible, like in the lead, and try to make our sprint as late as possible so that we could really push on it.
So trying to match speed or exceed speed below the other crews as they start to sprint into you, and then holding. I love the call for length and for squeezing off your finishes together. That's just the right call. Congratulations! You've only been rowing 2 years.
Yeah.
You know that. That's some good formation there.
Yeah, shout out to Ethan. He had some great calls. So
What was the favorite call that you can talk about on the air here?
Yeah, I mean, his acceleration calls, those really help us to push forward, and yeah, I think those were like the most effective calls.
So what's next? And I know USC also has a 4 here that's done pretty well. Where are you hoping, although you've done really well in the pair, are you hoping to go up and race in the 8s and sort of start to take on UCLA not too far away, be the city of Los Angeles champions, or what do you hope the plan is for your program?
Yeah, we have been racing 8s for most of the year, and our last race in the 8s was actually a duel against UCLA.
And they're very fast this year.
They're very fast. So I think they had 9 seconds on us from their 1V, and then we were maybe open water on their 2V. So currently we're in between that, like challenging their top boat, but we're currently fast on their second boat.
If you're only 9 seconds off of UCLA's varsity 8, that's a pretty decent amount of speed. There are a lot of programs who would like to be 9 seconds off of UCLA. Do you have guys coming in next year? Do you mostly recruit on campus? Is it a challenge to find guys on campus? Because there's quite a commute that you all have to do in LA traffic.
This year particularly, I mentioned some of the mechanical issues, also recruiting issues. We have a novice boat coming out in the petite final, novice 4. Really proud of those guys because everyone but one were recruited in the spring.
Oh,
because we had basically 2 guys from our fall class stay because we had a lot of administrative issues with the
transition of coaching and
school transition, and then the school had a lot of trouble registering clubs this year, so we couldn't do our club fairs, and we're a very walk-on based team. My partner Jaden obviously had rowed previously, but we don't recruit, and so I would say maybe 75-80% of our team are walk-ons that we're teaching how to row.
When you say you don't recruit out of high school programs.
Correct. So
which is sort of unfortunate because over at Marina Del Rey, there's a major program. All the way down through Orange County, there are programs. In San Diego, there are programs. There are kids coming to USC anyway who already row, but it's hard to get them.
Yeah, and especially this year, it was so hard to find those kids because usually you can find 3 or 4 of them by the activity fair, by our club fairs. A lot of these activities are events to get ourselves out there, but this year is a real challenge. So we're really happy that we found people in the spring. And the guys are really motivated, so we're wishing them best.
Are you on it for next fall then with getting kids in? We've
been more proactive. We've been in contact with a couple high school rowers this year. So we can't recruit them, but we've been reaching out to more schools, to more kids, so we can really start to put this program in the right direction.
And you, like UCLA, have actually a very long history of rowing in what was then the Pac-10. varsity program for a long time. You still have some alumni who are around. You have some very active parents. And so you have all sorts of good support going on. We hope that you'll come back next year. Really challenge you to do it in an 8 because that would be great to see, and or whatever makes the best sense for you, obviously. But thanks and congratulations on retaining the men's pair glory for USC, and you still have to go back to school though, right? Are you on a quarter system?
Thankfully, we're one of the California schools that don't do the quarter system, so
private
we're
schools,
done.
Baby.
Oh, so happy about that. Do not envy the UCLA kids.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks so much for coming by, guys.
That was the men's pair from USC, gold medal, freshman and a sophomore. Impressive.
Well done.
Early success at ACRA. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Coming up soon, racing is about to resume. We will have sweep events, and I think sweep events only coming up on the live stream. If you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in to the ACRA National Championship live stream for 2025. We are down here in the beautiful Oak Ridge, Tennessee at Melton Lake, hosted by Oak Ridge Rowing Association. We are on our way. The first event that will be breaking our break with will be the women's Novice 4 Petite Final, followed by the women's Novice 4 Grand Final. You're joined here. This is Eddie Moog.
And Charlie Sullivan.
And Christian Yu.
So we'll be on in about 90 seconds. Scratch that. 0 seconds. The women's Novice 4 Petite Final is on the course to start the second half of the morning. We have on the left side of your screen to the right, this is going to be Purdue, Oklahoma State, Texas, Virginia Tech, URI, and Kansas. So a really wide spread of all the regions here in the Petite Final, coming through just under their first 500. So still in their starting sequence, trying to set themselves out and ahead. I can see the Lone Star on those Texas blades out ahead early from the women's club. Nearby is that crew from Oklahoma State. Stillwater runs deep. They've had a lot of great crews out here in the 8s and the 4s in the small boats. So there's a great swing here, great press from Coach Sean McKenna and crew down in Austin, Texas, growing this program into a really solid men's and women's small boat program. I think men's small boat points trophy champions from 2024.
Yeah, great to see the Nov 4s back on the water. Again, the novice classification is for athletes competing in their first year of collegiate rowing. So you can find a wide range of athletes who maybe rowed in high school and are just joining their teams for their first year of collegiate rowing, freshman year, or the like. Or you could find athletes that picked up the sport of rowing at their respective university programs, learning how to row while on campus and finally competing now here at the ACRA National Championship. So a great mix of athletes, and looking forward to seeing this tight competition as we get a good close-up here. Oklahoma State
Oklahoma State being challenged by that crew out of Purdue who've had a lot of boats here on the men's and women's side. Great look from the Cowpokes out of OK State. Really long, strong stroke, but they're all still going to be fighting for that second place spot in the Petite Final because Texas has established early on before the 1K a wide open lead. Long, strong crew, probably rowing out of Lady Bird Lake out there in the city of Austin. On the other side, not to be forgotten, that's going to be Virginia Tech, who's going to have mostly overlap with Purdue and still some overlap with OK State. So there's a lot of chance that they can walk up and try and snatch second out of the blades of the other crews.
Yeah, great to see that Texas crew currently putting on a show here in this B final. Again, this is the B final, so competing for 7th through 12th in the Nov 4 category. So this Texas 4 coming out with a mission to maybe prove that they belong in a higher final But sometimes that's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah,
That's
there's
just
going
the
to
way
be a
it
lot of
goes.
crews like that. They've had to race through time trials. They've had to race through some semis, and it's tough. It's heartbreaking. The draw sometimes gets against you, but really, there's only 6 spots to make it to the A final. So that 7th crew, as fast as they may be, do have to lead the way in a separate final. We can't expand the race course.
Yeah, but that battle developing here as they just passed halfway now between Oklahoma State and Purdue for that 2nd spot and 8th overall. And there's the side shot. Oklahoma State still holding on. They've held that gap pretty even against Purdue, but I think the middle move now just starting to come together for OK State.
Yeah, really well done. Great rowing from the Purdue crew here. They've had nothing but really good boats this spring. They've had a really deep set of racing at ACRAs, at SIRAs, and now here, capping off their season. So again, like Christian mentioned, the novice category, it's everyone in their first year of collegiate rowing. Hopefully, with all these programs having pretty strong walk-on culture, their first year ever rowing. So this is also their first national championship, and I think Texas is hoping to walk away with the highest seed they could muster out at 7th in the country. Really good pickup there. Oars swiveling around the oar lock with full pressure out and away. Novice crews are they're disciplined, of course, and they row really well, but there's so many things that can still come up and be unrefined. This crew looks solid.
And yeah, again, for those of you new to the sport of rowing, wondering why it's worth running these lower placement finals, there are so many things at stake just besides pride. I know for many of these programs, they'll be looking to contribute to the overall team points trophy that is at stake here. Purdue, the defending overall men's and women's team points, all 3 of those competitions. They're the defending champions. So they'll be looking to have every single crew perform to the best of their ability, even despite not being in the top final. And Texas, again, also the small points defending champion.
So that Texas
all
crew
those
is
at
making their
stake.
way into the last 500 of the race, long, strong, up. I think they're going to pick up the pace when they hit the red buoys just to charge through. OK State still holding on to that lead well. I think trying to make a little bit more distance on Purdue. Virginia Tech still hanging in there, not to be forgotten. I think that Coxon's making some excellent moves to keep her crew up in the conversation for 2nd place.
Yeah, I think Virginia Tech had a really strong third 500 there to kind of creep back up onto Purdue and challenge for that 3rd place spot. Maybe trying to eat into the lead of OK State as well. There's a shot of that OK State boat currently in 2nd place. And there it is, the overtake completed by the Hokies out of Virginia Tech over for Purdue, and they're starting to charge as well.
And stroke seat of that OK State boat is getting themselves ahead of the bow balls of 2 other shells. Really great strokes here. I think Virginia Tech and OK State are going stroke for stroke here. Purdue a little bit higher, trying to make the most before they hit those 250, and you start to run out of real estate, seeing if they can get any more overlap in these crews.
There's a good shot of the Hokies there, just overtaking Purdue into 3rd place in the women's novice 4B final. They'll be looking to track down OK State for 2nd place, and it looked like they did have the momentum, but we'll see as they enter the red buoys now. Final 250 meters for Texas way out in front, but battling between OK State
and we saw Virginia Tech's
Tech.
varsity women's 4, I believe it was in the C final earlier today, also make a really big move in the last 750 of their race to overtake, I think to earn the 1st place in that race, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm seeing a very similar strategy here out of this crew to come up and try and take some of that lead that OK State was establishing, but OK State is not getting caught unaware. They are picking it up, and they are up in the red buoys, sprinting it out. Texas still long, strong. We'll see in a minute what they set that time for, see if they can prove both. We are the fastest crew from this petite final, and also our time was faster than the A final.
And there's Texas.
Just on the other side of 8 minutes, 8:12. And
it's going to be tight down to the line, 8:11.9 for Texas, winning the B final and 7th overall.
Here we go.
OK State is just going to be able to hold on the charge from Virginia Tech to take 2nd. Virginia Tech takes 3rd, Purdue 4th in the B final. So those are places 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th overall in the women's NA4. Congratulations.
Congratulations to those 3 crews taking their first 1, 2, 3 spots. Great work by Purdue, holding on for the 4th spot. We should see that crew from Kansas and I don't believe the URI crew started in this race. Whether I don't know what happened. I won't say they were excluded, but I don't see them in their
And
lane.
there's Kansas now coming across the line here. So that wraps up the women's novice 4B final, and we're gonna move straight along to the next race.
Yep, we're fighting for medals. This is the grand final. The women's novice 4. They've worked hard all year. They want some hardware to walk home with to prove that they are 4 of the fastest women in the country.
Don't quite yet have a start at the moment, so you can see we'll continue to hold for the results now for the women's novice 4B final. There you can see the 5 crews across the line, their times respective to each other, and you can see that status is now official, so congratulations to those crews. Again, you can find all results and upcoming schedules at herenow.com, live updating all the time. So there we go. Now we have a start for the grand final for the women's novice 4. This is for all the pride, all the glory.
Yep, from left to the right side of your screen, this is actually 7 crews across. This is going to be Michigan State in lane 7, Ohio State in lane 6, Loyola Marymount here in lane 5, Florida Tech in lane 4, lane 3 is Liberty, Long Beach State in lane 2, and lane 1, Lafayette. So just off the script, and I know they're in the grand final already, these are a lot of really solid small boat crews. And 4 is not typically considered small boats, but 4-oared crews, these are really strong programs. Florida Tech winning the varsity 4 last year, Lafayette program winning the small points trophy last year, Long Beach State seen nothing but really great crews out of their program.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at this Florida Tech boat out in lane 4. They're the dark hull starting to stick their nose out in the middle for the lead, and they have been churning out some fantastic novice 4s in the past few years, so great to see them back again, continuing that legacy. They've been kind of the dominant crew across the whole weekend, so it's going to be interesting to see if any of these other crews can mount a challenge, but Florida Tech definitely the top-seeded favorite to go on and win a national championship. But just because you're the top seed doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win. You got to go out there and and finish the job, so that's going to be
and I know
goal.
Coach Adam Thorstad and Coach Catherine Davey have done a lot to prepare this crew. They've all walked on to this team, learned how to row under these coaches at Florida Tech, I believe Melbourne, Florida.
Yes, that's correct.
And I love that they have this Resolute shell with the Croker oars, really great combo here. But they're being pushed hard by LMU. They're being pushed hard by Liberty. This is a lot of overlap. We are just through the 500-meter mark in this race. A lot of overlap. I think I'm going to see Florida Tech start to expand on it and extend it out, but not without Liberty and LMU challenging them down the line.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot here of your top 3 crews starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack here. Looks like maybe Liberty has an inch over LMU for that second place spot,
Maybe,
but
yeah.
it's very, very early on in the race here. We just passed the first quarter, so plenty of water left to be rowed for these crews to make some moves as Florida Tech continues to walk away. It looks like their stroke woman is on the bow ball, maybe a little bit past the bow ball of that second place Liberty crew, so looking for open water in the first half is Florida Tech.
Fantastic row here, really long, strong, making the most out of the length that they have in that boat. I was talking with Coach Catherine Davey about the bow seat of this novice 4. South Carolina walked on, didn't have any rowing around her when she was growing up, so she's come to love this sport and really has a lot of power per pound to put on that weight. A lot of times we think about the wattage that rowers output when we look at erg scores, when we look at if we add technology and telemetry to the oar locks, it's all about the wattage, and she's farming the watts right now. There's a lot of press there supporting the stern 3 to help this stroke get through the line and get through the buoy line. I think LMU is not falling off the pace, but getting a little bit left behind by the Florida Tech and the Liberty crews.
Yeah, it looks like Liberty has started to
and
eke
also
out
that
about a
outside
3/4.
lane is challenging LMU.
Yeah, 3/4 of a length advantage now for Liberty over that third place crew from LMU. And yeah, like you mentioned, that far side, Lafayette starting to stick their nose in to try and challenge for a podium spot. There's a great shot of the coxswain from FIT. You can see the signature striped tank tops that they always sport. So great to see them currently well out in front, trying to battle for a national championship here as they just crossed into the second half of the race. Less than 1,000 meters to go, really 750 meters to go now for this Florida Tech crew trying to put their stamp and defend from a national championship. And a beautiful
Good
shot
long
there.
stroke in a second. We'll see if that side-by-side spot to see if Lafayette is starting to carve their way back up ahead of LMU. It's tough when that crew is a couple lanes away. You see right from the Cox and Ballard spot exactly how far they've gotten ahead of you until they've already made some of that change.
And I think
while they're neck and neck, it's really hard to, you want to look down your course. You can't quite see that another crew is up trying to walk through your bow ball.
It looks like I don't know if it's the angle, but yeah, look at Liberty now.
Liberty is charging.
Is walking. What a middle move from this Liberty University crew.
They've picked up
cut
rate.
the lead to half. Just a few seats now between Liberty and Florida Tech. This is a great race shaping up for the gold medal.
We've
and
seen
on the
a
far
lot
side
of
as well.
crews from Florida Tech have wide open water early in races, and we've seen them move fast on the course, but I don't think I've seen them challenge, so we'll see how they respond. There's a really great swing and send from that Liberty crew. Coach Strauss has been adding a lot of power into the stroke for her athletes. And then LMU is holding off Lafayette over in lane 1, so now Lafayette has to wonder, is LMU going, or can we hold them on?
What a move by this Liberty University crew. They have pulled it up to almost even now. The Liberty Coxswain trying to will her crew on to complete the draw. This will be another dramatic upset, I think, for FIT. FIT is the defending champions in this Novice 4 event, so Liberty really sticking it to the man here. And look at that. There's this drone shot.
There
Liberty has completed the
up
overtake.
And ahead. They're not in the red buoys yet, so we'll find out soon if Florida Tech has more in the tank to respond with. But really great charge from the Liberty crew that did this around like 600, 750 meters to go. The ability to sustain that speed is remarkable. The lungs must be burning. I know the legs are, but they're doing it in a way where it's so uniquely together, or not uniquely, so effectively together that each of their strokes is probably about 99%, and 1% is just them helping to make sure that they're working together, making the boat easy to row, not trying to outpull each other. So they're holding on. LMU also trying to charge up, earn that third place spot, and running out of real estate for FIT to get their bow ball back ahead.
Very, very strong rowing from all of these crews. And yeah, that Liberty University crew continuing to eat out. What a strong move. Those girls looked like they had an extra life in their legs. And yeah, open water almost. Trying to break open water. Liberty University trying to win a national championship. One of the smaller contingents brought to the ACRA National Championships. But fast nevertheless here as these 4 girls, novices, and the coxswain now open water. Firm control now for the national championship.
Great pickup and send. The legs, the way the knees are driving down, there's so much pickup in that shell, and it continues to accelerate after the legs are down because there's a really solid swing in there.
And here they go across the line. Liberty University wins the national championship in the women's novice 4. Open
Florida
water,
Tech.
FIT.
Oh, and I think Lafayette does come through to take that third place away from LMU.
Yeah,
that outside
look at
heat came through and surprised it all. Congratulations, Liberty, 748.5. Florida Tech, 752.4. Lafayette really close behind that, 753.5, just over a second apart. LMU left off of the awards dock at 754.8, just a little over 1 second behind Lafayette. Have crews from MSU following through, as well as Ohio State and Long Beach State.
That was an elite, well-executed row there from Liberty. To think that these girls are just novices in their first year of collegiate rowing, that was something I would expect out of even some of the Olympic crews that you see out there. So very very mature row, just to not crack under the pressure of the FIT early lead.
Yeah, novice is not undisciplined. It is a really high-level set of rowing that their coaches drilled into them. And they also showed this in their time trial. I know their coxswain had to do a lot to make sure they had the best, clearest line for their athletes, and they've had some adverse situations, so it's great to see that they can work hard under the pressure to earn their gold medal. I heard a lot of their teammates on the shore cheering for them, shouting for them. So congratulations to the women from Liberty. We have on the course the men's novice 4B final.
In lane 1, we have on the left side of your screen, you have lane 1, Georgia Tech, lane 2, Wash U, lane 3, UMass, lane 4, Southern Cal, lane 5, Purdue, and lane 6, Oklahoma State here. So the men's novice 4 now. This is the B final again, so places 7 through 12 in the country, and it looks like that crew in the middle from Southern Cal. We just talked to their pair earlier today.
Yeah. And these guys all started this spring, so it's really impressive to see them out early ahead. The guys from UMass had a bit of a heartbreaker in the semifinal. They were less than a second off of qualifying for the A. I know they're going to be hungry to make up that ground here. We're a little bit over halfway in. I think these guys are about 1,200 meters into the course. So we are seeing, so from the left to the right of your screen, Georgia Tech, Wash U, UMass, Southern Cal, Purdue, and then Oklahoma State. Southern Cal holding a really long lead right here, just enough open water to feel comfortable. UMass asserting themselves slightly ahead of the crews on their starboard side, and still a lot of overlap with that crew out of Purdue. Nothing to be comfortable with, so I know these guys are going to be grinding it out the rest of the way.
And like we mentioned before, Purdue and some of these bigger programs will be very heavily invested, even in these petite finals for the team points at stake. So coming down, these boats are well into their third 500, about to hit the last 500 now. UMass still holding an open water, Southern Cal still holding an open water advantage, but it is very, very tight between the next 4 to 5 crews.
Yeah,
All
I don't
boats
think it's
still
quite
in it.
as open as it looks on that overhead shot. I think this race between UMass and Purdue to edge out that second, I think it's going to pull them up and into Southern Cal's water. Great looks from length in that Purdue crew, almost indistinguishable to what to see in the difference in bow ball. That outside crew, who's that? Georgia Tech, also coming up, being a part of the conversation. We are into the last 500. 250 to go before we hit the red buoys. I know the guys in the men's novice 4 from UMass, their varsity 4 is holding a really high standard for them to reach. They've been first in the time trial, first in their semifinal, and I think they want to be a part of that crew, whether in 4s or 8s next year. So they are trying to prove to their upperclassmen guys, hey, we're here. We're going to add to the speed for this program. Stroke for all 3 of those crews across in the Purdue, UMass, and the Georgia Tech squad. Margins holding for Southern Cal as they near the red buoys.
And yeah, like you said, like magic, as soon as you said that the UMass and Purdue battle was starting to push into the lead of Texas, that's exactly, or Southern Cal, that's exactly what has happened here. Purdue maybe with an inch over UMass, but now bow to stern connection with Southern Cal. So into the red buoys, can Purdue... the lead is quite large, but still enough room for Purdue to maybe overtake, but Southern Cal with the response.
I think we're going to run out of real estate before they can overtake.
And look
Purdue
at Georgia Tech on the outside.
Holding their bow ball just slightly ahead of UMass. Got them in a chokehold. Georgia Tech is charging there up, and they're sprinting. As we come in, I think all crews are up above 35, 36. Southern Cal looking behind them. They're looking for that finish line. Where is it? Please don't let those crews get any closer. Purdue pushing themselves ahead of the UMass and the Georgia Tech crew. I think those margins are going to hold. I think UMass is going to hold off Georgia Tech here, but as they go stroke for stroke, it's just a matter of who is more effective at getting the meters out per stroke. Southern Cal through the line first, and it is Purdue, UMass, and Georgia Tech. I think UMass had one stroke where they maybe got their bow ball ahead. I don't think it's enough to stand. We'll look at the photo finish in a moment. Southern Cal at 7:22.0.042.
Yeah, I think Purdue did just about hold on. Yeah, there's the confirmation.
And we're going to see UMass probably a hundredth of a second or so behind that. 7:24, 3/10 of a second behind. And Georgia Tech, incredible. Great work, guys. All 4 crews up there in that tight race. And then we have the boats from Oklahoma State and the crews from Wash U wrapping up that B final. Coming up next, we got medals back on the line for the men's novice 4 AE final. So on the course we have the men's Novice 4A final coming up. These guys, again, first year racing at ACRA. Oh, not on the course yet. Lining up in the stake boats. They are hoping to earn their first medal here at Oak Ridge and possibly their program's first medal of the weekend.
Absolutely.
And
And
now
then
they're off the block.
lane 1 will have Tulane, lane 2 Vanderbilt, lane 3 Virginia, so lane 4 Texas, essentially 4 southern schools across the line there, then Lafayette and Vermont adding in. You can see the race underway up on the screen now. It looks like Texas in lane 4 is out and going. These are their 4 top guys in the novice program. Sean McKenna doing a really nice job down there on Town Lake in Austin. It's actually one of the more challenging places to row. There's an enormous life on that river, places where you can
They do
kayak.
Town Lake or Ladybird Lake?
Ladybird Lake, sorry. Thank you. But they get out there and they're clearly doing some nice stuff. Everyone knows that Texas as a program and as a university has enormous potential for rowing.
Yeah, their women's varsity program is setting the standard for collegiate rowing at the Division I level. But the club here, they're setting the standard for ACRA because their women also just won the Novice 4, so these guys are hoping to join them as novice champions.
There are some very good athletes on this club program, men and women, and that Texas crew just nice and out in front. Again, Virginia, that Virginia 4 has looked good all weekend. They've often used to just being out and away and up front.
Right.
And that is being thrown at them right now by Texas, who's as we come into just about 700, 750 meters. They have a length open. Virginia sitting there in second, and a very, very tight bunching of the rest of the crews in a chevron, but still all in contact 3 through 6 right there. So that's Tulane, Vanderbilt, Lafayette, and Vermont. It's going to see who sort of has a better move through this middle 1,000
and
to
really
try and get in there and take a silver medal.
Either who has the stronger will to not get shaken by other crews staying with you, or just the laser focus, right? Don't look out of the boat. Doesn't matter where they are. Our piece is our piece. Once we hit the last 500 or right before that, we can see how much more do we need to dig our heels in to establish where our bow ball is. But first 1,000 meters, you're rowing your race. You're putting your race plan out there before you need to change it on the fly.
But for these guys, it's a first collegiate national championship they've been to. Perhaps they rowed in high school. Perhaps they've been to junior nationals, and they've felt some of that pressure before. But it's a different level up here than it is, and you have one of the first things you have to do is how to learn to handle the pressure.
Right.
The Virginia guys, they have a wealth of experience above them in their team that's there. Texas, not as much. I mean, there's some guys who've been here. There's been some guys who are rowing, but learning how to succeed at this level, this is the stuff that they're learning now for their future novice classes.
Yeah. So Virginia still just barely holding their bow ball open over the other crews fighting for second place. Getting a bit of a change in the angle here. Yeah, we're going to chase him down from the stern side of this, and here we go. Looking at the crews.
A gorgeous, gorgeous lead. This is not an event that normally has a dominant race like this out of a crew. It's often very competitive, as you can see by the whole rest of the. That's what the final normally looks like with a 6th crew stuck in there.
Right. So UVA, that crew next to them.
Coming out from UVA, we have a Vanderbilt up,
and then across the way is Lafayette challenging
Lafayette next to them.
Vanderbilt for that 3rd place spot here. I was trying to figure out which crew is which. Texas was off the screen because they're holding a multiple boat length open water hold here. Great work by those Longhorns.
It does look like Vanderbilt is matching speed with this Virginia crew. Rowing very gorgeously, absolutely typical of the Virginia crews. They're really well coached on that. It still looks to me like it's a little comfortable. Perhaps they're out there marking a time to move. It's sort of hard to reprogram yourself in the middle of the race to go from, okay, we're not trying to win anymore. Now we're focused tactically on the rest of the field. but very, very efficient rowing there, and they look to me like they have several gears to throw in.
I think they have
race.
another gear. I think they're prepared in this Hudson Shell to pick it up and lift when it comes time to put their money on the line. But Lafayette,
Lafayette is putting a move in, I tell you.
Yep, not to be forgotten. Vanderbilt crew, they roll deep. Coach John Miller and squad do a great job preparing these athletes, so it's going to be a real barn burner.
And as they start to come by us, you can't see this on the sun yet. We have Lafayette putting an absolute
big
move.
move. They're going to come up and try and take some of that.
Within a seat and a half maybe, and moving. Virginia's got to respond, and they've got to respond.
And this is where them
right
looking
now,
so
and
comfortable.
Coming as well.
Oh, wow.
And there you see Virginia starting to respond a little bit. But I tell you, for my money's on that Lafayette boat.
Right, this
now,
is where
it's
Virginia
just
being so
moving.
comfortable is it's working against them just a little bit to be down at this base pace, because if the gear is going to change, it has to change now, right?
Even
what's
if
on
you
those
absorb
other
that other
crews
piece. As you watch, it's hard to quantify, but there's an intent going on
Absolutely.
in both the Lafayette crew and the Vanderbilt crew to sort of move forward. The Virginia crew now getting past just barely, but this very nice long extended press from Lafayette really working. And also here comes Vanderbilt on the outside getting in front of Virginia. Not yet,
but they're making a threat.
On the threat to do it. Tuesday,
not happy.
The two-man in the Texas boat way out in front.
He's
not
saying, I want
happy.
more. I think his oar's also.
There's something he's
his
just saying
oar
no,
is pulling away
no,
from his oar lock
no,
a lot. I'm
something
not
like
sure
that.
if there's a little bit of
at
a
the finish
tech issue or if he's just losing something.
Yeah, he's taking over with his inboard hand to feather there.
But here come the guys out of Easton, PA, Lafayette. Big pickup off the front end. They're taking that move. It wasn't just a 10. It was everything they need to close that margin on Texas and open up this margin.
And now Vanderbilt pulling up even right here as you see it on your screen.
Stroke
also
for stroke
going through
with
Virginia.
Virginia.
Virginia has to figure out how to handle this, and they got to do it now.
Yeah, it is make or break. There's no time left to wait. Texas crossing through the line, 7:06. Congratulations to the Longhorns for their second medal of the weekend for their program. All novice medals. That's great work. They'll have a varsity 4 coming up later on. And it's going to be Lafayette, and it's going to be Vanderbilt taking second and third, upsetting Virginia. Who had that second place lead early and has managed to hold on to fourth, but those other crews really took it in slingshot past them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's where you have maybe a little – those are Lafayette's 4 best guys, Texas' 4 best guys. I think Vanderbilt's 4 best novice, Frosch. Did they have an 8, the Vanderbilt? I don't believe so.
I don't believe the men had an 8. Well, at least not a novice 8.
Yeah. So that and Virginia has perhaps the class of the field novice 8 here this year. So they have 8 guys in front of them. So, in a certain sense, those Virginia guys racing up, as it were, and they pulled out a card. I have no idea. We should find out what that playing card was about. It was a 6 or a 7 of hearts. It looked like, and something some internal.
A little
joke.
Texas Hold'em, I guess.
Yeah, it could be a little Texas Hold'em, exactly.
So great work. Coming up, we are moving on to 8 oars, the women's novice 8B final.
But congratulations there to Texas for their gold medal, Lafayette silver, Vanderbilt bronze. The women's novice 8B final, again, 6 boats across. You're going to be seeing full racing almost all day here. Very few events where you won't be seeing that. We have in here in lane 1, UC Irvine. In lane 2, Middlebury. In lane 3, Santa Barbara. Lane 4, Davis. Lane 5, University of New Hampshire. And in lane 6, Michigan State. Again, all programs big enough to be putting forward a second novice women's 8. So at least 16 new rowers on the women's program for them in their first year of rowing. So a lot of people to help feed those varsity programs in the future years. And as we take off, it's lane 4, UC Davis out in front. They're about 3.5 minutes in, so coming in to the 1,000 soon here. UC Davis easily out in front. Santa Barbara, who has raced them a fair bunch, maybe bow to stern. Bow to stern with them will be University of New Hampshire, and then Middlebury still over. Oh, I'm sorry. UC Santa Barbara is back. I was reading.
It's Middlebury.
Middlebury in second. I was missing a spot. So Middlebury sitting in second, and Irvine and UCSB and I believe UNH even there, sort of racing for third. Really nice rowing out here from UC Davis. Long, pressy, strong, and in control here. And then you have Middlebury sort of rowing in no woman's land there. Although they could, with the right push here, still as they come into about 1,200 meters, they still have enough space to
absolutely
and time to get back into it. And then a dog fight for the third place there between Irvine and I think Santa Barbara coming back up now. Is that correct? And New Hampshire. So Santa Barbara had been dropped a little bit, but has managed to figure out something to get back in.
Yeah, a lot of blue and yellow, a lot of dark and yellow in all these UC crews. So pardon us just having a little bit of trouble with it, especially if I believe UC Santa Barbara is in those yellow tanks. Really key to their club tradition.
Those damn yellow tanks. Love it.
So that is setting them
they're
apart.
novices, so they don't get unis yet. There is a really cool tradition at UCSB. Every athlete gets their own individual number going back to the first members of the team 50 years ago. And they get them in the spring of their novice year. And after that, they sign all their stuff with their number attached.
Very
to
cool.
It. So those women part of that tradition right now. And you know, Middlebury is sitting there.
They're sitting there. They're holding on to Michigan State right now.
They are holding on there right now with Davis up there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Davis. Pardon me.
And Davis, though, I think in control. Very, very nicely rhythmic, swinging out together and getting up into the catch and just getting the next stroke. You can see them now in 400 meters to go or so, starting to put a move in. They've just taken the.
Yeah, that Davis crew
up.
is sitting up really tall into their finish. It's a compressed stroke, one where there's not a lot of wasted movement, trying to overswing, overextend. They're up, they're in, they're through. Oars out, send the boat.
But as you can see
those oars back in after the puddles.
Third, fourth, and fifth, just a
stroke
gorgeously
here. Look at
tight
this.
race there with
16 oars, just about moving in unison. Santa Barbara
Irvine,
just
Santa Barbara,
a little bit less
UNH.
technically sound than that UCI crew, who are trying to step up, walk away. We got the stroke women of that crew.
That UCSB crew has had to push to get back up
right,
into that
right.
group, and then you sometimes need to regroup a little bit, and during that time you're vulnerable, which is, I think, Irvine sort of taking that away.
Yeah, Davis is really stepping on it. The 6C is doing a great job of staying right through the middle. Not a lot of rotation. They don't need it. They're probably, I think, the second tallest person in that crew. So they are just getting the legs down. This looks like a leg press row. Oh, in that 6 seat.
Little crab, but
that's
got
okay.
It back.
Got it back. That's novice rowing for you at every level.
And that's as they get tired, they stop hanging on the blade the whole way through in the water. Just says thank you. I think
but
I'll
this
eat that
is
right
a
now.
great pickup and move. Just this boat is sailing through the water. They're giving everything they have left in the tank.
But has it opened a door? I don't think there's enough water, but you know.
Middlebury's still going to hold on to that second place there.
Middlebury's still
here.
going to take that. If it had been a little bit more pronounced, it might have made a difference.
Yeah, one of the ones you see in a U.S. rowing safety video. Congratulations to the UC Davis crew taking first place in the petite final. Middlebury crew taking second place in the petite final. And I think it's going to be Irvine just barely eking out the third place from Santa Barbara. Yep, just a little more technically sound. There's UC Irvine, UC USB, Santa Barbara, and
then it was New Hampshire
New
who
Hampshire
was
crew
up in there as well,
followed by
found the pace a little bit too rich.
Yep, followed by Michigan State over in lane 6.
I mean, that's also what happens when you're racing against crews like that. You might find yourself producing a speed that maybe you'll hold on to, but it's not your normal thing. So you give it until you can, and then something happens. And
Producing
we're
a
done.
speed, huh? We'll see what kind of speed Purdue puts down in this upcoming grand final for the women's novice 8.
Absolutely. Producing this. Oh, that's terrible.
It's awful.
When are you starting to have children so these dad jokes can actually be dad jokes?
I'm not, no time soon, but we're
There you
preparing.
go.
So we
You
have.
you're practicing for the years in advance.
I don't know. It's
There
just
you go.
who I am.
So we have the Novice 8 Grand Final coming up for the women. Lane 1, Tulane. Lane 2, Purdue, producing some speed. Lane 3, Grand Valley with a boat that's had a really great year, and they were all gathered around Sarah yesterday talking to their alumni Olympian, and she was giving them just giving them some pride in what they are doing as a club. Orange Coast in lane 4, Bowdoin in lane 5, and Illinois in lane 6. This Illinois crew, all 9 athletes are walk-ons, no high school experience at all. They've got some really good athletes in there. Peter has been building the new coach first year, really sort of been building a program there. They have the largest squad they've had at ACRA in a while, and putting a novice 8 into the final
really
in his first year is
incredible
really
work.
quite impressive.
And we are opening strokes here a minute in, so we are still on our high strokes, opening up the beginning strategy of the race. It is OCC ever so slightly out ahead of the crew from
Grand Valley. And with that Illinois crew up there
up in the
nicely
fight.
in third, doing a nice job. Maybe over on
But
the
I
other
think
side,
Bowdoin
Purdue
and
also in there.
Purdue are in that fight right now. Bowdoin maybe nope. Yeah, Bowdoin may be falling off the pace they've settled earlier, I should say. So
That's
right
quite
now,
possible. And we'll see a little jockeying here as the crews are coming out of their start sequence into the base. And you see those two center crews, Grand Valley and Orange Coast, deciding that they're going to have a great race together. Staying up with them is also Purdue. Purdue and Grand Valley have certainly seen each other.
They've seen each other at Macra. I'm sure they've done some duels. A lot of great Midwest speed there on the outside lane. That's Tulane. Glad
also,
to see them
Bowdoin
here.
now pushing up
So
just a little bit.
Bowdoin,
as well.
yeah, they're a little bit behind the initial, spots for first, second, third. But we've seen them in every race and just about every shell. Second novice women's 8, men's V4, all this stuff. They can really rise to the occasion late. And if they have a hold on your stern deck or a couple seats, they're
You
going
better
to
watch out.
Yep, they're going to pull up and walk through. We saw them do that in some of their heats and semifinals to make it to this shot.
Yeah. And Grand Valley just eking out the barest of margins here over Orange Coast. You can see here from above that they're about at the same rating, maybe half a beat higher than Orange Coast, but bum. That's the catches between the two. So they're pretty much at a pretty even thing. And there's this race now going in the Chevron. Illinois just getting dropped off that pace a little bit, but the other 5 all in contention. And
wow,
again,
yeah, because Tulane has really made a charge once they got to base. The lengthening out has actually helped them keep up and overtake just ever so slightly Purdue's bow ball on a chase for now Grand Valley, who are leading the way, hopefully inspired and encouraged by Sarah Zelensky and their talk with her yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that that Orange Coast crew is used to being out easily in their West Coast racing.
Perhaps, but we've also seen all the OCC crews. I mean, what was it?
Throw some crazy sprints.
Was that the 3V?
It was the varsity 8 that sprinted
oh
into
my
the
God,
final.
yeah, they just picked it up. So I'm sure that is how all the athletes train out there. That is the character of their crews. But Grand Valley making a statement, coming through the 1K mark in the lead by about 6 seats or so on the next closest crew. And
with
here's
Tulane
that Bowdoin crew
having made their move right now.
Again, that
sort
length
of
in the body of the
Purdue a
race
little
is
bit.
really impressive. I think they are going stroke for stroke for Grand Valley. I don't have my stroke coach on me right now. Stroke watch. up
and
in the
Bowdoin
mid-30s.
making a move
That's the
here,
thing.
moving up into
Bowdoin
Orange
is trying to
Coast.
eat a couple seats away from OCC, so hopefully OCC does have that sprint. They might just have to open
And
that can
there's
up
still
sooner.
a good 9,000 meters. There's
Yes.
the downhill portion of this race to come, and you can see right now actually momentum is really quite important to what you're doing.
Absolutely,
and you can see
emotional
that,
momentum
you can see
too.
that Bowdoin crew just having success against moving a little bit and a little bit and a little bit on Orange Coast. It's not that they're taking a 10 and moving; it's that their constant effort, their constant speed is moving.
For sure.
them. And that
Really
always
great
feels good.
blade work from this Grand Valley crew, the Laker Navy. Out of which side of Michigan? They're in Allendale, right?
Allendale, Michigan.
Allendale, Michigan. Just long, strong, great swing and hang. But Tulane is coming up. They're going to make a challenge before that first 500-meter mark. The angle's a little, it's pretty good. I'd say bow ball is closer to right between 7 and 6 feet on that Grand Valley crew. But they've been inching their way up every couple of strokes. I think they're going to have a little bit more
you can see the number
overlap.
1 Tulane. They are surging back in. They're now, that bow ball is on the 7 woman, maybe now on the 6 woman. So they're moving up in here. As, in fact, on the outside, you can't see it in your shot, is Bowdoin. Nonetheless, you can see Grand Valley responding right now as well. They've just decided, hey, we're coming into the 1500.
Grand Valley's
it's time to lay
responded.
this down.
Tulane is still holding that margin. Bowdoin has walked their bow ball through OCC, maybe a seat on top, and they're charging up, and they're going to come and try and take everything out of Tulane's hand here. Purdue.
Absolutely. Tulane in a clear second right now, but Bowdoin moving.
Bowdoin's charging up. They have that second half speed, and I think this is what you would describe as that crew going downhill. They raced to the 1K. They said, we are in the mix, and now this is the fun part. Right?
And we'll see if the Orange Coast women can repeat what their varsity men did yesterday and sprint from about this point into the top 3.
Like a train leaving the station. So much length coming out of this Tulane crew. So what I'm seeing is the way that length is, it's a lot of tilt forward, stretch forward. If they pick it up in the rate and they don't compress that stroke a little bit more at the front end.
And they've got their bow ball into Grand Valley now.
Yeah.
So they are making a move. I still think Grand Valley has enough of a lead to absorb it, but you know that when the bow woman looks over and says, we got their stern, let's go.
Yeah, and
that's working.
Stroke seat of that Bowdoin crew is ready to leave that OCC bow ball in the dust in behind her. I think Coxon is keeping her
you can
locked
see her Coxon is no longer looking back at OCC. She's looking forward, trying to get them up into that Tulane crew, which is going to be hard because that Tulane crew is just moving and has a little bit of contact there with Grand Valley.
I think we are just about, we're in that last 250. On my money, I think these margins are going to hold in the spot for the medaling spots.
They're all three at excellent. They're at their full speed. They're at their full effort. All of them rowing to their max and rowing excellently.
Rowing to their maximum.
Bowdoin
is
that
clearing
Grand
a little
Valley
bit more
stroke.
space.
That is some gorgeous rowing. Now you see part of why that boat's doing. That's great.
Yeah, the way they're
that.
sitting up, the hips fully engaged. They're driving that shell through with all the hips
doing the work, the core doing the
rocking
work.
open.
That's awesome.
And here they come, earning a gold
national
medal.
champions. Grand Valley and the women's novice 8.
Tulane earning that silver medal, but tightly contested by Bowdoin with their bronze. I think all 3 crews' first medal of the weekend. Great work by OCC coming in that 4th spot, Purdue in the 5th, and then we'll see Illinois soon coming through the line. Congratulations to Laker Navy.
Slapping the water, being absolutely excited about this. Traditionally, quote unquote, you would expect the Grand Valley novice women to always be fast. And the last couple of years, there have been some other crews coming in to do that.
It's a deep league. They're holding up their L's for Laker Navy.
And Purdue and Orange Coast may be coming in as sort of some of the big names here, actually getting rowed through. These Bowdoin crews, though, have been doing amazingly well the last couple of years. Really nice to see them adapting their program to ACRA. And as they've come, it certainly has lit a nice fire in them. But you can see all the smiles, the thumbs up to the other crews out of the Grand Valley.
Congratulations
to the Laker Navy on a gold medal, celebrating themselves, celebrating
their program.
Celebrating Laura Zelenka, celebrating John
Bencari, year of loss. So a lot of this in memory of the legendary longtime coach John Bencari of Grand Valley.
And those women will have met John. He was able to get out to the reunion a month or so ago. So they'll know who he is, which is great. And hopefully I know he's up there smiling, his huge big smile to see this.
Congratulations to them. So I think we have a little bit of a hold, a little bit of a wait before the men's novice 8B final happens. We have a crew paddling down. I imagine there's some loss of skeg or something else, so I might see the grand final of the men's novice 8 happening before the B final. We are just speculating, so we will only hit you with the facts as soon as we know them.
So that was a heck of a race.
I'm sweating. My blood's pumping.
I tell you, it's great to see things not just sort of play out in the first 500 and then just maintain down the course. And you know, this is a lot of the difference between the junior rowing that you're seeing all the time. It tends to establish itself in the first 300 or 400 meters, and then everyone sort of says, okay, that's it. And I'm hoping if you're a junior rower watching this, you're seeing that it is quite possible to do those things. We see the UC Davis boat coming down here. They would have been in lane one of the novice B final without their bow pair.
Okay.
Their bow pair is sitting in the launch with the
that's interesting.
with the referees. So maybe an oar issue. Again, speculating.
Yeah, I told him facts only.
Hashtags. But if we put a hashtag on it, then
No,
it's just
don't
an
make me a
ironic
liar.
expression
All
of
right,
youth.
so lining up into the blocks, this looks like it's going to be the A final, grand final men's novice 8 based on those UCLA oars, that bright blue. So from lane 1 through lane 6, you're going to see Minnesota in that first lane, UCLA with the blue blades next to them. Between them all, Michigan State, Orange Coast, Bowdoin, another Bowdoin, and another Illinois. Nope,
No, you
sorry.
switched down.
Oop, Minnesota, UCLA, MSU, Orange Coast, Michigan and Purdue.
So four Midwest crews here that have been beating up on each other all spring.
Yep.
MSU
And
sort
a pair
of
of West
that,
Coasters.
and then a pair of Southern California crews even
Really?
who've also been seeing each other. So it's going to be a barn burner of a final here.
It's going to be remarkable. I've said it once this morning. I'm really impressed with all the Michigan State crews I've seen out here this weekend. Really well
It's
raced
great to see them
by that Michigan State men's
Yeah.
group to get into this A final. So I think they're going to come and try and shake up any expected orders.
Sort of a little sub issue here. The three programs probably in the hunt for the men's point trophy are Michigan, Purdue, and Virginia.
Yes.
And this
This
novice
row
8 is worth a fair amount of points.
Yeah.
Virginia's in the B final. So both Purdue and Michigan are going to outscore them in this event. But you know that besides just the bragging rights of who gets to be better, you know that there's also a team point trophy issue going on, even if they're racing for 5th and 6th.
Yes.
They're going to race it out all the way. Let's hope that's not the case.
Well, everyone else
we'll
hopes
see.
that is.
Yeah.
If you saw us early in the morning with the singles, the fingers, right, the part that is holding the boats in place are pulled all the way back, so the 8s actually have to row the 2,000 meters to start the race instead of having to row, maybe 1950, 1910. So almost all crews are locked in spot. These 3 crews on the left side of our screen, now 4, and now all blades are in. Nobody else is tapping it around.
I'm
minimal
sure all
win.
these crews
And
have
we're
the mindset
off
they
to
want the
the
full
races.
2K.
Yep.
They want the full 2K to get themselves where they
Michigan
wanna be.
State, little bit of super pressure on, I believe, that port side. Now that starboard side coming off the blocks, but now we're even. These boats swimming through the water intensely. All crews basically
Michigan
dead
and
even.
Orange Coast and Purdue eking out a little bit there. All 3 of those crews have had very smooth starts. Actually, that Orange Coast crew now taking a seat or 2 early times though, and MSU as well.
Yep, MSU bows slightly ahead of Orange Coast. We're going to have about another 30 seconds of these crews on their start sequence, high flying before they shift into their main gear and see who's got the better body of the
and
race.
That's where we'll see what's going to happen in that base speed. Again, it's 2 or 3 seats. It's not a big deal. If the base is better, you'll make it right up and it'll even back up. And that should be happening any moment now. You never know what people have called and asked themselves to do. That Purdue crew still up pretty high. And the
I think
Orange
Michigan has
Coast
shifted to
crew is up
base.
there. Michigan has already shifted to base, and you can see the movement happening with that, but they've got to stay on that base. and make those other crews pay for staying up higher.
Dude,
'cause it
Michigan
does-
State has some length out of these strokes. They're getting bow puddle all the way up. Gosh, is that past 7 seats? Or that's still a boat length, almost a boat length per stroke at a 34, 35, 36. This is really impressive. Sometimes
some gorgeous base power going on there.
I've had
moving
the
them up.
experience of sometimes you just know who you're racing up against, and if you know when they shift down, holding on for a little bit longer, 10,
Yep.
20, 45 seconds, so you know they're up, and then
UCLA
you just have the
having
mental
some
game.
nice base speed here to sort of put them back up and move them up. Michigan has to figure out what they're going to do with that. Purdue,
Purdue doing a little
pushing
steering.
up into second, a little steering, but still pushing up pretty even with Orange Coast.
I'd
there.
say just slightly behind, and they also I don't think that they see that UCLA is about dead even with them. Minnesota
their
falling.
coxswain cannot see UCLA.
Yeah.
There are 3 crews
Nor
between
and
them.
nor they don't really need to focus on them right now. It's 750 meters in the race. Just focus on your crew. Just focus on that. If you execute the 1K, the first 2/3 of the race at the 1250, as you plan to, then you can take a look out and be like, all right, who dealt what cards?
So we're coming into 750 or so, about when Michigan starts to shift up a little bit, about when OCC likes to put a big move on.
I'm really
Michigan State
impressed.
Just looks like they're going wire to wire.
I'm really impressed with again the length and the smooth stroke that Michigan State is putting out there. It looks like it's a very soft front end, one that lets the boat run on entry, and then they can swing and accelerate out of it. You know, it almost looks like a really great light crew, the way that they're just spinning this stroke around. OCC is not to be forgotten, though, and we know they will sprint this out. So I think if they have anything, anything less than 7 seats separating them from first, they can sprint that out. You can already see them starting to charge their way in.
But all 6
here.
crews overlapped.
Yeah, all
Every
6 crews,
crew
which is
overlapped with
fantastic to
every
see.
crew. No
Minnesota
one's
on
out
the
in front.
outside is probably even.
Michigan move coming into effect a little bit there, but when there's a race that this tight, it's hard to know that. Michigan moving up, you can see most effectively on UCLA.
Yep.
And closing on Purdue, which they've done before, and then Purdue has been able to sort of snap things out at
Definitely.
the end. But some really good racing here, and the shore is coming alive. OCC putting a nice move to move back up here into Michigan State.
I think Michigan State still has at least a deck worth of their boat ahead of OCC. They're not going to let that stand. Purdue is making their way back up into UCLA and into OCC.
and
I'd say
Michigan
bow
going
ball.
with them. So
Yep.
it's just tightening as we're coming
This is
in
incredible.
to
Really great work by these guys. This is their
750 meters to go.
Yep.
And
This is their
still
first
6
ACRA
boats
championship.
across.
They want to end the year with something around their neck, preferably something gold. Something bronze is okay. If these are the margins that you finish with.
Michigan
OCC,
taking 2 more seats on Purdue, moving up, and Orange Coast and Michigan State right in there. Orange Coast just a bow ball ahead. UCLA on the other side, still in there. Purdue in third, maybe with UCLA. Michigan moving up onto terms. There's a little bit now. It's just going to come down to who can sprint. But there are bronze and even silver medals online.
everything's for
here.
the taking right now. So Michigan State, I think, is just behind the OCC crew. The body of their race, the body of their piece is great, but do they have another gear? Because it looks like they're struggling to hit the clutch and shift
Orange
it up.
Coast here showing the same move that their varsity
Yeah,
made.
they know how
And
to do
those
this.
Two boats are out there working against each other
Whoa,
every
it's
day.
about a seat a
It's just
stroke
time to
right
go.
now.
They're just uncorking here to win that. Almost can't see what's happening. Michigan has gotten past Purdue. Can they get through UCLA? 2 seats to come in here and steal a bronze. But it looks to me like UCLA is also moving really gorgeously
UCLA
over
is
there.
challenging Michigan State now. Again, I don't know if they press the clutch. I think they are still in gear. They're long, they're strong. It's a beautiful row, but do these
Michigan
guys?
State is vulnerable now.
Exactly.
Having just been moved on, and here comes UCLA and probably Michigan on the other side. We're in the red buoys though. The OCC coxswain looking back and slamming on the boat.
OCC
Say, "Let's go,
coxswain
boys. We're
wants
doing
to
it."
see the bow ball in the rear view. They want nothing but water between them and the
she's
crews
saying
around
things
them.
like gold, get me there.
This
We're
is
gonna win
coast
this.
on the bow. This is a really impressive shift up and pick up into the sprint. OCC is about to leave
And
our screen.
Michigan coming
is
up.
charging up.
Michigan coming up
looking
here.
for third
Maybe
place.
Michigan's going to catch Michigan State. It looks
Nope,
like they're
running out of real estate.
You don't think so?
Michigan State through the line.
Oh, it's the
second, I
angle.
think. Oh! I don't know. I think UCLA made him take that.
got it by maybe a couple of tenths.
Oh, my gosh.
That was a great
Minnesota
finish in that. But
coming through the line.
In the little mini race, Michigan getting in front of Purdue in the all-important
in the team point trophy. MSU 17.5.
617.5 for Michigan State. Michigan 618.5
We'll
to come through. I'm sure people are going to want to see that photo finish. UCLA 618.727. You got to remember, we're not exactly on the lot with that shot, right? The finish line camera is. So Michigan coming through from 5th to pull back up into a silver, into a bronze medal. Todd Gokin's got to be happy for
Thrill.
his crew there.
Looks like a guy from OCC jumped out of the boat, fell out of the boat, not sure. Congratulations from the guys from the coast. Congratulations to Michigan State Spartans for notching in that second great body of the row. But that second gear up from OCC,
brilliant
incredible.
Second halves there, one from Orange Coast and one from Michigan. Just MSU was out far enough that Michigan couldn't get into them. UCLA putting a huge, gorgeous press there in as well to get up into it and lead, and just getting caught in the last stroke, basically.
Yeah,
by
congratulations, stroke pair of Orange Coast giving each other a smooch to celebrate. And we are moving back to the 4s in the women's varsity B final, petite final, level 4. Left to right side of your screen, you're going to see Ohio State, URI from Rhode Island, Grand Valley, Florida State, Pittsburgh, Georgia Tech. I don't know if the Grand Valley Laker Navy knows yet that their women's novice 8 just won gold. Hopefully we'll find out. They'll find out soon.
Yeah, baby.
Perhaps because they go through the line to also earn a gold medal themselves. Right now, I believe we have in the first place spot Grand Valley. They are in the lead right now, if I'm reading the lanes correctly. Followed closely by the Florida State crew. Followed closely. Oh, no, I think Florida State is just a little bit behind Georgia Tech. No, Georgia Tech? Yeah, Georgia Tech's crew. Really great row here so far. We are just under 1,000 meters into the race, just under halfway point. Laker Navy hoping to see themselves taking 6th place overall in this race.
Yeehaw. That was great. You're not going to have the same problem those guys lifted him.
Really good work right here from that Grand Valley crew, putting on the same style of stroke that their women's novice 8 just had, stepping, swinging, serving as the model for their younger athletes to follow. And that is the Georgia Tech crew in second, just by about half a boat length over Florida State, who's going to get a huge cheer from the supporters on the shore as they come past the 1,500-meter marker. Fighting in that 4th place spot, URI is slightly ahead of the Pittsburgh crew and the Ohio State crew.
The Florida State parents next to us all out there, big smiles. A very famous rowing coach who is now just here in his capacity as a father, ready to watch things. His wife just turned around and looked at him and said, "Wait, you're a famous rowing coach? Who did I marry?" It's all good.
Grand Valley setting down a really strong pace here that I think Georgia Tech wants to chew into, but the swing, those the ladies in the boat are sitting back nice and tall, long, and sending that boat along a really good clip per stroke. Coxon is keeping them locked in. Really great course. So they might have a bit of a challenge in that last 750 from the Yellow Jackets out of Georgia Tech, who are grinding their way. Much more of a front-end focused stroke. Not a lot of swing through. Setting up and swinging. They're coming in at about 600 meters to go left in the race of this petite final. So, again, this is fighting for spots 7 through 12 in the country in the V4. Some of these athletes, they are the top 4 rowers in their program.
The Grand Valley women, however, are definitely the 2V or even 3V boat here for their program. Gorgeous rowing out in front, nice long stroke. They have the advantage here of having some open water. Overhead right now, they're with the yellow blades, and now from the side.
And I think
you've been
Georgia
seeing
Tech is
Pittsburgh.
susceptible. This is Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech,
Susceptible
sorry.
to Florida State, who are making a move here. They have a couple seats. The angle is a little bit back, so I think that bow ball is closer to 2 seat now. Pittsburgh a little bit off the pace there, trying to fight to catch up to URI, who's being challenged by Ohio State. But really great pickup. I love the angle, and although they're not swinging very much through in the Georgia Tech shell, right? It's a very front-end heavy stroke. As the knees come down to send the hips open, everything's going with them. There is not a loss of speed at the front end of that stroke.
And if you're joining us, I'd like to point out that these side-by-side shots normally we see at water level taken from a launch going on. This is all drone work that's happening here. Absolutely brilliant technical photography. Really, really gorgeous. Setting the standard, I think, for regatta coverage here from our friends at HereNow. .com. So if you want to,
and it's interesting,
really well produced product
of course,
for your regatta, you should contact them, and Brian would be glad to help you.
It's interesting seeing the style of stroke that this Laker Navy crew is setting the tone with here. Again, it's a very big swing and setup. And I think, Charlie, are those Concept 2 Flat 2 blades for their oars?
You know, I can't see right now.
I think the zoom
we
in
have this huge wide out.
Is
did it have the strip on the end of it?
I didn't see the strip, but it didn't look as long as the Smoothie 2 blade. That's very common. And for me, that's usually a very front-end heavy
So
stroke.
the style that they rode there, their head coach is rode at Grand Valley himself, and was coached by John Bancari, and that's very much a get up and hang on it sort of.
Yeah,
style.
it really is.
Yeah.
It's nice. There's a lot of great line through, and they are through the line first, and Georgia Tech through the line second. Great row from all those crews. Florida State holding on for third place in the petite final, 9th overall. URI, nice charge through. Ohio State contesting, but couldn't quite crack past the bow seat, followed by Pittsburgh to round out the petite final of the women's varsity 4.
Very little wind here today, so what you're seeing is the true speed of this course, a women's varsity 4 at 8 minutes. You know, normally we like to think of those crews down closer to like 7:20, 7:30 at the varsity level. I think you're also just seeing that this is, in the end, this is not a particularly fast course,
which is good.
Which
it's
is
a pretty
fine,
neutral
but
course.
it is absolutely fair. It didn't used to be. They went in and
they did a lot of work.
They had to do a lot of work on it, and one of the things that they really got permission to do was to dredge lanes 1 and 2 in the first couple of 100 meters, because it used to be that you would sit up at the start and you'd watch a crew go off, and lane 1 would just sort of sit there almost as they were rowing for the first 10 strokes and be 6 seats down through no fault of their own. So in order to make this Melton Lake course capable of attracting top-level collegiate regattas, the ACRA had been here forever. As the University of Tennessee varsity program was going, they started to use this as a home course, so there was some additional ability to have some investment in this course. They really turned it into a nice space. They have a proper finish tower. They have obviously that proper start area, and
this is going to be one of the next toughest events on the course right now. It is the women's varsity 4, and there are a lot of crews vying for the gold medal here that have a shot at it. So reigning champions Florida Tech women are in the lead right now. Let me go through all the lanes on the course right now. From left to right on your screen, you see Texas, Chicago, Florida Tech, Lafayette. That is next to them, Orange Coast and Liberty in the red shell on the right. So Florida Tech won this event last year. Lafayette had a lot of great varsity 4 crews, so they're going to be tight on their tail all the way through.
And Florida Tech is out there nicely in front, very much in control the way they've rowed this entire regatta. Just a little bit there over Lafayette. Those two coming out, Orange Coast hanging on to Lafayette's coattails, and maybe across the way Chicago still in contact with OCC, but it's Florida Tech out there pushing away, maybe just breaking open here.
So this is already great.
In.
Last year, as I recall, I think they had a lot of open water in a lot of their
Early.
pieces,
Yeah.
and this is a lot more work that they're going to have to put in. The same thing happened in their novice 4, where they had a little bit more overlap in their race, and Liberty came and used that strategy to walk through them. So we'll see if Lafayette has that same grit and grind to happen here. I think 3 rowers from this crew, I'm sorry, 3 people from the 3 rowers and 1 coxswain from this crew are back from last year. 1 new rower. Only 2 of the women in this varsity 4, the coxswain and the strokesy, participate in high school rowing. Everyone else in the program is being developed at the club level by coaches Catherine Davey and Adam Thorstad. This program used to be a varsity-funded Division II program, but around 2020, the women's program and men's program were cut. The men's program was reinstated in 2023, but the women's program has remained a club. So this used to have about 20 members or so, and it's went through a little bit of struggle, and they're back up to about 13 to 15 athletes.
So you think about all the things that they had to contend with, COVID, everything else, loss of the status in a certain way. Doesn't necessarily mean you can't row fast. It's just you have to restructure your mind. But
restructure, and I mean to bring that up because they're growing and establishing a really strong recruitment on campus.
Huge tradition as a club, doing really great stuff.
And they're really hoping. They, I think, are really proud of their novice 4 for getting silver in the novice event. Really proud of their women, however they finished today, and are hoping to grow and see themselves in the 4s and the 8s next year. So as we come in around the 1,250 mark, maybe a little bit past, Florida Tech is still in the lead. I think just a little bit of open water between them and Lafayette. Lafayette starting to open it up on the Orange Coast College women's 4.
And those 3 have created, I believe that there is open water between OCC and Chicago there.
Right. Yeah, Chicago.
So that the 3 medalists seem to be pretty clear, with Texas and Liberty sort of having their own race going on. So total chevron coming through 500s, Florida Tech, a length of open now on
Lafayette.
On Lafayette, a length of open on Orange Coast. Orange Coast, 2 to 3 seats of open maybe. So
on Chicago.
And then open water back to the final 2 who are still overlapped. So barring a craziness, that's likely how it's going to finish. None of those crews look like they're doing anything to sort of come off the gas.
I think, I think both those.
Full out here.
I think those 2 lead crews are going to open up,
championship final,
drain everything out, pedal to the metal. I can already see them picking up another clip before they even reach the last 250 meters on the buoy line here. Liberty and Chicago are back there in the 4th spot. They are battling it out. I think Chicago is slightly ahead of the Liberty crew and the Lafayette crew here. Great swing and send. I know a lot of these athletes were back here last year in the 4 and the pair, and they're just great pickup on the front end. As soon as those knees are up, those blades are already in. There's no slippage of the seat in that beginning.
We've noted the increase in quality of the Liberty crews this year across
sure.
the board.
This is Lafayette.
I know, but
okay,
we were talking about
just
Liberty
want to make sure.
earlier, just sort of pivoting a little bit, if you will. Still seeing perhaps that there's another level or 2 to get to really be in the push, but with their novice 4 having done as well as they did,
yes,
they might be on the road to that. Hopefully they can switch into some 8s and really start to play there. It's a fairly large student body, I think, that they have on that campus, and they're clearly well supported by the university. So
yeah.
Hopefully that's something they choose to do.
All 3 of these lead crews are surging through the last few buoys on the race course. Happy to come in. I think you're going to see this Florida Tech crew around 7 minutes and 30 seconds, maybe just on the other side of that, followed by Lafayette. I guess a little bit on the other side. Sorry, guys. Congratulations to Florida Tech for winning their gold medal national championship in the varsity 4. Congratulations to Lafayette holding on to take that second place spot.
Closed a little bit on
a little bit, yeah.
OCC
is taking that 3rd spot. The alumni who are here to support Florida Tech, I know they're very proud. They've been doing a lot year to year to help these amazing women rebuild the program, and strong legacy of Florida Tech rowing out there in Melbourne, Florida. So congratulations to them. This is Texas coming through, I believe, in the 5th spot, and Liberty following through in the 6th spot. Congratulations.
Absolutely. And so now we're gonna see the distaff side, as they used to say, the men's side on the same event. A little bit of flexing there going on, and from the women in that Florida Tech boat. Well deserved, gorgeous row there. Congratulations to that. A lot of fun, and some handshakes going in the boat next to them from Lafayette. So, waving, thanking each other for
great sportsmanship. Always getting through the line, saying great row. Congrats to all the other crews making it out there. Here's an interesting thing. One of the junior regional level championships. So it's really common on the junior level for athletes to race twice, right? Double race. They'll race in a 4, they'll race in an 8. Sometimes just to get more training, sometimes to try and get the best shot at getting out of regional championships to nationals or team points trophy, whatever it is, right? It doesn't happen at the college level. There's a regional championship, and I think a couple stipulate that athletes are not allowed to race their heats and choose to not race their final, right? If they've entered themselves and raced their heat or their time trial, they have to finish it out. So they can't just race a bunch of time trials and then see which one looks best for them to medal and then skip out on the else. You owe it to the people that are also in that event and raced with you to give them competition. So that's a great sign.
What happens if they were to do it and then not show up for their
Some of the ones I've seen, it would disqualify them from the other races that they are racing in. At least like whatever the athletes' names are on that, they would disqualify their results.
I mean,
and other things.
obviously, injury would change that. Injury or illness, but you'd have to document it.
It is a difference between scratching a crew for that and just not.
So here we go with the men's varsity 4B final. Lane 1, Illinois. Lane 2, Chicago. Lane 3, Southern California. Lane 4, Michigan. Lane 5, Long Beach State. And lane 6, George Mason. It looks like we have Long Beach and
a
whoever's
bucket
in lane 2. And Chicago out there up front racing for this. Michigan sitting in 3rd in lane 4, about a length up over Southern Cal.
I think Southern Cal has the 3rd place spot there, the yellow oars. And Michigan
lane 4, so lane 3, lane 4,
So Michigan with
USC up in 3rd.
Blue and maize tipped oars.
Well, it's both maize and blue oars, but it's the.
I think Southern Cal just has pure yellow.
Pure yellow, there you go. Yes, that's correct. So interesting here in these varsity 4 finals. Most of these crews, the vast majority of them, are the only crew from their program. At these levels, the Santa Barbara program has an 8, but it's clear that this 4 is the selected crew. Michigan is the 3V guys, so they're having to race up and see what they can have. There's a great race happening here between Chicago and
Long Beach State.
Yeah,
they're going stroke for stroke, and honestly, it's not to be counted out that Southern Cal crew is moving up and in. We already saw their pair pick up and sprint their way in, and I believe their novice 4 pick up and sprint their way in the conversation of their races. So I am not counting out any of those crews
at all. And Michigan is going with that Southern Cal crew, but they're running out of water here.
Running out of water.
Meters to go. They've got to pick up and go. A nice move here, going from Long Beach, from LB the Shark.
Long Beach is slightly ahead of that Chicago pace right now. Balboa is starting to inch ahead. Chicago still long, strong race. I think that Coxon has them locked in, but as we pass through these buoys just a little bit, it is Long Beach in that last 500 with the advantage. Let's see if they use that to hold on. And they're starting to open it up. I think
Southern
stroke
Cal,
seat
their
is
top 4 guys here. Where we talked to their pair earlier that did really well, and they talked about their teammates and how this is also a really good bunch of guys moving forward. But Long Beach, they're right. Southern Cal rows at the port in Long Beach, so they train 6 to 8 miles I think away from each other.
That's right.
Different water, but right there. Michigan's still lurking in the background, but it's Chicago also in there putting a nice little move, and those 3 crews getting into a race with each other, sort of pulling away from Michigan. I think. That said, of those, there's the Michigan crew from over top. Very nice, solid rowing, trying to get as many points as they can for their team. Oh, that is Long Beach, absolutely. in there. It's just, again, the colors are so similar.
Look at Southern Cal has overtaken Chicago for that second place spot. So the resiliency, we've talked to that pair again. The
green
resiliency
hat there for it's not a Phillies hat, but it is a green hat.
The resiliency of this program, USC as a whole, to come out here after a coaching change, after some logistical issues early in their year, to come out here and be as competitive as they are, winning a national championship in the pair and being very competitive here. What a comeback by this varsity 4.
Michigan has moved up into third there.
Running out of space.
Went through Chicago, almost catching there. So a great end of the race there to squeeze out yet a few more points.
6:56 on the clock for Long Beach State. We'll see how competitive that is with
Southern
the
Cal
men's
6:59
varsity 4A final coming up in a moment.
Absolutely. So a nice finish from Michigan. Not enough water there to do it out, but some great racing from those two Southern California crews together.
And moving straight along, here is the grand final of the men's varsity 4 already underway. In lane 1, we have Bowdoin. Lane 2, Oregon. Lane 3, Texas. Lane 4, UMass. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And in lane 6, we have Lafayette. So those crews already a minute and a half into their race. We'll be catching up with them momentarily, as there's the start list on your screen now. But congratulations to Long Beach State. There's the unofficial results. Long Beach State taking 7th overall here in the men's varsity 4, one of the largest pools at the ACRA National Championships.
So we're a little bit past the first 500 in the race, and it is still overlap across all 6 crews in the men's varsity 4 grand final. Slowly shifting into a chevron, but not enough. I think the 2 lead crews right now are UMass and Texas, going stroke for stroke, barely a bow ball of a difference between them. And I think these two have set themselves up in the time trials, in their heats, and their semifinals as the front runners for this event. I know both crews are prioritizing these 4s. Coach Sean McKenna, Coach Isabel Bigelow, really excited to see what these crews put out there. On the outside lane, in lane 1, that is Bowdoin in the bucket. They actually, like their compadres in the women's side and the men's side and the 8s, they are a second half crew. I've only seen them pick up and drive and force everyone else's hands in the second half of every race. Between them and that second place Texas crew is Oregon. Loved the row they had yesterday, one of the best rows I've seen out of the club and off on the 4s so far this weekend. And what did you have it? Those 4 teams are leading the pace right now, with the crews out of Santa Barbara and Lafayette getting a little bit left behind.
And we have
overlap still,
looks
though.
Like to me, UMass over Texas. That Texas
Just
4 has looked great.
They look great, but Texas is hanging on. They're not letting anything more than a couple inches separate them from the UMass crew.
No, over the years, this has been a very, very tight final here. We have
absolutely
the Texas coaches sitting on the shore right above us as we're giving them a shout out. Hi, Sean. Sean's saying the little hook 'em horns, making him laugh. It's hard to be on the shore as a coach. You have no control at this point. You just have to sit there, and you're going,
you just have to sit
what are
there.
They going to do? Are they going to do what I told them to do?
Sit there and white knuckle it.
Refresh.
I know Coach Bigelow was riding the bike around earlier while the pair was coming down for that great
even
final.
Right now,
even
if you want to come look over our shoulders, you'd be more than welcome to come actually see the video.
Texas
so
slightly
Texas
edging out an
coaching staff
advantage
behind us right
as they come out of the first 1K into this third 500. Good long, strong stroke here. UMass still holding onto the base. They haven't.
Texas a few beats higher than UMass. Very nice move there. Neither of them is up really at full sprint.
That's the thing, is
yet.
UMass
They're
is still
in
body. That you can see so much bend
nice
on their
move
oar.
By Texas right now.
Yep.
Right now,
so we'll
Texas
see
is moving.
if the Coxon and the Joe Floyd class of 83 is going to pick up and move with them. Yep, the strokes are now at the same rate here. Oregon holding on to the third place spot here, slightly ahead of Bowdoin, who is a second half crew. Stroke man, we'll see if he's going to pop that up and get going.
Coming in at about 1,200, it looks like Texas took a sort of move. The coaches are leaving so that they can start to yell, and they're running down to watch their crew asserting themselves, but it's not over. You know it's not over. The Aggies are going to come back. And
they're going to come back, and Oregon's also trying to make a pop into this conversation. And
Now,
I said
on
a
the
second ago,
outside,
yeah.
we have these two crews we thought were out of it. who
I
worked their
said
way
they
back
were
up.
off the pace, but they still have overlap on the third place crew. I think we're going to see 6 boats across, and honestly, that race between UCSB, Lafayette, they might leave that second half boating crew in the dust on the outside lanes.
Because they are stroke for stroke back there, but going up to the
big
to the
guys
top,
in that
we have,
UCSB boat.
We have UCSB there just barely eking out a little bit over Lafayette.
Texas
Lafayette
has,
going
I'd
back
say,
up.
2 seats on UMass right now. UMass is picking up the clip here. It's still a very long, strong stroke. I think these guys are about as rested as they can be, so let's see who has that last gear to earn exactly what they came to get out of this weekend. Texas powering it through on the front end. Really good pickup and hang. Tall 3-man right there.
This is going to come down to a sprint at this point. We called it bells and whistles because they've done everything right in their base, both of those crews, to be where
Oh,
they
and look at this stroke for stroke from the Lafayette and the UCSB crew. I don't think they're quite going to overlap with the Bowdoin guys, but those Bowdoin guys are working their way up past the Oregon crew.
Yep. And here we have Texas from on top. Really nice, gorgeous long rolling. Those legs staying down. Long legs in that stern pair.
Yeah, buddy.
Really creating a nice power base. Hard to tell from this angle whether they're up. I think they're up a couple of seats.
I think they're up a couple of seats. I think UMass now has to worry about Bowdoin if they're going to come in and put their hand in the cookie jar.
As you said, they've had these
second half crew.
strong
Yeah.
7,000s.
Everyone's matched in that stroke pair heat. And here is the sprint from UMass. You can see them picking it up. Texas picking it up as well. All crews in the yellow buoy. I'm sorry, the orange buoy.
over UMass. UMass
And
now
we're
separating
walking
themselves from Bowdoin.
through the line, and it's going to be Texas in the 1 spot, UMass in the 2 spot, and I think it's going to be Bowdoin squeezing out that 3rd spot over the Oregon Ducks, close behind, just half a length. And Lafayette squeezes it out from the UCSB. Congratulations, 649.6 in the Texas crew. I think 651 for the UMass men.
And really here, just seeing how tight and how exciting,
Truly,
how back and forth this is. But absolutely congratulations to Sean and his crews from Texas for
they're
pulling
hooking
up
them.
They're hooking some horns. I wonder if they have a Texas Hold'em card in their shirt.
Perhaps we'll find. We'll see if the camera stays on them long enough.
Eagle eye out for that.
That is their 3rd team medal of the day. So 2 on the men's side, 1 on the women's.
Thumbs up.
So we'll see how that plays into the
emojis
small boats
trophy. Human life emojis. From
there we go. UMass 650.8. So
Coxon
just
with a double hook
over
on.
a second. Looks like a 1.2 second behind 654 from Bowdoin crew, who eked it out over Oregon. So that is your gold, silver, and bronze medalists in the event. There you go. 1.4 seconds from Oregon behind in that beautiful blue shell. Great row, guys. 7 minutes on the clock for Lafayette, and UCSB slightly behind the pace there. That is it for our 4s. We are only up boats with 8 oars or more. No, nobody has more. Rerow would be the 8, yeah. I think we skipped over the novice B final of the men's novice 8. Who is women's 2v8 B final? This is UCSB, this is Vermont, and UC Irvine. And as we pick them up on the course around shy of the
I think it's about 800 meters
1K
there.
mark, it is the crew out of, I would say, Vermont up leading.
Yeah, there's one crew quite back.
Oh, remarkable. This might be, yeah, this is the UC Irvine 3v8, actually. They have,
oh, that's right.
They have a 2v8 in the A final, so congrats to them. And I think they did that on the novice side, too, 3 novice 8s. So congrats to them. I hope next year ACRA has events for all of your athletes. You guys are doing a great job of expanding the sport to have,
if you build it, they will come.
What a remarkable thing if this event ends up having 3 women's varsity 8s, 3 women's novice 8s across the board. It's really something to aspire to for all programs. But I believe it is that Vermont crew with a long, strong lead. Yeah, because UCSB, blue and yellow blades. Not in the yellow tanks. There they go.
Varsity crew. Varsity women's crew.
Sure.
They like to race in unis, understandably.
Great work out of the Vermont women. This is a really long, strong stroke. I like that hang and float they're getting up in the front end. As the hands come up, the blades, it's really like the bottom edge flicks back up, ready for entry. It's very clean, stylistic. I think this crew, as far as I know, their history, they get a lot of time out in small boats. and have had a lot of great crews in the past. So they're putting it out there, trying to put down the fastest time they can in the B final, see if they can squeeze out any more speed than any of the crews in the stacked A final. Good pickup and send from this UCSB women's 2v8. Also a really strong stroke, a little bit of difference in style here, a little bit more front end focus, but really long attention at the catch.
Yeah, a lot of pride on the line here in this women's 2v8B final here. Probably more than likely a chance that there's many seniors probably in these boats throwing it down the course for the one last time before they graduate their respective institutions. So a lot of pride for these crews. Last race of the season, all on the line, and Vermont currently firmly in control, about a length and a half, 2 lengths of open water over Santa Barbara, currently in your foreground there, and several lengths back to UC Irvine B, but very, very strong rhythm from this Vermont crew. They'll be looking to set a competitive time with their peers in the 2v8 grand final up next. So really strong rhythm as they come into the last 500. Vermont well out in front, in control.
Yep, open water still. I think UCSB's carved their way a little bit into it, but still about a pair of buoy lines between them and the UVM crew, who I think is starting to pick it up into their sprint now, definitely shifted up another gear and are looking to put out the fastest time they can. About a little over 2:50 to go, so I think we're going to see ourselves just on the other side of the 7-minute mark from the second varsity 8. Still pretty neutral.
Yeah, you know that Vermont crew with its in-state rival Middlebury making the final.
Yeah.
Sort of, wanting to. There's probably something going on.
Yeah, definitely a fire in their heart, and they're putting those blades in the water with a lot of force, trying to get themselves down at the fastest pace they can. Is this the UC Irvine crew? 3v8 following through, racing up. Really impressive of them to do. Really glad they made it out to this event this weekend. It's awesome that they get to have a final while racing up. Hopefully some other teams can bring their 3v8 next year for you guys to duke it out and see who can take home the very first women's 3v8 championship.
Even if that happens unofficially within
in
the 2v
a B
race,
final,
which has happened before. There have been a couple of 3v8s.
Sure, yeah. I talked about it a lot yesterday. It was the first year, 2018 or 19, that ACRA had a men's 3v8 championship. I think other programs were bringing 3v8s and putting them somewhere else, but the first year they had it, it was either a race for lanes or a straight final, and I think it was a race for lanes to a final, and every single club wanted to be the team that earned the first 3v cup
championship.
Yeah. But UVM taking the buoys, sending them away, and they are almost through the line with a really powerful row. Really impressed by this crew here. Excited to see how they do compared to the times in the A final. Just a few more strokes to put them on the other side of 7:35. Congratulations to the women's 2v8 from UVM Vermont, 6th in the country in the category. 7th in the country in the category. 7th.
Yeah, and this 2v8, as we've said before, the 2v8 in some ways the novice 8 are the measure of
depth,
of just the depth of strength in the program, right? If you can have 8 athletes who are going to be able to be there and move this really well, those are 8 athletes who are pushing the 1v all the time. And then if you have another varsity boat below it, like they do here in Irvine's case, that the women who've gotten into that Irvine 2V have had to work hard to get into those seats. No one's being given a seat because they're the 15th or 16th athlete on the team. The selection is outside the house, as it were, instead of the call coming from inside the house. And it makes a difference just in the dynamic of how the crew feels about itself, what they see that they're doing, and it shows that the program is able to, given the realities of their university, do that. So as we've said before on the men's side, Bucknell not a huge school necessarily, but they're fielding these boats because with their coach having been there now, I think 17 years, and some really good coaching before him, also sort of intent on building programs, they've been able to sustain that. And I think this is the biggest challenge for ACRA programs, is trying to figure out how, without athletic department money,
right,
you prioritize what you prioritize to build programs. So if you're listening from a program, an ACRA program at a large school, but that's a small program, To be blunt, the first thing to really invest in is professional coaching and paying those coaches enough, making sure you have a coach, and then she or he can sit there and really help guide your program. Be thinking strategically in a longer phase than just my butt, my boat, my seat this year. And we need to get a new 4 this year because we have 4 good guys and they need a boat.
So, pump it up. This is that, not a rerow exactly, but we are getting that B final from the men's novice 8 since we passed over them. Something happened to the UC Davis crew. I think they are back out here.
There are 6 crews on the
6
course,
crews out there.
UC Davis is there in lane 1.
So, yeah, lane 1, UC Davis. Don't know whose shell that's in. Hopefully theirs. In lane 2, Washington State, the Cougs. Bucknell, just talking about them in 3. George Washington in 4. Rutgers in 5. And just a little bit behind it is the UVA crew. So we're just over the 1K mark here. No, we're a little bit past the 1K mark. They're coming up into our line of sight right now. Oh, Crimson is out to cheer on the Cougs, who look like they are just barely in that first place spot in this petite final. This
them
flag.
Or Rutgers right now, and we'll know.
Yeah, them
as
and
we
Rutgers
see them.
are.
It is just them by half as we now have the bow ball shot here.
Yeah.
It's them by just barely a bow ball over Rutgers, and the top 4 crews within 4 seats of each other.
Yeah,
this is a great.
I mean, we already saw an incredible burner of a men's novice 8A final, and there's just depth all the way through.
Now,
so the Wash
Rutgers
State guys
has had, you can see some nice long rowing there and some nice long
It's
bodies
really long,
there.
but if it doesn't compress and the stroke rate doesn't pick up in a second, I think they're susceptible to GW or Bucknell coming and taking overtaking their bow ball. The Wash State guys were talking about one of their emblems of the university, the old Crimson flag that goes to every college game day, every football game throughout the year. One of their alums made the trip down to bring it to them, to bring a lot of encouragement to the team, and I think the guys are energized by that.
Absolutely.
Throwing down this piece on the course to support their whole program.
So to me, it looks like this Rutgers crew still very much under control, still matching speed. Trust me, they are taught how to sprint.
Oh,
so,
sure, yeah.
so
Pop Warner would never let
I've
them
seen them
get on this course
some
without
gorgeous
that.
sprints this spring at all levels of their boats, and they've now actually
Yeah, they go. They're overtaking
eked out ahead
State.
of Washington State. And it's not a sudden jump; it's a build and build and build and build and make the train go. About every 7 strokes, I think they're going up a stroke.
Yeah, they're not just revving the RPM up. Here they go.
There you go. And you saw they took 2 seats right there in 3 strokes.
Yep, sprint to rival anything that the OCC freshmen can do too. GW getting a little bit left behind as Wash State goes to answer that, looking to absorb it. Still, I think
it looks
their
like
bow
there's
ball.
a few grown men in that boat too.
Yeah, bow ball. Wash State is
gorgeous row
now
there
only
from
at Rutgers, right between their 5 and their 6 seat, and they want to hold that margin. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, maybe a little less. GW trying to carve up their way into Washington State. I'm sorry, yeah, Washington
But it's going
State.
to be Rutgers across.
Water, boom. Washington State, GW. Bucknell getting edged out slightly by the UC Davis guys. Glad they're back. Glad they're healthy. And Bucknell in 5th, Virginia,
and then Virginia
in the 6th
6th
place spot. Congratulations to all men in the B final. They're all athletes in the B final. Really great row. 625, 627, 628.
And again, those were novices, right? You saw some really solid racing, some really good technique. The Frosh 8, Freshman 8 at the IRA used to be in some ways the most competitive event there. Huge numbers of crews within 2 and 3 seats of each other. That event doesn't exist at the IRA anymore. They've gone to 1V, 2V, 3V, 4V as that has transpired. On the women's side, I think it's the Big Ten still has a Novice 8 event, but I think they're the only conference that does that as a Novice 8, creating a space for walk-ons to come on. Now that makes sense for those Big Ten women's varsity programs. They've always had to carry large rosters to help offset some of the Title IX concerns in football. Falsely, I would say, create a lot of opportunity for women, but not in the absolute sense of what one would hope. But so they maintained the Novice 8. The only place where it still exists now are these ACRA programs in any real way, structurally within a conference and or league, really. It's
also disappeared
conference.
from like the New Englands and the NARCs and ECACs over the last 10 years.
Yeah, they just don't do it anymore. And that is because in these club programs, we have a lot of athletes who come on, and they've never rowed before.
Yeah.
We made comment that it looked like there were some grown men in that Rutgers boat. But, Rutgers as a university has people who come back in after they may have served in the military for a number of years or done some
and
other
they
things
got a lot
and
of young
come
bucks
back.
in here too.
They do as well, but so you can have someone who comes back and decides that what he wants or she wants is part of integrating themselves back into a college campus out of age a little bit.
And remind me, is
I'll go onto a team.
Rutgers is a state college, right?
It is a state university,
State University
in New
of
Jersey.
New Jersey.
Absolutely. A state university. There are a
Thank
number
you.
of them. I think it might be hybrid. Someone from Rutgers can tell us. Parts of it may be public, parts of it may be private. But it is the
There's
large
multiple
public
campuses, too.
university with multiple campuses
This one out
inside
of
the
New
state.
Brunswick.
So there's Rutgers Camden. There are a couple of other campuses I know. But one of the oldest rowing programs in the United
country,
States. In
yeah.
the country.
All right. You better take your bio break here if you haven't already, and then plant yourself down with whatever your beverage of choice is on this beautiful Sunday. At least it's beautiful here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, because we have coming up, this should be the women's 2v8 grand final coming up, followed by the men's 2v8 grand final, the men's 2v8 B final, the men's varsity 8 EDC finals, the women's varsity 8B final, women's varsity 8 grand final, men's C, B, and grand final. So we got 8s, and there's going to be some great races lined up, so don't go anywhere.
And so they're within 2 minutes, and all the crews are locked on for this women's 2v8 grand final. They're clearly not fully pointed. Just still a couple of crews not up at the catch with their boats, but with their oars. But most of them are. Any time within 2 minutes, once they're locked on, the referee can start if the starter feels
they're actually,
that
they're in a good
ready.
spot. They were ahead of schedule. They ran that 2v men's 2N8 a little bit early, so we're right on schedule here. So anytime in the next 30 seconds, once we get some alignment and hands are all down, we will see these crews up and running for the 2v8. From the left side of your screen to the right, Middlebury, UC Irvine, Bowdoin, Vanderbilt, Northwestern, Purdue. Vanderbilt looking to be one of the faster crews in this Northwestern. I think was the other fastest one in their heat. Bowdoin, like I've said about all their crews coming up, they're a second half crew. They will establish speed early on in the body of the race, but they can pull some magic out in the second half of the race. So I'm going to keep an eye on them. New England rival in Middlebury up there, and not to be forgotten, Purdue and Irvine representing the Midwest and the West Coast. And they're off.
There we go. This Vanderbilt 2V looking gorgeous the other day, as did the Northwestern, and there's a little bit of rivalry there. Partially, both of their coaches are Michigan alums, and so there's a little bit of who's going to redo Greg better. But we know a little bit about that Northwestern 2V here.
Yeah, this Northwestern 2V is 3 freshmen, 2 sophomores, 3 juniors, a novice coxswain who stepped in this week to replace the coxswain who's with the 2V8 all season, who's out sick. They had 1V2V 1F, but lost an athlete after ACRA and reselected the 2V with some of the stars in the novice group, and didn't have enough novice to run the novice 8. So this weekend is their first weekend racing together. How incredible the way they've pulled together, both because the stroke is so clearly taught and exhibited through the program, and also just the emotional lock in to be like, hey, doesn't matter what boat, we're here together. We're going to row our absolute best.
And about 45 seconds into this race, we have 4 boats right across in the middle. Irvine, Bowdoin, Vanderbilt, Northwestern within, maybe a seat of each other.
Yeah.
And I would not count out Purdue, who's, a seat, 2 seats down.
Yeah.
Middlebury about 3 seats beyond that.
And my last
right
thing
now
on
they're
that
just shifting into their base speed, so we'll see what happens.
My last thing on that Northwestern crew, just huge props to the freshmen in that boat, especially if they're in that novice group who stepped up. And, they are racing up in this category, but from the strokes they've taken, from the heat, the times they put down, you never would know it. So really incredible look. But this Bowdoin crew, who I've said is mostly, should not say is only a second half crew, are out establishing a lead early. They were huge contenders in this event last year.
Some of these Vanderbilt athletes in that 8 last year were in the varsity 8. And won a national championship as varsity athletes in the 1V, and now they're in the 2V. That's just the sign of a really great competitive program. So there's a lot of experience out there, and we're seeing it play out here. Vanderbilt just moving with every stroke a little bit more, while those other 3 crews of the 4 that we said were lined up are still essentially within a seat of each other.
I think currently the advantage with Northwestern, good experience for all of these athletes, like you said, Eddie, to get some more as their rowing careers continue with that program. But Northwestern maybe a seat ahead of Vanderbilt at the moment. Vanderbilt deadlocked even with the, I believe that's UC Irvine on the left side in contention. Look, 4 boats for 3 medals. Bowdoin currently establishing itself as the leader, but the other 3 contending for a color.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see what happens. To me, over there right now, we have crew in lane 5 again. That is Northwestern,
right?
Sort of moving well, and I guess it's Bowdoin that's moving.
Bowdoin is
front,
up
not
everybody.
Yeah.
I'm loving the stroke. I love the stern 4 bucket. Right, so much speed you got to catch it in a bucket. They are laying down a really solid stroke and rhythm here that I think all athletes are just like they're in that mental zone, that flow state where it hurts. You know, their lungs are burning, but they know exactly how to feel, and anything they're doing technically is helping so that it shouldn't feel like one person is trying to outpush or push for everybody else. They're doing it in a way where all of them
right
can push their hardest and feel the boat move with them. Northwestern, I'd say, yeah.
Northwestern has now put
seats.
a move in there, moved away from Vandy on the other side, moving back into maybe a little bit that Bowdoin crew, and really sort of showing. You can see that some of those novice stars are actually pretty
novice
good.
stars. They're stars,
man.
Midwest stars. Here they come.
Stars, no matter what level they end up at, and that paints. That's still a pretty young crew there for Collins Crews out of Northwestern.
Yep.
But this Bowdoin crew right here, just again some nice long levers in that boat to be able to work, and they're being applied gorgeously from Bowdoin. Very nice rhythm moving together. And Northwestern again
making some noise. Here come the Wildcats. I would not count out Vanderbilt yet. We know that they can move in the last third of a race. They know they have a race plan that they can execute. Doesn't matter where anyone else is. Perhaps it's not going to be one that closes the gap on first, but they are still going to put themselves in contention for the best medal available. Really solid lock and squeeze on that blade work there. Here they are, still overlapping with Northwestern. Stroke seat of that Northwestern crew. Eyes on the prize. They are locked in, looking at how much course they passed by.
Northwestern is taking a move here. Northwestern, you can see some spirit in their oars. Not only do they want to win this in any case, they also are putting Vanderbilt behind them.
Vanderbilt's making a move too now. They've picked up the stroke rate, 1-2 beats, and whatever they took from Northwestern, I know it's a lot of seats, but they have absorbed it, and they're charging their way back. You can see the puddles are aggressive. On the other side,
crews
UC
now
Irvine
open above. Those are going to be your medalists.
Yeah.
If nothing.
UC Irvine has. Oh, yeah, UC Irvine.
There's open
it's
water,
the angle
it's done.
on your screen. Not as much overlap as you think. There's actually open water. Purdue is a little bit off the pace. They're fighting against Middlebury. But here comes
Northwestern trying to put a move there, but they're getting answered by Bowdoin. Northwestern now breaking open water with Vanderbilt. And Bowdoin, though, just continuing to actually take the race to everybody, continuing to move. Clearly, I don't even think they're responding to what's happening behind them. I think they're just
setting the
on
tone.
their own.
They're setting the tone
for sure.
Really great race here so far. Still,
but look how composed that is.
It is. It's long and strong. 300 meters to go. Vanderbilt is still hanging on a little bit with Northwestern. UC Irvine is a little bit back off of Vanderbilt's pace, and this is it. Red buoys mean go. Everybody's got to show whatever they have left in the tank. Vanderbilt just barely missing overlap with Northwestern. If they have another gear, they're going to pick it up right here. Coach John Miller's
run out
crew.
Of water here, but all 3 crews looking good.
Yeah, they look great. Coach John Miller's crews so disciplined, so locked in for this race. And yeah, they are walking away from the rest of the field. When the 1,500 meter mark, 250 meters ago, they had a little bit of open water on UC Irvine. It's 2 pairs of buoys in between them.
I guess the secret is
and the
have
rest of
2
the field.
people get sick 2 weeks before.
Apparently,
the
I
ACRA.
wouldn't recommend that as something to do for the rest of the crews out there, especially ones that are trying to make a splash in the varsity and 2v8 next year.
Gorgeous Bowdoin rowing crew coming along. They've had some really nice eights performances in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I
and
really
you're
love
just
it.
now showing that this
I'm
is
sure they love to row
team
on this
program.
warm water compared to Maine, where it's probably still 50 degrees. And here they come, just about to
Bodies up
charge
and
through the
under
line.
control. There
Final
they go.
time.
Congratulations.
Great work
National
by
champions in the
Northwestern.
2V Bowdoin.
A little bit of overlap
Northwestern
again. Great
third
work
and
by Vanderbilt to charge back through.
Vanderbilt for bronze.
There we go. Bowdoin 7:14, Northwestern 7:18, and that is going to be three boats across.
There,
Oh, I
yeah.
don't even know how
We
to
have
call it.
See how
I
that goes.
think
It was the far two, but I don't know which one.
I think Irvine just barely squeezed it out.
And then Purdue in sixth, I think.
Whoa,
Middlebury
Middlebury
in fourth.
32.1. Let's see if that stands.
732.198.
Whoa,
That
4
is
100ths of a second.
Yeah, 4
Wow,
100ths of a second.
congratulations.
Try and create 4 100ths of a second on tapping your hand.
No,
can't
thank
even.
you. Congratulations to the Middlebury crew
And
out
then
of Vermont.
Purdue
What
in
an
seventh.
oh man, and Purdue. Gosh.
3/10 back.
Wow.
3/10 is easier to do than those hundredths. So that
What a
turned
remarkable
into
race.
a barn burner on the back end of that race. We just didn't see it because of what was happening up front and what we could see. But great racing by all six crews there,
really
absolutely.
impressive depth from all the programs who have their second varsity eights in these grand finals. Great season from all these athletes here. I'm sure you
Absolutely.
are going to be
So we
cheering
should
whatever's
be,
left in your lungs out for your teammates who are getting on the water soon. We're
Heading-
already on the
heading
water.
Back up to the 2VB final on the men's side. We yesterday we were in 6-minute centers. Now we're on 8, so we get to see a little bit more.
Yeah,
As you
that's
can
gonna be
see,
great.
That's they're probably about 800 in.
So
lane
left to
1,
right.
Orange Coast. Lane 2, Washington State. Lane 3, Notre Dame, who's out with a nice healthy lead
Yes.
there. Lane 4, Rutgers hanging a little bit back. Minnesota in 5. George Washington in 6, and UC Davis in 7. 7-boat final as a result of some of the skeg issues the other day.
So really impressive opening speed, and we're I think through the 1K mark. So I think Notre Dame, barring any unique issues or people just falling off the pace, like they're going to hold that space the rest of the way. And which crew? That's Minnesota.
That crew has had a really good season.
They have.
They just sort of got the other one is UCLA, Bucknell, Michigan, Virginia, Purdue, and Delaware. There's no weakness there, right? The selection is outside the first final, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, this Notre Dame crew was one that was just barely edged out in their semifinal by Bucknell and a few other crews that are in the A finals. So they'll be looking to try and prove to themselves that they deserve to be in the A final. Maybe they got an unlucky draw, and trying to maybe overtake some of the lower A final crews, but Notre Dame well out in front.
Those other 5 crews there, all within
very
a couple
tight
of seats there. Rutgers is trailing, and they're only they're only
Scott
4
Armstrong's
seats,
guys out of
behind
Minnesota
who are right up
are just barely up and ahead of that Orange Coast crew. We know what happens with Orange Coast, though. They can sprint. I don't know how they have it in their system and their heart rate, but they will turn the screw up there. George Washington, good length back there. But, hey, I love racing with a little bit of spite in my heart, right, like these Notre Dame guys might be doing. We are grand finalists. We deserve to be up there, and we're going to show you one of the fastest times you've seen on the course so far today.
George Washington moving back up with that Minnesota crew and Orange Coast on the far. They've just established themselves. Then only 3 seats behind that, Rutgers and Minnesota pushing Rutgers, and Washington State, and Orange Coast pushing right together as well. There's just a lot of stuff going on. Rutgers moving up a little bit from where they were. The only trailing crew here is UC Davis, and they're still in contact. Notre Dame nicely out in front. So this is what a final is supposed to look like. As we talked about earlier, the speed sort of averages when you get into these larger boats, and they all have about the same average on the guys.
About
wattage. And so
and now it just comes down to who does it better when they're being opposed. Who does it better when you don't have the open water, when you don't have your spot secured. Orange Coast, we know, thrives in this position. Wash State, also the Cougs, really great in this position. I think George Washington has had great crews year in, year out since they become ACRA crews. But I think OCC,
right there.
This is great. OCC is establishing
within 2 seats the seat of each other.
And I think it is OCC and Oh, here comes Rutgers trying to take that, I believe, third
And
spot.
They've had a lot of back end speed. Don't let anyone tell you it's about who wants it more. They
No.
all want it,
They want
but
it
it
so
is
bad.
about who wants it smarter.
Right. Who's ready to do
Who's
it?
able to be more mature as they go and be more efficient as they go. Sorry, football. We're just going
Notre
to teach you a
Dame
different way of
is
doing
through the
sport.
line for 7th ace overall in the B final, first the petite final.
And dominant.
And it's going to be OCC coming through hot, and I think
And
it's going to be Rutgers, State,
maybe.
Minnesota, George Washington. I might be slightly wrong about that third and
I
fourth
think
place.
Washington State got their bow
I think
in there
they
as
just
well.
that last
It's
stroke
Washington
surged it
State
up.
or Rutgers is going to be. We'll have to see who comes up. Rutgers
6.1.
6:26.1.
And no one else is allowed to know the times. Congratulations.
It's stealth. There we are.
Whoa.
Washington State 6:26.2, less than a tenth of a second.
Incredible.
there. Yeah. Again, I mean, if you're looking at it, it's hard to tell because our camera is not directly on the line. We see a
It's pretty
slight
close to the
angle of it.
line.
It's close.
It's just the eye test.
Yeah.
That's why we need the cameras out. That's why we need the photo finish stuff. We need that.
And-
We
and
have the
often
technology.
Often what drives our eye is who's moving. We may
Yeah, I'm
actually
excited.
register it right. We may register it right after the line of who happened to be surging at that point.
So
Which is why we don't trust eyes.
that is
completely.
great work. We have the A final, the grand final for the men's second varsity 8 coming up next. If I am reading my sheet correctly, I
Yep.
am. I know how to read. This is going to be
It's fundamental.
as you're seeing it on the screen now, left to right, it is Delaware on the left side, Purdue, Virginia, and Michigan in the middle, Bucknell and UCLA on the outside. But as we turn the camera, take that backwards. There
Yep,
we go.
It'll be that. So here, this 2v8, you see again, these are the big programs, right? UCLA, Bucknell, Michigan, Virginia, Purdue, Delaware. Not the only big programs. Obviously,
Yeah.
there was Rutgers in that last race. There
I was
was
gonna-
a
yeah, I
whole
was gonna
bunch of
say-
people. There are now 10 to 12 big programs here that are
A lot
looking.
of programs who actually, I can't remember exactly last year who won the 2v8, but whose programs have won the V8 somewhere. When was the last time Virginia won the V8?
4 years ago. Just I think they won in that sort of COVID
21?
COVID year false
Sure.
regatta. I think they won before COVID the last year.
2019?
He had a couple of
Oh, okay,
a couple
great.
of really good years in
Yeah.
there.
Because it's just been a different crew every year since, right? Not last year's Notre Dame, the year before that UCLA, the year before that
Right,
GW.
and to a certain extent, it's a reflection of which crew has an extra sort of stud in their 1V and is kicking one of those other guys out. So in some programs, that guy is in the 1V, and the sort of bubble falls a little bit lower, and you get a little bit more. And points up for grabs here. You have the three front runners for that right now are Michigan, Virginia, and Purdue, all
Right.
next to each other. You
Bucknell's
have
probably
Bucknell-
up there too. They were in the top 5 last year for
No,
team
they were
points.
6th. They have never been in the
Oh, I
top
could've sworn they were
5.
top 5.
And their goal, I was talking to their coach this morning, is to make the top 5. And that is a big goal for them. They've never done it as a program. He's building a deeper and deeper program. So this is a great opportunity for them to meet their goal, even though it's not necessarily to win. As a small school, they're like, we want to be in the top 5 in the nation.
Right.
And so their crew is going out after that, right? Delaware not here as deep in terms of numbers, but a pretty big team. And then UCLA has been a solid contender for the last several years.
And then so now from the left to the right side of your screen, as you're going to pick it up on the drone, it'll be UCLA in the left lane, Blue Blades, Bucknell to their right, Michigan, Yellow Hull, Virginia in the middle, and the Hudson, Purdue, and Delaware on the right side of the screen. All blades are flat on the water, so we're still looking for alignment. More so, Coxswain's tapping it around. I see 2 programs have their blades just about locked, or at least one locked in. Purdue is ready to go. There we go.
Different
Michigan's
crews
ready.
doing it.
Michigan's
Yep.
doing a little bit of tapping.
That yellow hull is called the Up North.
Up north.
Up north, there's a bunch
slightest
of
breeze.
alumni who go up north,
Sure.
the northern peninsula of Michigan every summer. This
Upper
year
pen-
was
yeah.
the last one.
that
but
Yoopers?
that group has gone up
There we
there
go.
every
We're off the
summer
blocks.
and gave this boat named it the Up North. So a lot of team legacy building going on there.
Pretty incredible opening speed right here from these crews. Michigan out early with a deck over Virginia. Virginia charging back up to take that. Delaware on the outside side with also great opening speed. And Purdue bring themselves back into the conversation.
And
this is for medals. This is for points.
You have to be ready for that Virginia crew to just stay high and they want to stay high and get some water.
And here they go. They're doing that right now.
That's what they'll do. So I know that these other two crews are going to try and stick with them and sort of make them pay a little bit if they want to go that high. So about 800, 900 meters in, they might be a little vulnerable if we're still there.
Bucknell guys are also one of these
just
second half
barely
crews.
eking out maybe half a seat right now over Michigan and over Purdue. Those three crews separating themselves a little bit. UCLA
a little bit more.
Still hanging in there.
I think Bucknell. I mean, everyone's overlapped. Bucknell is only a couple seats. It's a half a boat behind Virginia, and they've built really well into the last third of races. So I'm not counting them out from nothing yet.
And I'm sorry, it was the Delaware Blue Oars that are up there. The UCLA Blue Oars falling a little bit back.
Yeah, UCLA
Again,
is going to be the first crew that Virginia puts open water on.
They do.
Yeah.
And if you try and count one, I'm comparing the Virginia catches to the Michigan catches. They're 3 beats higher still right now.
Right. And we are just about through the first 500 meters, I imagine, if we haven't already passed it. And Virginia is 3 seats up on Michigan. Purdue hanging on, trying to contend for that second place spot right now.
Purdue maybe now a seat up on Michigan right now. Reading from the sterns, it's hard. We can't see the bow balls in the shot, but it looks like Purdue is trying to respond to that move
absolutely
as well,
yeah,
and get themselves up in contention.
Coach Jack Kelmanson, a UVA alum himself, first-year coaching at Purdue,
knows exactly how Virginia's
he knows how they race.
This.
He knows all the secrets, almost all of them, according to Frank
He's
Biller.
done it himself, yeah.
And he is definitely preparing his guys this weekend for it's going to come down to the last stroke. It's not going to happen in the first
Michigan
5.
getting back on terms there with Purdue. I'm not sure this is enough for Virginia. We'll see, because both the Purdue and the Michigan crews like to move in this middle 1,000 really hard.
Yeah, and Bucknell's still hanging on Michigan right there. Might be not enough to, it's going to be a lot of extra work to put themselves in that third place conversation unless they can maybe squeeze a little bit harder on Purdue's leads as well. I don't know. I think right after you said that about Virginia, maybe they heard you. Maybe they're mic'd up.
They took a little move there.
Yeah, they're now 5 seats up on Michigan and
5 to
spreading
6
it out.
seats is just a little bit too much in my experience. 5 to 6 seats is just enough for them to absorb that. But you can see the Michigan crew sort of in hunting mode. You can see the Virginia crew sort of in running mode, and trying to get a little bit more. They're content to do it bit by bit over 500 meters. They don't need to do it all at one time. I think that's true for both crews, but Virginia putting out a pretty dominant pace here, and Michigan and Purdue within a seat of each other still.
Yeah, absolutely. As they enter the second half of this race, still plenty of water to be rode here. Virginia still stretching out a lead, but there's still plenty of room for one of these crews to overtake them. Michigan and Purdue have kind of been going nip and tuck, and they're now
those Virginia catches are quite patient and nice. Michigan
it's
now
crisp.
putting
it's a sculler's catch. It's really, really nice.
This is about 1,200 meters where Michigan puts a huge push to get back up in there. So if they're going to start moving, it's going to be now. But
yeah, I think
Purdue
they
do it, so they're
I
ready.
think Purdue is already starting to do that right now. I don't know if they've established their bow ball ahead, but whatever it is, I think they're ready to chew in on Virginia's lead. But really crisp catches. Those orange blades show out, and you can see exactly how perfect their blade work is to enter and step away. They're looking for that 7th seat of separation between them and whoever
the
is in
Virginia
second
crew
place.
just rowing gorgeously, no wasted motion. Now Purdue absolutely moving up on Michigan. That Purdue crew has got an extra little spark in its rowing right now. You can see it from here. But Michigan coming back as well. Virginia has not put Michigan away. And Michigan, Purdue within less than a seat of each other right now.
Less than a seat of each other. Virginia, I'd say, is still about just 7 seats open. 7 seats up on the next place crew. Michigan just barely having their bow seat ahead of Purdue here. We'll see if Purdue can respond. I think Bucknell is
and Michigan's
a little
going
bit
up
out
there.
of that top 3
Michigan
conversation.
just took a lift.
Yep.
Purdue, and they've gotten a couple of seats on Purdue out of it, moving a seat back into Virginia. I don't think it's going to be enough because that Virginia crew.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, but
still
now it's
flooding
only
control.
4 or 5 seats, so
But
it
they
is
have
remarkable.
definitely moved in front of Purdue here. You can see just that gorgeous staying long into the catch, both of those crews as they're trying to sprint. Pro tip, if you want to sprint, stay long. So they're moving, and now you can see the 2-man, 3-man of Michigan seeing the Virginia boat. That's going to help that boat, but I just don't think there's enough water at this point. I think that Virginia start has worked for them. They're in the red buoys at 5:30. I mean, they're still going to be quite a fast race here. Now Virginia responding. You can see the jump there.
It's a big step up. Michigan does have about
Michigan has
only
got another
4
seat on
seats
them.
behind, but Virginia is getting really tight and compressed in these strokes, swinging the handles right around the bend and into the body, walking
Virginia
back
holding
away.
holding that Michigan sprint off. They're getting another seat. It's not going to be enough, but they have put Purdue behind them. Purdue barely bowed astern with Virginia there. The Virginia coxswain absolutely crunched down in her seat, making sure that they come across the line first as they do. Congratulations, Virginia. Michigan second with a great sprint there. Purdue third.
1, 2, 3 holds. Bucknell
And,
holding on to that 4th place spot, and we'll see in just a second if Delaware, there we go, Delaware is edging out UCLA for the 5th place spot in the second Varsity 8 Grand Final. 6:09, 6:11, 6:12 for the 2v8.
So those 2V, the JV boys, we used to call it JV Gold. This year for Michigan, JV Silver, JV Gold tradition going in the Virginia program right now. They've just consistently been doing some really nice rowing down there. Very composed crews, all 3 of them actually. And we talked about base speed and bells and whistles. So
right.
Virginia's bell or whistle was that start
yes.
of just getting out and then being able to stay composed and hold on it. Purdue's bell, I think, was their base speed, where they were just staying nice and composed and right up on with Michigan. Michigan's normally it started with about 800 meters to go, where they just started moving. Purdue went with them as long as they could, and then with 400 meters to go, another lift, and they started moving. That was their bell and whistle, not a loud, clanging enough bell, not a shrill enough whistle to get through. Gorgeous rowing. All 3 crews
all 6
performing
crews, yeah.
In the top, and all 6 crews, but those 3 crews absolutely performing their best at what they do, and essentially even speed, even depth in those programs. Virginia coming out on the
congratulations to them for notching
and
gold
earning
medal.
just a few more points for their team over Michigan, and Michigan just a few more points over Purdue. Now the Michigan Varsity 8 is not in the grand final. Those other 2 8s are.
Virginia's contending to try and take the gold in the grand final as well. Congratulations, the guys coached by Coach Frank and a whole host of coaches over there in Charlottesville. Really well executed race, definitely in keeping with the tradition of great rowing out of Virginia. So what we have loading up next is going to be the E final for the men's Varsity 8. You'll see the E final, D, C final, and then the women's petite and grand for the V8, followed by the C, B, and grand final for the men's Varsity 8, taking us to about 1 o'clock. So we are on the course with the crews in the E final for the men's V8. So lane 2 on the left side of your screen, Villanova. Lane 3 up ahead, Oklahoma State. 4, Penn State. Central Florida. Right, I've never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma State. The Cowpokes are up and hungry to win this final by open water on all crews if they can. Really long, strong stroke out of those guys from Stillwater. And the spot for second. Really great to see the Villanova crew, Villanova Wildcats, out here contending, and a double bucket in the Central Florida crew currently in second. Anything you know about the Central Florida?
Twice the speed.
Yeah, Central Florida, we're a really close relationship, myself being from the University of Florida, so it's great to see some Florida representation out here. Central Florida, a lot of those guys, a few of those guys, I should say, rowed in high school, some from around the Orlando area rowing society, and from a few other programs around the state of Florida. But it's great to see a little bit of creativity from Coach Rayvon in the double bucket, so love to see that. But it continues to be, the Cowboys.
What do you know
out
about
of
their
Oklahoma
time on the
State.
water? I talked to the coaches about it, that they just got access to the lake that they need to row on. So they're going to be expanding in the next couple of years, right, if they have more water access.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a great thing for them. There was a little bit of conflict. I don't know how much much I can say about that with the
Sure,
division
yeah,
team.
we don't need to
But,
air stuff out, but it's great to hear that they're doing a lot to advocate for their rowers, men and women's side on the club.
For sure. And coxswain Zach Roberts, I've been racing him for quite a long time, myself being from Sarasota Crew, Zach being from Oars, so I've been racing him for several years, ever since we were just freshmen and sophomores in the 4V back in the junior ranks.
Yep.
But it's great to see him out here, along with Ian Ballard, fellow Oars teammate, contending for this V8 at ACRA Nationals, as Oklahoma State with open water now in your picture.
Yeah, great row. I love the pickup these guys have. It's long, it's strong, it's really composed. UCF is going to try and work back into their water a little bit. They have just barely a little bit of overlap. These guys are pretty long, so they got to stay composed with one crew working up on them. Great to see Villanova here in the 8. It's been a lot of time in the Mid-Atlantic region around Connect Cups, maybe around Max, showing up and putting that. I think that program is really building up the speed. I believe they row out of the Conshohocken area of the Schuylkill River, so great to see them here pushing hard and putting themselves on the map. Penn State, another Pennsylvania area crew out of the Happy Valley, throwing down another year in the 8. They're coming up and about 25 meters away from the last 250s. We'll see what they have to open up to sprint these races out.
And looks like UCF's closing the margin from Oklahoma State's initial advantage. Oklahoma State had some pretty clear open water, but now connection bow to stern. UCF with the great sprint.
Yep.
They still have some room.
It's really good length. It's really good
Buoys.
strategy. They're staying long as it is. Bowman kind of looking out, but they are going to try and take every seat they
Whoa,
can.
Here we go.
They're going to try and make this every inch of 2,000 meters before they see, the final standings.
Coming down to
OK
the
State
line.
looking out a little bit too. Let's keep that orange in line as they charge to the finish line.
Coming down to the line, it's going to be really tight. Let's see if OK State can defend from the charge. The Knights from the Knights here. It's going to come down to the line. There's Villanova currently in 3rd, ahead of Penn State in 4th. But again, placement finals essential to team points here as they come down to the line.
It is going to
just
stay.
going to be Oklahoma
OK State.
Valiant charge from the Knights at UCF, but they got to settle with 2nd. Their great sprint, and then Villanova and Penn State should be following behind.
Holding
in
their
that
marches
order.
that we saw earlier. Here come the Wildcats out of Villanova, 3rd in the E final. Penn State holding up rounding out the pack in the E final here in the men's varsity 8. Really great to see that there's E final level in this event. It is what the people who run their guide think is the premiere of the event, the most important event for them. So we're happy to see so many crews show up and put their best crews together for this race.
For sure, and most if not all of these teams that are contesting the men's V8 have established programs. They have multiple entries here, so just to see so many so many entries, like you said here at this year's ACRA, Eddie, just goes to show the state of club rowing is solid, if not continuing to grow.
It's strong, year in, year out.
Absolutely.
So yeah, what we talked about earlier, we just need a women's 3v8, women's 2v8 or 2n8 entries, and then there's something else to grow into. The D final is off the blocks, and it is rowing. You will see it on your screen in just a second. This is going to be from left to right: UC Santa Barbara, Middlebury, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, Ohio State, and the Rhode Island Rams. Apologies, Georgia Tech. We might have said earlier that your V4 was your top crew. You guys have a really strong-looking 8 out here. But to start this field, I don't know how far in they are. We still see the road, so it's in the first 1K. URI, the Rhode Island Rams, are out here taking the lead to start the race. Close behind is Ohio State, and then I believe that is Virginia Tech trying to hold on to the 3rd place spot here, but it's really close, only a seat separating them and the 3 other crews around them. Rhode Island spent a lot of time racing against them way back in the day when I was racing in college. Kingston, Rhode Island, beautiful little body of water, a little brackish to row on, but always a great duel out there. Ohio State, though, charging, coming to take their stand to see if they can be the top crew in the D final.
Yeah, interesting to see how this dynamic is playing out. Several of these crews competed at ACRA, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, URI coming to mind, and Georgia Tech and Virginia Tech were the 2 boats that were the highest seeded, and both of those crews finished in the B final, while URI was in the C final alongside the Florida Gators when we still had a V8 at ACRA. But great to see them continuing to gain speed and now overtaking, but looks like Ohio State now in control.
Yeah, Ohio State, wonder if they got some words of wisdom or I'm sure they got some strong support and encouragement from Brian Volpenheim, who was here this weekend. I believe he's here. He was handing out medals yesterday after his induction into the ACRA Hall of Fame, and hopefully hanging out at the trailer with the new generation of Buckeyes. Long, strong stroke. You could see these guys. Great sideways shot. Ohio State strokes, he biting his lip, gritting his teeth. Holding down.
Middle move now from the Hokies.
Yep.
Big movers now as they crossed into the second half. Big middle move from the Hokies. Let's see if Ohio State, it looks like they just about defended it now as Ohio State regaining momentum. But threat from the Hokies there. They have a lot of power in that boat.
Yep. Tech versus State. Going to be really interesting. They're into the third 500. They're coming into our line of sight soon. And on that outside lane, not to be forgotten, UCSB, the Gauchos, are out there trying to make a move on the Hokies. Middlebury is up a little bit on the who is that? That is the Georgia Tech crew.
Georgia Tech,
a lot of overlap, though. This is some of the best racing you can get at ACRA, and you're going to see it in every level final.
Yeah,
there is our other announcer talked about is a little bit of an evening out of the speed and the averages. A lot of these crews are around the same, let's say, erg score or at least maximum watts. And so everything's going to be a grind. Everything's going to be earned in sweat, maybe tears.
The Hokies tracking down Ohio State. The Buckeyes with a strong, bold start, but it looks like they're about to be tracked down by the field. It's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to be able to hold on as they enter the last 500. Still, the Buckeyes winning the race to the 1500, but as we've seen,
Rams have come back up. URI still charging back up to look for that second place spot, third place spot maybe. Seeing if they can reclaim what they lost from Virginia Tech. I don't know if they have enough to hang on and pass by the Ohio State Buckeyes here.
Yeah, as we've seen throughout the day, it doesn't matter if you're winning at the 1500. It matters when you cross the line first, and Ohio State looks to have defended. They've done really well to counter some of these moves that have been kind of dramatic, more so in the eights than you're used to seeing. But
yep, and we're seeing
Ohio State holding up the mental fortitude.
Santa Barbara, Middlebury, and Georgia Tech going stroke for stroke for stroke here. The guys in the V Tech crew are just a little bit behind the buoys, not so much as the angle might show you. I think Ohio State has a C, and I think they're charging up. They might turn it up to 11 here to see.
Here come the Hokies. Here come the Hokies.
Virginia
now.
Tech can match their in-state counterparts, Virginia, and start winning their finals.
Virginia Tech had been knocking on the door this whole race, but Ohio State had done such a good job to try and counter, but it looks like they've finally been outdone. Virginia Tech, very, very strong as you see the red buoys, and there it is. Virginia Tech now
holding the lead right now.
State.
Ohio State seeing if they have one more gear to go up. They've been redlining for a while now, and they are surging.
Yes,
and
they are.
It might be just who is moving a little bit harder going into that last buoy, right? Because if they go bow for bow, it's just who took that one last stroke to pop ahead.
And there's the surge extra gear now again for Virginia Tech with a deck lead now as they come down to the final few strokes. Ohio State again fighting back, nip and tuck down to the line, but Virginia Tech just going to hold on by a deck over Ohio State. URI holding on to third place. Georgia Tech with a charge coming back for fourth. Santa Barbara just about held off Middlebury for that final fifth place spot. Great racing here in the D final. Congratulations to that Virginia Tech crew. Very, very strong will to will their way past Ohio State in the final few strokes and take the win. Again, that is the D final. So
moving on to the women's V8C final after this.
Place.
First place in the D final. 626, 627. So there's 3/10 of a second separating first from second there. Great work by the Virginia Tech crew to bring it up in the second half. And look at these margins, just so close, 1 second apart from one another. Shows you, if you didn't watch, these crews only, I don't think they spent any time in the race with open water on anyone. There was overlap among all crews. 632.5. 1/10 of a second, not even something hundredth of a second separating UCSB from Middlebury. Well rowed by all the men's varsity eights. We're going to take a quick shift to the women's V8s in the C final now, who are off the blocks.
Yeah, like you said, Eddie, earlier on, great to see that the margins are getting super, super tight with these finals, especially in the V8. the top 8
you
rowers
go
out of
from
these
30-something
programs.
crews and you get them down into the 6th that are in their class of speed. That's what you're going to see. And what you're seeing is an enormous amount of parity now in ACRA within sort of tranches that are there, and they overlap between the final above them, final below them maybe. It's just showing that what's happening in these programs is reproducible, it's reliable, it's dependable. A lot of folks can do it and do it well. All these programs have challenges and barriers. All of them have advantages. But the coaching is getting a lot better. The recruiting and the way people are finding athletes, the way they're setting up the program to be able to do this, all working so that you get these races like we see here in the women's varsity 8C final. Again, top 8 athletes in these programs: Central Florida in lane 2, Florida in lane 3, Wichita State in lane 4, Georgia in lane 5, Penn State in lane 6. Wichita State here is actually in a really interesting case because they're not a new program at all. They've been around for a bit. This is the 50th anniversary for Shocker Rowing. Their first coach was Mike Vespoli. Name everyone knows, right? So he went and made his fortune after being a national team and Olympic athlete. He became this boat manufacturer. I remember I got to row in my freshman Eastern Sprints in what became the prototype for Vespoli. So that's 1982.
Wow.
So 50 years ago, when Mike, before that, because I'm not that old. Well, I am old, but I'm not that old. He was already down in southern Kansas, building a rowing program for whatever reason. Then they had Bob Jogstetter, who is sort of the eminent grise behind ACRA right now, and spent a lot of time down in New Orleans at Tulane. And then John Bancheri was their coach.
Oh, wow.
Right? Calvin, who's their head coach, has been there 25 years, half the time of the program, right? And the women's varsity 8 here is racing in the C final. They missed making the AB semi by 0.95 of a second, right? So as we're seeing the Shocker crew out here, Wichita State coming in there, you know that they wanted to be racing with William & Mary, Vermont, Purdue, Rhode Island, Santa Barbara, Illinois. By the way, Purdue and Santa Barbara, the 2 programs that used to dominate this event, and along with Grand Valley, right? And we've just grown this whole program. You see that Shocker crew out in front, almost open water here in the third 500. Really nice and long. Calvin is his coaches have done a nice job with this crew. Really want to bring home the win in this race. Florida, you can see those orange blades of yours so visible.
Yes, they are.
Poking into the corner. Tell us a little bit about that Florida crew.
Yeah, this Florida crew has been together for quite a long time now. There's Madigan Burtis in the coxswain seat. The senior coxswain, Adriana Figueroa, was unfortunately unable to come to this her final, what would have been her final ACRA, but Madigan has done a brilliant job to step in. They're a novice, formerly a novice coxswain, I should say. Learned to cox at the University of Florida, second year for.
And now here in the varsity 8,
yes,
at the end of the day at ACRA. So that's
very
good. And we
very
have
nice
a race
to see her.
coming up. We can see both Georgia and Florida coming up on either side of Wichita State, hanging in there. Excuse me. Central Florida and Penn State, and then Central Florida a little bit back. Wichita State nicely under control here, also taking the move here to make sure that they establish this, just coming into 500 meters to go right about now and just breaking open water. There still is some overlap here between Georgia and Florida, and then you could hear Penn State maybe yelling for their crew in the background of our feed. They're right next to us. They're sitting in fourth. So still a race in second and third, and you can just hear the pride of all of these programs for their varsity crews.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the Varsity 8 being the flagship program of these of all of these respective universities.
We are.
And Charlie getting involved with the Penn State chants there as we get a good shot of
well,
the dogs.
It's one of the better. It is just one of the better. When you hear that in the football stadium, it's pretty impressive. And they're all dressed in white, and you're wondering why you're in Happy Valley.
And there's that Penn State crew on the
screen now. And
then
they managed to not beat Michigan somehow. Oh, no, did I say that? Anyway, these rivalries are fun and visceral in the Big Ten. We do love each other, but, all's fair in love and football. Not quite.
And here we go, coming down. These crews should be approaching, if not already at the red buoys now. The leaders, Wichita State, with open water over Florida, battling with Georgia. This Florida crew again, not the top. A lot of the normal 1V rowers out of this Florida boat, unfortunately, weren't able to make it. So we got a pretty mixed bag of rowers actually in this
sort
8.
Of throwing it together to make it work.
There's actually a true novice rower in this 8.
Oh, that's great.
Who learned to row
Yeah.
here at the University of Florida just this
Northwestern
year.
showed that it can happen, So.
A former coxswain as well, also in this boat. And
Selection by food poisoning. It's a new thought for Machiavellian coaches.
As there's Wichita State across the line with a smidge of open water over Florida to take first and second in the C final. Georgia coming in third, and we should be seeing, I believe, Penn State fighting with the University of Central Florida as we await their finish. But congratulations to all of these ladies. Very well done. And there's Penn State across the line ahead of the University of Central Florida.
Yeah, and as we're waiting for the B final to come up, this is one of the challenges of being club programs, right? I was talking to the High Point coach, and they wanted to bring more people, but their challenge is that they're done with school 3 weeks ago, and the university won't let them stay in dorm rooms.
Wow.
Right? So they have to find Airbnbs or something like
UC
that. It makes it hard, and kids are like,
back to school.
Yeah, kids are like, I've got to go off, and I've got to start my internship. I mean,
And
you're
it
starting yours tomorrow,
even before
Christian.
this, like graduations happen on really key events for people all over the rowing world. So
it's just something that you have to sort of inculcate early. Is yes, you may not be at your graduation because you're going to be at ACRA, or you need to tell your internship that you're actually not available till the beginning of June, and that's hard for some kids to get around, and it's a barrier to coming to ACRA. But as the teams start to do that, as that becomes the team culture, as that becomes the expectation, you don't have this idea of our best kid is off up at in Boston doing an internship with Deloitte and Touche, and you're like, they could have waited because the Harvard kids aren't there yet.
So I could think of I think the 21 ACRA, maybe the 23, 22 former athletes of mine who were here in Tennessee, and I think graduation was soon after, and they drove back to New England from Tennessee to make it back in time, and had quite the trip. We got the B final for the women's varsity 8 on the course, and they're coming up around the 1K for us on the, I believe if you are looking at the same drone that I am on the left side of your screen, yes you are looking at Illinois, and then from left to right, Santa Barbara, URI, Purdue, Vermont, William & Mary. And I think we have front runners looking like Purdue and URI and Vermont in this B final, fighting for that first place spot. What are you seeing, Charlie?
I'm seeing Illinois coming up there, actually.
In the fight. That is 5 crews overlapping there.
In lane 6, the only people who've dropped off, I think, are William and Mary. And I'm seeing URI racing really nicely. We don't have an over the top. I believe Purdue is
just a little bit ahead. I was really impressed with the URI women's boats I saw here last year. Similarly impressed this year. After watching that 2v8, what was that, the final, the B final from the B final from the UVM 8. I think the women in this 1v8 are also laying down a really steady, hard paddle on this course, and I think they have another gear to go up when it comes time to get into that last 500. But Purdue, just a little bit more base power. Really love the rotation they're getting out. It's not too much body shifting over, rocking around. Those outside arms are reaching down to the rigger, back up, lock in, send.
Absolutely. And a great race out there. Purdue out in front, Rhode Island hanging in there with them, Vermont in there, UC Santa Barbara, Illinois still in contact, but the race is getting away from them in front of them as those four crews sort of overlapped a little bit, are pushing each other because they're only a few seats apart in those first three crews.
Yes.
And that you can handle
That
with
you
your
can
bell
handle.
or your whistle.
I think Purdue is just laying down enough that is going to separate them a little more from the URI crew as we get through that third 500 and we're into the closing strokes of the race. Whatever they have to throw out here to get their bow ahead, they better
it does
do
look
it.
like
yeah.
Purdue is popping up from. We're
Man,
sort of
they-
reading it from behind
But
right now.
URI's holding on. UVM a little bit of open water between Purdue and UVM. The way the Purdue 2V8 is, V8 women are holding the legs down, it is impressive. It's no wonder that they are sending it a couple more meters per stroke in this last. Here we go, last 250 meters.
There you go. And you can see Illinois, they're still in contact basically with UC Santa Barbara. Not just a few years ago, the
Would have been a big
champion,
gap.
the women champion in the A
Yeah.
A final. So we're seeing a lot more depth coming in, and Illinois' varsity women here looking really great, coached by new head coach Peter Felice, and he's doing a gorgeous job. Look at the bodies under control, everyone happy. The race happening right in front of them, but they're right in there. I think we're going to see Purdue come across.
Charge
here.
through the line here with
Yep.
the first overall spot, URI, and I think that is
Boop, boop. It was near far.
Santa Barbara. I think might have just edged out Vermont for
I
that
think
third
so.
place
It looked
spot.
like near
Really
far to me.
well done there. And here's Illinois.
Illinois.
And we'll see William and Mary
Yep,
round out
absolutely.
the petite final in just a moment. 7:07, 7:10.2. What's the separation between URI's? Probably 1 and 1.2 seconds. And then over Vermont, we're looking at tenths. We're looking at thousandths. 0.5 tenths of a stroke. Or 5 tenths of a second.
So Santa Barbara 7:11.4, Vermont 7:11.9, half a second there.
Yeah, congratulations to the Purdue crew winning the petite final. We
And a
are
7:07.
moving our way back soon to the start line. I do not believe that the V8 grand final is off of the blocks yet. I think they're locked in, looking for alignment. I don't see
They've
puddles.
consciously put enough space in here so we can get for
Good.
these varsity finals and show the whole thing. The drones are speeding back up to the start. This is really on the women's side the national final.
This is it.
With the varsity 8, and then we'll get the men's after them. They switch that from year to year. Who gets the
Yes,
sort
I
of
remember
pride
that
of
from
place
last
of
year.
the last year. So last year the women's varsity 8 was the last race of the day. This year it'll be the men, honoring everyone and making sure that everyone's getting seen in the prominent position. Which is great, which is also why all these varsity 8 races at the end of the day, besides the fact that they're just spectacularly fun races with very skilled athletes. So this varsity 8 grand final,
what
we're
it's
going to
all
have
about.
UC Irvine in 1, Bowdoin in 2, Northwestern in 3, Vanderbilt in 4, Middlebury in 5, Wash U in 6. 7 years ago, 4 of those crews would not even have been here.
No, I mean, I think WashU, some of their they won the pair last year with some of the athletes in this boat, and now they're up in an 8, and they're firing off the blocks. Northwestern slightly ahead. This Northwestern crew, 2 freshmen, 2 sophomores, 1 junior, and 3 seniors. Senior Cox, Lizzie Dozoy. Sorry if I said that last name wrong. Your coach says you're the best Cox I've come across as coach or athlete. Remarkable instincts and an eye for tech. So you know that she is putting that out there for her crew on the course. 5-seat Ella Spena is a true novice with no rowing experience before this year, and made the all-region team this year as a freshman. So really promising, really promising future as a rower in this league. We are still under the first 500, but Northwestern just a couple seats up above Vanderbilt. The rest of the field is even. Not even like, oh, it's a little bit bow ball here or there. Even from the other 4 crews that are only half a length behind Northwestern and Vanderbilt. So on the near coast of this, UC Irvine is hanging on to Bowdoin, who I know is going to make a really big move. I'm sorry, I'm looking on the other side. Middlebury's holding on to WashU. Bowdoin is, oh, man, I think they are. No, it's too close to call. Northwestern is establishing speed really well over the first 500 meters here, and I think we've seen all crews are now shifted in, and we are bringing you in to zoom in on this opening 500 of the women's varsity 8 grand final.
So we have a pretty tight opening 500 here, as we expected. Northwestern and Vanderbilt really sort of battling it out. Not too much further up on Middlebury, who's up in that. Vanderbilt seems to. I'm sorry. Vanderbilt seems to have opened up a couple of seats on Northwestern. And not very far back, also we have Middlebury and then Bowdoin. Irvine still in there. WashU still in there. It is the chevron we'd expect to see, but it's a chevron of seats and not a chevron of boat lengths.
No, certainly not. So I think Bowdoin and Middlebury, whether they see it or not, I'm sure they do. They're looking at each other. They are, they're if anything, they're just half of a bow deck apart from each other. I think advantage slightly Bowdoin because they are looking for hardware. They're looking for medals. They're looking to take this all the way home to New England with medals in hand. Vanderbilt, maybe, if I'm looking at this angle right, is seat or two up on Northwestern. This is how they won the national championship last year. They worked their way through the middle of the piece in the last third, building.
Last year they were more dominant by this point.
Yes.
You can see Northwestern beat or two higher, really sort of laying out what they have right now, and I can only imagine that Colin Darton has them well trained. I also know for sure that John Miller has them well trained.
Right.
So it's not going to come down to fitness.
And
here.
the way I know some of the athletes in some of the crews here, and the way that Lums talk about this program, I bet they are relishing the fact that they have crews right next to them that they get to push away. Right, I think they kind of want that challenge longer in the race so that they can.
Which is what's happening right now for that Vanderbilt crew.
Yep. Bowdoin, I think, slightly established ahead of Middlebury here. WashU still overlapping with Middlebury on the near shore, but here comes Vanderbilt
now
with
bow
another
to stern on Northwestern.
Now another bucket holding them down as we zoom in.
And that is just gorgeous.
This crew is
gorgeous
locked
power.
in. So much attention paid on that front end. As soon as those puddles are established, the bodies are leveraging back, whole shell, lifting up out of the water, sending it through. The hydrodynamics.
And then gorgeous rhythm around the release. And that's coming from that solid speed through the water. They're now opening bow to stern on Northwestern. The difference in the two boats, just a little more send in that Vanderbilt boat, but Northwestern clearly in second, and then 3 boats racing through the middle in WashU, Middlebury, and Bowdoin.
Coming in, we are about 550 meters away from the finish line from our first national championship in the varsity 8 today, and Vanderbilt, as they do, opening up on the field. Bowdoin
gorgeous
just barely
there.
edging
out
my God. Middlebury here as we enter this last 500. Northwestern dominant in this second place spot, and I think they want to close a little bit of that stern to bow tip on Vanderbilt.
Still been pushing here. There's a lot of pride in that boat, and they want to be absolutely as close as they can. But that Vanderbilt boat is putting on a clinic.
They are walking
power-based rowing. Gorgeous
but I think
there.
It's actually Middlebury charging back up for this third place spot. Cow oars in full effect. So we're going to see pretty soon. And WashU is still hanging on to their first 5 seats. And on the way other side, UC Irvine is still in the mix. So pretty soon we are going to see our first national championship, and it is okay. Bowdoin is back overtaking on the Middlebury 3.
So we're going to want to keep
spot.
an eye on
Gotta
that
hold
third
on.
spot road, but
And
because
here we
this
go.
is here right
Vanderbilt
now.
is walking their way to their second consecutive national championship in just a few strokes. They are going to notch that in for the win.
Just gorgeous rowing here, absolutely composed. They're pulling away now even more to cement their victory. Northwestern having put an awesome race here to sort of bring these silver medals. I know they wanted to get Vanderbilt this year, but Vanderbilt just too strong. But now we have a 3-boat race for silver or for bronze.
Bowdoin is just holding off Wash U, who've now overtaken slightly Middlebury Crew. And do we have Vanderbilt through the line yet?
Yes, they just went
Vanderbilt
through.
is through the line. Northwestern is through the line. And
through.
Wash U might come up with the outside heat and take it away. It is too close for me to call.
On the far side, Middlebury.
On the far side would be.
Oh,
on
sorry.
The far
on
side
the
would
far
be
side. Bowdoin, my bad.
I don't know. That's pretty close.
Those northeast
Pretty
crews.
close.
Yep, Bowdoin 702.811. Congratulations to Vanderbilt, 6:53 in this slow water. Would make them competitive with quite a number of Division I women's programs. Not the top speed, but they would be racing in the middle of many a NC2A
Yeah, absolutely.
championship today.
Yeah, this Vanderbilt crew has been going up against a lot of the top Division I teams in the country, a lot of organized races between them, and they've been very, very competitive. So this is quite frankly have been a historic season for this Vanderbilt program. You can see a lot of emotions, a lot of seniors I bet you are out there just wrapping up their rowing careers. So a lot of emotions being poured out.
And just pointing out that that they've done a very hard thing, which is to defend a national championship in the varsity.
Yes, that's correct.
Very hard to do. So we have the men's varsity C final.
It's off the blocks. It is
off the blocks
moving.
and coming here in lane 1. We have Irvine. Lane 2, Fordham. Lane 3, Northwestern. Just following in the exact same lane as their women were just in. Lane 4, Minnesota. Lane 5, Davis. And lane 6, North Carolina. Knowing Minnesota wanted to be in that other final, the B final up there, just missed selection. And it all looks pretty solid here in this C final. Again, we're going to see some tight racing here. All 6 crews still with overlap, about a minute 45 in, so that's probably coming in on 800 meters or something like that. You can see the highway on the right, and they're all by this point into their base speed. Minnesota, they're out in front by maybe a seat or two over Northwestern. Big Ten rivalry going on. We'll have seen each other at the ACRA. UC Davis sticking up there as well. And then a slight push back to North Carolina and Fordham. And then Irvine about 4 or 5 seats behind Fordham. But still ability for crews to push up. We have Northwestern
everyone's
making a little
overlapped
move here with Minnesota. You can see those yellow oars there.
Yeah,
for
even
Minnesota.
the UNC men are still in this fight, in this conversation. So the Minnesota Golden Gophers are slightly, not even. I think Northwestern slightly advantage over them. This crew is also one. This one is a little bit more upperclassmen than the other race we talked about. 1 senior, 5 juniors, 2 sophomores, an extremely dedicated group of guys, and it shows. This is a pretty high final finish.
I remember the days when you'd see Northwestern in a 4 in the C or B final.
Exactly.
And here they are racing in the
love
8.
to see them. These guys are pushing the pace and trying to set the tone for the C final as we look through. Minnesota just ever so slightly ahead, and that is
look
next
how
to
tight
them.
that is. That's 4
That
crews
is
within
UC
2 seats
Davis
there.
fighting
And a 5th right there.
Yep, fighting to keep them on. Fordham, I know these guys are hungry to experience their first ACRA and show them that the Bronx
they're
has
just
something.
here at about 1,200 meters where the fight really starts to happen. This is the point in the race where you really start to feel it actually a little bit. where your body starts to say, why are you doing this to me, where you're wondering why your mother had you born in the first place, and you just have to breathe.
So now
and
UC
go.
Davis is slightly ahead of Northwestern. This is a charge. This is going to be, if it stands, the best finish I've seen for a UC Davis boat today. UNC, Coach Austin Work guys are holding on to the bow there. And not only is it 5 boats
still
across,
in it.
it's 5 boats taking stroke after stroke. So now we get to see who does it better when they're being opposed.
Absolutely. It's Davis up there with maybe a seat over Northwestern. The shore is going crazy.
Yeah, we got a
here.
big Davis tent by us. I think Northwestern's not going to hold on.
There's
and I think
still enough room
Fordham
that anyone
is
could do this right now.
slightly advantage over Minnesota here. I see that bow ball slightly creeping up and ahead, trying to close in on Northwestern's bow ball as well.
Davis, maybe a seat. Fordham moving, Northwestern
and UNC
in there.
guys are walking
UNC
up, and they are part of
having
this
a
conversation.
gorgeous move here.
This is great work out of the Tar Heels.
500 meters to go.
They're
5
putting
crews
themselves
overlap.
possibly in second place, but Fordham is not to be forgotten on the outside. Strong row from these guys who had some heartbreakers earlier in the weekend. 3-man at Davis looking out at that bow ball. Don't get any closer. Maybe we got to make a move, but he's not going to tell his coxswain that because they are handling the course very well. Northwestern and Davis in the 1-2 spot right now.
I told you Monday this C final was going to be spectacular.
It's
going to
be a heater.
It always is now, and it used to be the B final, which will still be awesome.
Yeah,
right.
And Davis is doing this with one bucket right there in the middle of the boat there, so those guys catching all the speed that they have.
And there you
Bowman
go, 1,
of
2,
UNC
3,
looking
4,
out.
5 crews within 3 seats.
Yep.
And
I think
Northwestern making a move there to come
Minnesota
back into Davis.
Slightly dropping off the pace as these outside lanes of 2 and 6 coming up to contend. Red buoys are
Red
in
means
effect.
go.
Let's find the sprint guys. Who's gonna hit their top speed the hardest? Who can red line for the longest?
So this is
UNC is coming
to
up
the
and
bells
working.
and whistles. This is coming down the bells and whistles. Wish we could still see those boats going. It's not the time for an overhead shot.
Love the wooden handles from
they are.
Golden Gophers. Very classic, very Midwest.
And here we go. And you see the race. There we are. UNC still. It looks like UC.
Davis is still holding that advantage
out a little
up,
bit. They've got to
but
get a seat.
UNC has their bow ever so slightly
ahead of Northwestern,
but not on every stroke. Nope, there we go.
There it
and
goes.
they're working
There's
their way
their
down.
move.
I think they're going to run out of real estate, but that bow is on the 2-man. 3-man's looking back at that bow ball. Still don't get any closer. It is UC Davis,
Boom,
UNC,
boom,
Northwestern,
boom,
Fordham through the line
boom.
before the Minnesota Golden Gophers before UC
Boom, and even
Irvine.
6th place was overlapped
Holy,
with the stern of 5th.
Holy smokes,
so
they're flying.
6:10.53. Congratulations to Davis. A great race, composed when they need to be composed, and really working on it. Just a great tight race, and this will have people coming back because we only needed to be a second faster.
6:10.5, 6:11.2. It is, oh my God,
7/10 there.
1/100th of a second between UNC and Northwestern.
Oh my God!
Incredible charge from the Tar Heels. Congratulations, Fordham 6:13.4.
So 1.2 back Minnesota, 1.1 back, and then UC Irvine 3 seconds back, that full length that we saw. So 7 seconds overall, first to sixth. Second to fourth was just over a second. Just over 2 seconds.
What an incredible race.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I'm crying. My eyes are sweating. What a great race from those crews. So we have 2 more races. This is the penultimate event coming up. We are on the course with these guys. They are out of the blocks. I see blades. I see puddles. This is the petite final of the men's varsity 8. From the perspective that I believe you'll pick it up from near shore to the far shore, you're going to see George Washington University, Michigan, Washington State, Bucknell, Delaware, and Grand Valley contending for the 6th spot, which is highly, highly coveted for the team
and
points
here,
trophy.
52, a minute in, they're still in their opening sequences still. And again, here you have 4 crews across. Looks like UCLA with maybe a seat, and
Delaware, you mean?
Also George Washington out there, who's had some good starts. And then you have Bucknell Washington State, Michigan across the middle, and Grand Valley 3 seats back there. Again, they're really going to start to see a shift down into, if you're not shifted into your base by about 140,
what are you doing?
145, you're paying a real price.
Yeah, Laker Navy there's still a lot of overlap, but I think these other 5 crews are going to start to walk up on it.
Yeah. But that George Washington crew and the Delaware crew, both out a little bit in front. In some ways not surprising, because they may think they're at a disadvantage. And so in order to do that, we've got to go out hard, right? But now we're coming into the point where these other crews really like to move. Washington State does. Bucknell and Delaware want to move for sure. But right now we're coming in on this Delaware crew right there.
Delaware without the blue blades throwing me for a loop, but really strong, very distinct stroke they have here. They are bucketed up in the stern 4.
Bucknell also with white blades. It looks like people got some new equipment. Didn't have time to paint.
They are holding off
Washington
Bucknell,
State there.
Wash State,
we
and
switch
Michigan.
over. Michigan seems to have popped themselves a little bit up over Wash State, and then we'll see where GW is.
GW a little bit above Michigan.
Sitting up there, those 2 or 3 seats, but it was a little bit more.
It was a little bit more, but the Revolutionaries out of here, really strong race pace. They are traditional rig. Let's see what happens as they approach this 1K mark. If they shift up, or if they hold steady on the base to the last 500, we have overlap on all crews once again.
So these 5 crews there, Grand Valley's still hanging in there, but really these 5 crews within about 3 seats of each other, just coming to the point where we're going to start to see, again, not who wants it more, who wants it better. Who can still hold on to what they need to do and produce their speed.
This is still Delaware up on the field.
Delaware and GW still out there laying it out.
I think Bucknell's ahead of GW at this point, and Michigan is surging up with Washington State. I think they're going to be even with GW by the time we all reach the 1250 or the 1500. Delaware is trying to hold the pace. Let's see if they continue to.
That Delaware crew looks pretty
pace.
Composed here as we're seeing them.
They look like they're chilling.
And you have to, as I said, who wants it better? In some ways, there's also very solid rowing from another set of
step
croakers
from the Bison from Bucknell, led by
Bucknell.
Tyler Leong, who is in his first year in the 1v8 as a sophomore or junior, young guy. So here come the Revolutionaries out of GW, who are pushing themselves, I'd say, 2.5 seats above Wash State and Michigan, trying to hold on that 3rd spot here. Grand Valley is staying a part of this.
Delaware putting a really gorgeous move to sort of get out in front. We do know that Bucknell can pull a sprint when they need to, and I'm sure Tyler is calling for that right now. And on the outside here, George Washington sticking it in too, not letting Michigan back in. Michigan trying to get up.
Yep.
Washington State's taking a few seats on them.
Yeah,
and Grand Valley moving themselves back into this as well.
Wash State is looking for Old Crimson in the background to keep them going. They saw their guys really grind it out earlier, and they want to show them that this is how they define their crews out of Pullman, Washington. Delaware is trying to walk away from the field. Bucknell is asserting themselves up on the field. GW is going to have to hold on this fight from Grand Valley, from Wash State, from the Michigan Wolverines. Really good pickup, really good spin
everyone's got to go now
on the wheels.
That 3, 4, 5, and
GW
6
and
spot.
GW's picking it up. They're starting to make a move. They're in the last 500, and they are going to lay it all out on the line now and see how long they can hold that sprint. Wash State trying to hold on match pace with Michigan.
But here we are with Delaware, I believe, that's correct. GW, sorry, there on the outside. Michigan trying to get back into the game. Michigan trying to get into Washington, into Washington State. Washington State trying to get back up into that. Delaware out in front. They're going to take this. I don't think Bucknell has enough room to sprint through them. And Grand Valley has made their move over on the far side to tell Michigan, hey, you're not the big dogs in the state anymore necessarily.
Yeah,
so
we are looking
really
for ACRA glory
here.
State
We're
glory.
in the red. Red means go.
And Bucknell is hanging on. Ball on stern seat, but Delaware takes it. Bucknell in the 2nd spot, GW. And that is, oh my gosh, I can't call it between Washington and Grand Valley, and I can't call it after Michigan.
Michigan is 5th. And then we'll have, or Michigan was sixth, sorry, perhaps. So really tight race there going.
6:01, 6:03 in the B final.
6:03. These are 5:45 crews in flat, fair conditions. George Washington 6:04.
What a separation is going to be, hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second.
Something like that. The slower it takes. So
6:06.2.
Washington 6:06.2. Grand Valley will be next, I believe. Yep, 6:06.28. So that is 5/100ths of a second.
And nobody timed Michigan.
Absolutely.
Incredible race. Love to see that. Great row from all crews.
And Michigan is 6:07 flat. So
congratulations to Delaware for taking the win in the petite final, setting themselves up as the seventh fastest crew.
Less than 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds between third and sixth.
We are going to see if the men's varsity 8 is on the course.
They put an extra break in here again to make sure that we can get back to see this. So hopefully we'll get the whole. This is supposed to be a 1 o'clock start for the grand final. Again, just how tight the racing is here to get up and to do that. Now, points issues, right? We have both Virginia and
Purdue,
in
Michigan.
the final, in the center lanes of this varsity final coming up. Michigan not bringing in the points that they wanted to bring. We happen to be joined back behind us. Oh, he's saying no, but we have a legendary coach in American rowing here behind us, Kevin Sauer, who started as a club coach. Didn't you, Coach?
Purdue.
In Purdue, and he's here to see that. He led the Virginia women to be a dominant program now, having passed that over to Wes Ng, who is just a spectacular coach, great guy, really doing an awesome job. But it's fun to look over our shoulders and know that probably one of the coaches that we will talk about from this era in U.S. coaching is sitting over our shoulder, quietly taking a seat to watch the Purdue guys and hope that they will win. And
on your
so
screen,
good to see him here.
From the left to the right, as we see these guys loading into the station, Orange Coast College.
He wants me to point out here that he spent a lot of years in a boathouse with these Virginia men and working with Frank Biller. So there is a lot going on there
Who's
as well.
he rooting for?
Maybe
is he rooting for Purdue or rooting for Virginia?
I won't ask, but
sure.
But he's mum. He's always been a good diplomat in the sport, and he continues to be today.
He just wants a good race. Orange Coast College on our left, UCLA on our interior of them, Purdue, Virginia, Notre Dame, Rutgers. Let's see, 3 of these crews have won the men's V8 in the last 5-6 years. One of, I think, 7 crews, or 3 of 7 crews that have won the men's V8 in ACRA's history. So flat oars in most of these crews. We're seeing them start to square it down and in across all 8, showing that coxswains are ready. They have their point. They don't need any more adjustments, but that changes just every other second, taking our time to make sure this race goes off without a hitch. Virginia tapping around, making sure they have a straight line, because they are going to blast out of these out of the fingers like a cannon. These crews are remarkably fast out of the starting blocks. This pace inch up there. There's a quiet. I can just make your spine shiver at the start of a race, waiting to hear the starting gun.
You know it's gonna hurt.
It's
you know, one thing, it's going to hurt, and you're going to have to lay it
excitement.
all out right here. You're going to have to go into the pain cave to win this and still make it look from afar like you're just having this nice dance across the water.
I mean, you could hear a pin drop.
One of the best goal statements I've heard was from Larry Gluckman, who was my coach in college, and he got it from his college coach, ridiculously well-known, good guy who used to say, was a British guy, he had this nice accent. He goes, "Gentlemen, as you row back to the boathouse, I'd like you to make it dance across the water."
Square down all but one blade.
Yeah, Ernie Arlett there, thank you, being fed the name. Just
all
dance
crews are squared
across
down.
the water like fairies.
And they're off.
And here they go.
First 5 strokes, lifting those boats out of a stationary position up to maximum speed for these crews to launch themselves up and out into the first 500.
And if past this prologue, we're going to see Virginia in lane 4, that be the third crew from the right there, blast out a little bit. They like to do that. And UCLA was doing that in their races as well.
They're doing that right now.
What we're seeing is those 2 crews go up. Purdue, very solid all the way through. But on the years that Frank Biller has a crew that can win this, and if they win it, they'll take both the 1V and the 2V. So that would be pretty dominant performance.
That'd be
His
remarkable.
crews just burst out when they do that.
Pretty poetic that sitting right next to them in the slip next is coached by a UVA alum who was coaching this UVA squad last year, I believe. Purdue's crew is still in the fight for second place here. It is less than a minute in. Everybody is in contention. Every boat is overlapping. Virginia is trying to use that starting sequence, that starting minute to push themselves up and ahead of the crew like they did in the 2v8 race. They have, I'd say, about 2 seats up on Purdue, the next closest crew to them, now that Purdue is aligned with UCLA.
And, you know, there's something special about the first time as a coach you come up and coach against your own coach for the first time in a national championship. It really sort of messes with your mind because you start to realize you're actually now the colleague of who is your coach, and you have to do a little bit of rewriting in your head to do that. But I know that Frank Biller, no matter what happens, which way it goes, is going to be in full support of his guy.
Oh, yeah,
right?
he'll be proud.
It's just one of his strengths as a person, as a human being on this earth.
And as we
right
get this
now,
overhead shot again,
his crew is saving him maybe from
his
doing
crew
that
is up and ahead,
blasting out here.
Purdue is in that second spot. UCLA is in that third spot. OCC is, 6 seats down on UCLA, and if they were just the two of them, open water between them and UCLA. So we've seen sprints that I got to write home about. They're so fast from OCC, but what they're doing out of this first 500 is gonna be tough to sprint their way all the way back into maybe not into a medal position.
But here is their disadvantage. They're freshmen and sophomores in college. They are a junior,
two-year college,
two-year college there, a junior college in the California system. And at a certain level, you know that there are guys in those other boats who are 4 or maybe even 5th-year seniors. And there's just a difference sometimes between a 19-year-old, 20-year-old, what they can do, and a 22 and 23-year-old, and what they can do with a little bit more and a lot more racing under their belt at this level.
And also these UVA guys just big, strong, solid guys who are making this Hudson move.
I saw them early in the season. There was a race between Rutgers, Virginia, Michigan, and Bucknell. At Bucknell, they do an early race every year. And from the very beginning of this season, this Virginia crew has been something special.
Truly.
And you know when it's something special because Frank Biller sort of gets quiet about them. Oh, yeah, I think they're doing okay.
I think they're doing all right. And they're doing all right here. They're past the 1K mark, and they, at that side-by-side shot, they still look long. They do not look like they have picked themselves up in a gear that is too high, one that would not be able to sustain. So I'm very excited to see what happens when it comes down to the last 500. Are they going to open it up? Purdue is the next closest crew hanging on to them. They still have only 4 seats up on Purdue, and I think the cockster of Purdue is going to make that bow ball extend itself all the way up to the splash guard of UVA, UCLA, and third.
I said that if they were 5 or 6 seats up, it was too much. 4 seats up is not too much.
Not enough,
4
right.
seats up is not too much at all, and we know that that Purdue crew has some power. We know that that Purdue crew has been closing over them, and that's got to niggle in their head a little bit about, okay, their bell, their whistle, as we said, was getting out and sort of holding it.
So
and
here comes Purdue.
Because Purdue is putting on a
at
heck
the
of a
1250
move.
mark. They are charging in, but UVA is holding it off. UVA, I'd say, has 5 seats about now.
That is
with a
still
strong
some very
step up
composed
from
rowing.
Purdue. The Cavaliers are holding. Yeah, they are still so long.
That
it
is
looks
such composed
patience.
rowing
You know,
there.
they're probably up 36, 37, but it looks like it is just a thick paddle happening. But what we have is
Notre
Notre Dame is
and
charging up
UCLA.
and contending for UCLA's third spot that they thought they had. Rutgers a little bit behind the speed. OCC a little bit behind the speed. I do not think they can
both
sprint
those. So we
their way
have
into the
we
third.
have 3 crews who've won the the ACRA
Yeah,
in the last
Purdue's
several
the only
years.
one that doesn't have a gold. Are they going to go get it?
And they're chasing Virginia. And so that's what it takes. You got to be able to come back. And that you won last year doesn't mean you're going to do it this year.
And I think a lot of doubters said, hey, maybe it was that one big erg in the boat. They have a lot of big ergs, and they are well coached through and through. But UCLA looks like they're still just barely getting through.
Just look at
the
composure.
buoys ahead.
The
All
composure
crews.
in that rowing. The quality and level of rowing at the ACRA and these varsity 8s is just spectacular.
And we have one crew, two crew into the red buoys the last 250 meters. Let's see if they pick it up a clip. Here
Still,
comes
the
a little
bronze
bit
medal
more.
race is crazy, man. Here's that Virginia crew. Just they're now going full out in their sprint, and it still looks again like they're ferries floating across the water.
Looks like it's ferries, but you can see in the bowman's face, this is everything they have out of their aerobic base. I think they're back in the anaerobic spot. He is moving. And
gorgeous.
They are going to hit the red line right here, looking at a 5:50-ish pace on the course. Purdue still holding on to that second place spot.
Really
we see
speaking
UCLA
well
on our
for
screen, but it
themselves.
is hard to tell if UCLA or Notre Dame is going to take that third spot.
Looks like
it is
UCLA a little bit
might
to me.
have it, and we have one crew through the line, two, and it's going to come down to Notre Dame taking the third place spot, if my eyes see it
UCLA
correctly.
fourth, 5:52 again. I think we're about 18 to 20 seconds slower off of normal thing. They're a good
slight
low
stiff breeze.
5:30 crew.
Slight stiff breeze on the
flat
course.
water.
But it is enough to regain their gold status at the ACRA National Championship.
Congratulations to Frank Biller and Virginia winning the 1V, winning the 2V, doing well in some small boats there. Some women's boats doing really well. Really had a great solid race in there. Purdue,
Congratulations
Notre Dame,
Purdue with
UCLA,
the silver medal.
Not quite able to retain their victories from last
year.
year.
But Notre Dame retaining medals last year after their first gold medal.
Absolutely.
Coming back for a bronze medal today.
And Rutgers finishing fifth again in the finals, showing that they are a consistent quality program. And then Orange Coast, a bunch of young guys out there and getting it done. We won't have some point trophies for a little while, and those points are going to take some checking and rechecking to see who's been able to do what, whether the Michigan lower boat stuff is going to be enough to have stood up against these varsity points. I'm not so sure about that in the V8. Thank you for joining us at the ACRA for these last 3 days. It's been great to speak with you. I'm Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog. We're joined by
Christian Yu, who's over using the opportunity
reporter
to say hello to a legendary coach. Thanks for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again at ACRA. Still the essence of American collegiate rowing, and really sort of putting things, everyone putting their trow on the same way, everyone putting their unisuit on, and just pushing down the course and seeing who's got it on today. Congratulations to Virginia with the varsity, and to
thanks to the ACRA Regatta Committee for having us back another year to announce. We really appreciate
congratulations to the Vanderbilt women for their national championships as well.
Northwestern women. And then who was that in third place? That was the Bowdoin?
I think so.
Congratulations to all crews. You're taking a legacy.
Thanks for joining
back
us,
to your
and
campuses.
have a great Sunday afternoon. Safety to all the crews who are now going to load up their trailers and head home.